7134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Mr. Bain, good morning to you, sir. Would you go ahead for the record and identify yourself? All right. Okay. Let's talk just a little bit about scheduling. I seem to do that quite often, but I want to try to accommodate everyone. Are there any scheduling problems this morning that anybody has? All right. We're going to go all day, and we'll try to probably make another late day of it if we don't get finished. Unfortunately, tomorrow, I thought a half a day tomorrow was going to work, but I have a doctor's appointment that's been scheduled for about 6 months in Lexington that I cannot reschedule, and so I'm going to have to go to that. And then I have to have some other business down in southeastern Kentucky tomorrow afternoon. So tomorrow is out, but we are available Friday to finish the hearing up if you folks are. Does anybody have a problem with going for a few hours Friday if need be? Okay.
No, sir, but my strong preference would be to finish today.
We're gonna sure try. We're gonna sure try. If we get late afternoon and we see a little light at the end of the tunnel, we may go even later than we did last night. But I don't want to wear everybody out. We'll just see where we are. Okay. Now, I think are there any outstanding motions you need to take up, Mr. Wutcher, that you know about?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Very good. All right. Mr. Ingram, I think that when we left, when we finished yesterday, we had talked about putting Mr. Whitson on as the first witness. Is that still your intention?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, would you call Mr. Whitson around, please?
Second American call Cy Whitson to the stand, please.
Good morning, Mr. Whitson. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ingram, go ahead.
Mr. Whitson, would you state your full name for the record?
Cy Whitson.
And please tell us your occupation and your business address, please.
Environmental scientist with Gannett Fleming, 207 Senate Avenue, Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, 17011.
Have you filed rebuttal testimony in this case, Mr. Whitson?
Yes.
Do you have any changes today you'd like to make to that rebuttal testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions here today that were asked of you in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Witnesses available for cross, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Slint, do you wish to question?
We have no questions of Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Spinard or Mr. Howard?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Talley?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Fitzgerald?
I almost had a streak going there. Good morning, Mr. Whitson. My name is Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing the interveners, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. If you don't understand my questions, if you would just ask me to clarify rather than attempting to guess at what I'm trying to get at. And if you're not the right person, would you tell me who here would be a better person to answer a question? Okay. Thank you. You indicated you're an environmental scientist for Gannett Fleming, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What is your formal training?
I have starting with education, for example.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just formal education.
For BS in biology from Albright College, and a Master's of Science degree from Utah State University in watershed science and hydrology.
Okay. Did you, on behalf of Kentucky American Water Company, conduct a hydrologic assessment through the entire proposed route of the pipeline?
No.
To your knowledge, has anyone else done so?
Could you repeat the question, please?
To your knowledge, has anyone else done so as a part of this project?
Could you repeat the former question?
To your knowledge, has anyone else conducted the hydrologic assessment throughout the route of the pipeline?
No.
Have you conducted or Are you aware that there's been conducted a cultural resources assessment throughout the entire length of the pipeline?
Yes.
Okay, and who conducted that to your knowledge?
Consultant from Lexington, CRAI, Cultural Resource Analyst.
Okay, is that Chuck Niquette's group?
Yes, it is.
Okay, have they completed that assessment?
As far as they could, yes.
As far as they could, was there a problem in completing it through the entire length of the pipeline?
They were not permitted to access some of the properties for their archaeological testing.
Okay, what properties were they denied access to, do you know?
I'm aware of one in particular that we discussed on the telephone with field personnel at the fish hatchery.
Okay, and do you know why they were denied access to the fish hatchery?
I don't know the exact reason. I do know that the owner of the property, I believe, was in the hospital, and the remaining family members who were able to speak for him would not give us access.
Okay, have they gone back since, is that person out of the hospital, do you know?
I do not know.
Okay. So do they plan to continue that conversation to hopefully finish that survey?
Yes.
Okay, is that the only property you're aware of that they were unable to survey?
Yes.
Okay, have they done a cultural resources assessment of structures, historic structures, as opposed to prehistoric sites?
Yes.
Okay, and has that been, to your knowledge, reviewed by the Kentucky Heritage Council?
I don't believe so.
Okay, do you anticipate that it will be submitted to the Kentucky Heritage Council?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, has consultation, formal consultation under the National Historic Preservation Act been undertaken as part of this project? Do you anticipate that that will occur?
It could.
Under what conditions could it occur?
It's my understanding that if the people who did those studies believe that, and if the SHPO's office agrees that there would be a potential adverse effect on any listed National Register properties or those that are potentially eligible for the register, that consultation would occur.
Okay, just for the record, SHPO is the State Historic Preservation Office, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that would be the Kentucky Heritage Council in this case?
Yes, sir.
And that is the agency with which one is required to consult if you anticipate that a property that is eligible for listing on the National Register might be adversely affected?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Fortunately for others in the room, they don't have to live with that on a daily basis as we do. Do you know whether any blasting studies have been done?
Don't know.
At this point, well, let me ask this. Is blasting one of the occurrences that might adversely affect an eligible property?
It's possible.
Okay. Do you know whether a determination will be made in advance of the contractors actually commencing construction on whether blasting will occur?
I don't know that.
Okay. So it's possible that a determination at this point could be made of no adverse impact by the consultant, and the consultant may decide not to do consultation.
Correct.
Without knowing whether blasting will occur?
Correct.
Okay. Have you done an assessment, or to your knowledge, has an assessment been done of the presence of, specifically, of shallow groundwater along the pipeline route?
Could I refer to something you asked yesterday regarding
Sure,
springs and
absolutely.
seeps? Is that the same question?
Yeah.
Yes, we have done a study for that.
Okay, and where would that study be found?
It was part of the application made to the Army Corps of Engineers and to the Division of Water. It was entitled The Waters of the U.S. Identification and Delineation.
Okay, and that is a determination of what areas you believe might be jurisdictional to the Corps?
Correct.
Okay, might there be springs and seeps that are not jurisdictional to the Corps but do exist along this route?
No, we documented every water, regardless of jurisdiction, along the route within 100 feet on both sides of the proposed pipeline alignment.
Okay, and how did you identify? Did you do intrusive testing to determine where the groundwater, let's say the vadose zone, the saturated zone might be for the entire route? So you just observed?
Correct.
So if you didn't see a spring or seep as you were, was it a drive-by or did you walk it?
Walked it.
Okay, and you walked it from the road, or did you actually walk the 100 feet? That would be, what's the 90-foot easement plus 10?
We walked the easement itself. We had two environmental scientists on the ground for that survey.
Okay.
And documented everything that they could see, as we always do, following the 1987 Corps Manual for Identification of Waters of the U.S.
Okay, and they walked that, am I correct, it was in May? Was 1 day, 2 days in May?
The initial survey was done in the fall of 2006.
Okay, and how long was that, did it take them to do that?
Approximately 1 week.
Okay, so fall of 2006. More precisely, do you remember, was it September, October, November?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay, and then have they walked it since?
Yes.
Okay, when was that?
First in May of 2007 and again in July of 2007.
Okay, and who were the folks that did that?
Environmental scientists with Gann Fleming,
Okay, and were they people trained in hydrology or hydrogeology?
other professional wetland scientists.
Wetland scientists, okay. Are they trained in groundwater or trained more in identifying the transitional zone between upland and hydric conditions?
They're trained to identify waters of the U.S. following the procedures outlined in the 1987 Corps Manual.
Okay, but you're saying that they didn't just follow that training, that they identified all waters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But did no intrusive testing. So if there's a shallow groundwater zone, they would not know that it's there. I don't want to put words in your mouth. If they did intrusive testing, let me know.
The testing that is used to identify waters of the U.S. includes shallow digging using what's called a sharpshooter shovel. It has a 14-inch blade, and the procedure calls for identification of soils and, as you describe it, shallow groundwater within about a foot of the surface of the ground.
Okay, and how deep is the pipeline going to go?
It varies. I don't know that.
Do you know roughly? Could it be more than a foot deep?
Yes.
Much more than a foot deep?
Yes.
Okay. So they could have missed something below a foot if they're only looking a foot deep, right?
No, I disagree. The purpose of their field studies was to identify waters of the U.S. following the 87 Corps Manual, and that doesn't prescribe any methods that go below the A horizon to determine hydric soils.
Did you say 87 Corps?
1987 Army Corps Manual.
Earlier you said 97, which...
87.
It's 87.
Okay. Just so folks understand, the waters of the United States is a term of art under the Clean Water Act. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that has been subject to some litigation, including the Rapanos case, in which the Supreme Court indicated there needs to be some connection to navigable waters.
Yes.
Okay, so there are waters that exist that the Corps believes are outside their jurisdiction. Is that correct?
No.
They believe that all waters, even if they are unconnected, are within their jurisdiction?
I won't speak for the Army Corps in this case, but when we submitted our report with the totality of all waters in the study area, they did not show us any evidence that they chose not to take jurisdiction on all of those.
Okay. I need to make sure I understand. As part of the assessment that was done, your environmental scientists took a certain amount of soil samples along the route of the pipeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how frequently they sampled the soil along the 30-mile stretch?
The frequency depends on site conditions, and it's only enough to determine the boundary between waters of the U.S. and uplands adjacent.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that as they were going along this pipeline route, they took less samples in areas where you were not entering into or coming out of a watershed?
watershed. Could you?
Well, entering into and coming out of a defined stream zone.
That's correct.
Okay. And they only took samples a foot deep?
More or less.
Okay. And the pipeline is going to be installed deeper than a foot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, just within a range, how deep it's going to be installed?
I don't.
2 feet?
Don't know.
You don't know, okay. Is it possible that they would have missed groundwater zones that are deeper than a foot along that route?
Yes, it is, because that wasn't the purpose of the work that they were sent to do.
Okay, okay. Okay, that's helpful. Have you done any, this is beyond what you were asked to do, just let me know. Have you calculated the safe yield of Pool 3 under drought conditions?
No.
Okay. Do you know, or to your knowledge, did Gannett Fleming calculate what percentage of the flow in Pool 3 under drought conditions is return wastewater?
I don't know that.
Okay. The culture, oh, I'm sorry, your testimony also talked about the Endangered Species Survey, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I had a question. I understand that and correct me if I'm wrong, that along the 30-mile route, you had biologists walking, each responsible for a 50-foot swath that walked the route. Is that correct?
I believe the study area for the threatened endangered plant, threatened endangered species survey was a total of 50 feet, so each would have been roughly responsible for 25 feet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so now the pipeline route is easement is 90 feet. Is that correct? The permanent plus the construction easement?
I'm not sure. We were asked to look at a 50-foot wide area for the T&E species survey.
Okay, so there's a potentially, let's assume for the sake of discussion that that it is a 90-foot swath that we're talking about of construction and permanent. You weren't asked to look at 90 feet across?
That's correct.
Okay. You were asked to look at about half of that?
50 feet.
Okay, 50 out of 90. Your knowledge, did anybody look at the rest of it?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, what happens in the field is our biologists did not carry a tape with them and measure every so often to confirm that they were within 25 feet of the center line of the proposed pipeline. And so oftentimes they would just continue to search beyond that 50-foot limit. Now, I can't tell you if it extended to 90 feet or 70 feet or et cetera, but I do know that it probably exceeded 50 feet in most cases.
Okay. Do you know whether it was closer to 90 foot in those cases?
No, I don't.
Okay. But they weren't tethered, so they may have wandered a little bit.
Correct.
Okay. Do I understand that they focused more on those areas where they believe that certain species might be found?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether they walked the entire 30-mile length? Because it seemed to say in the report that was impractical.
They did cover the entire route, and I'll explain that. You're right in your first statement. They did spend the majority of their time in those habitats that could potentially have habitat for those protected species we're searching for. The remainder of the pipeline alignment did not have the habitats for those species, and so we evaluated that basically using a windshield survey, and if our biologists noticed any additional habitat that they didn't already know about on aerial photography, from our aerial photography, they would get out and check that.
Okay. So let me understand. You started, or Gannett Fleming started by contacting the Kentucky Nature Preserves Commission, right? Which is the state agency that maintains a listing of federal and state endangered species.
Correct.
And that would include plant and animal species?
Yes.
So the fish, flora and fauna, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then they identified what they believed to be appropriate habitat for those species.
Correct.
And they focused more on identifying whether those species actually were located within this 50-foot, roughly, swath along the pipeline route.
Correct.
Okay. And so even in those areas where they looked, where they thought more likely that those species might exist, there's potentially up to a 40-foot swath that has not been assessed.
At least 40 feet. They only looked within a minimum of 50 feet.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all I've got. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bain, do you have any questions? No questions. Mr. Hughes?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Barbary?
No, sir.
Mr. Wurcher?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitson. You may step aside. May Mr. Whitson be finally excused? Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitson. You're free to go. Okay, Mr. Ingram, I'm going to call your next witness.
Call Harold Walker. False.
It's too quick. I mean, you know, I don't think it's going to finish.
I'm sorry. Your Honor, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May I just have one moment to set up?
Yes, sir, you sure may.
Anticipation.
I figured he's going to pitch a tent or something over there.
I told you I had a boss since I had. Sure.
I'm ready. Fine.
Could you state your name, please?
Certainly. My name is Harold Walker III.
Who do you work for?
I am employed by Gannett Fleming, Inc. as Manager Financial Studies of the Valuation and Rate Division.
Where is your office?
My mailing address is P.O. Box 80794, Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, 19484.
Have you provided rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I have.
Have you also provided a correction to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have.
If I asked you the questions contained in your rebuttal testimony as modified by the correction, would you give me the same answers today?
Primarily, yes. The only reason I say primarily is there's been additional information gleaned from other witnesses, specifically the fact that we are double counting the Kentucky River withdrawal fee because it's already being paid for through the Pool 9 fee. But, that should be removed from the analysis, that expense should be moved from everybody's analysis. That's approximately $1.3 million on a present value basis.
That you gleaned that from the testimony of Ms. Bridwell?
That is correct, sir.
Any other changes you would make?
No.
Your Honor, while we filed the amended report in this record and sent everybody a copy for convenience, we have a paper copy of that amendment here today. If folks would like a copy distributed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ingram.
Other than that, at this time, I have no further questions for Mr. Walker.
Lindsay, I've got one right here. Thanks. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Salant, do you wish to question?
A few questions, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Walker.
Good morning.
Hi. Can we go ahead and pass out? Your Honor, I'm going to ask if we could pass out to the witness and to everyone else Kentucky American's response to cause data request, first data request response to item number 13.
Okay.
It's not going to be much, right?
No,
it's part
this
of
is
that.
just for informational purposes.
Mr. Walker, do you have Kentucky American's response to cause first data request, item number 13?
Yes, I do.
And does that provide in the response that KWC is currently authorized an overall rate of return of 7.75% on rate base as approved in case number 2004-00103?
Yes.
Okay. Is it correct that the R.W. Beck model used this 7.75% allowed rate of return or weighted average cost of capital in its report?
That is what is stated. However, it's difficult to tell because they incorrectly grossed. If they did, they incorrectly grossed it up for income taxes by an incorrect process. So, taking them at their word, they said they used 7.75%, but you can't prove it mathematically.
Let me direct your attention now to your rebuttal testimony, page 5. And I'm referring you, just generally speaking, just for references as I asked some questions about it, to lines 1 through 7. Do you know the location where the proposed 42-inch transmission line will connect to the Kentucky American water system?
The end of the 42-inch line?
Yeah, it begins, I suppose, as I understand it, at the treatment plant, and then it extends some 30 miles. So I'm asking you if you know where that 42-inch transmission line described in the application connects to Kentucky American system.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said the 42-mile line. I thought you were asking me
Oh,
about
no. I'm sorry. If I said the 42-mile line, I meant your line. I meant Kentucky American's line. I'm sorry.
All right. The connection is at Newtown Pike and Iron Works Road.
Do you know what is the size of the existing pipeline that the 42-inch main will connect to?
I do not know.
And in your testimony, I'll just read it to you. It says, neither Mr. Heitzman's testimony nor the R.W. Beck report provide cost information for the 12,000 foot of 24-inch transmission pipeline required to tie into KAW system. And I want to ask you about that 12,000 length of pipeline.
Is that on page 5?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Lines 3 through 5. Can you explain to me why you added that 12,000 feet of pipeline to the Louisville pipeline proposal?
To make it apples and apples comparison, it's my understanding that the Pool 3 presented connects to the Kentucky's system as presented.
Well, I guess the problem I'm having, we've looked at that and we're trying to figure out where that 12,000 feet of pipe, maybe you can help me understand, where is it going to be located at? Where to do that connection, that 12,000 feet? Can you?
Ms. Bridwell is probably best or could have answered that question had you chosen to ask her that. I can't answer that question. I do know that there is, in fact, from discussions with the company, I believe it is 1,200 feet of pipe missing from the Beck analysis, and that's the missing pipe.
Now, wait a minute.
1,200.
Wait a minute. You're saying 12,000 and you're saying 1,200. Which is it? The big difference.
I'm sorry, it is 12,000.
Okay.
My comma in the wrong place.
I'm sorry,
He said it's 12,000.
it is.
It is 12,000, yes.
Okay, not 1,200. Okay,
Yes.
so we're talking about the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me refer you now. Well, I wonder, might we ask Kentucky American if they could supply us with an answer to that question?
We'll be glad to consider that as a hearing data request.
That'd be
Well,
fine.
Miss Bridwell's still here. We can, I suppose we could put her back on the stand for a question or two if need be.
Let me check with the client. It may be that I have gotten enough. I don't know.
Okay.
Let me check and be sure.
You let us know. If we can put Miss Bridwell on and save a data request, well, that'd be better, I think.
Okay.
Let us know.
I will check with them. Let me refer you now to your rebuttal testimony. I guess you only have rebuttal testimony at page 6 of your rebuttal testimony. I'm just referring generally to page 6 to try to locate to give you some context of what I'm going to ask you. Does your model assume 80% private and 20% public ownership of the Louisville pipeline proposal?
Of the Section 2
Section 2.
portion, I did not assume anything concerning the ownership of Section 1. However, you need to consider the cost of that if you're going to make a true cost comparison between the two. The two options, I should say, Pool 3 and
So it's with respect to, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's with respect to Section 2 then that you assume the 80-20% private-public ownership. Is that right?
yes.
And with respect to Section 1, you make no assumption in that regard.
That is correct.
If the portion of the Louisville pipeline from Shelbyville to Frankfort, if you'll agree with me, subject to chapter, approximately 40%, was owned by a public entity, such as the Frankfort Plant Board, would the present worth of the Louisville pipeline option increase or decrease, all other assumptions remaining the same?
You mean if the ownership percentage is different from 80-20? Is that what you're...
No, I think that...
I don't mean to muddy the
that's
water.
right.
I'm just trying to get to what you're asking. Are you asking if the ownership
I'm
difference
assuming-
or for specific ownership?
I think I'm assuming 100% public ownership in the instance I just described.
Okay.
In other words, what I'm saying is if the portion of the Louisville pipeline from Shelbyville to Frankfort, which is approximately 40%, were owned by a public entity, so I'm saying 100%, and I'm giving an example such as the Frankfort Plant Board, would the present worth of the Louisville pipeline option increase or decrease, all other assumptions remaining the same?
once you factor in the cost of capital for the public entity, the cost does not really change materially.
Let me ask you
The fact of the matter is, from a cost of capital standpoint, when you're comparing revenue bonds, which is the manner in which the public entity would finance, to private investment, it's not terribly different in terms of total cost, because there's a debt service coverage requirement within the revenue bonds, which dries up the cost, the total cost.
Let me ask you to factor out the debt coverage requirement that you've just described and answer my question that way.
I can't factor out because they couldn't borrow money if they didn't have it.
Let me go to your rebuttal question, or let me go to your rebuttal testimony again at page 7. Page 7 in Schedule 2. I'm going to be asking about Schedule 2 as well. Louisville Water Company estimates that the capital cost of construction of the Louisville pipeline for a 36-inch line is approximately $88 million. Your capital cost analysis increases this cost to $132 million, as shown on Schedule 2. What I'm asking you is this. What is the basis, the $132 million estimate for the Section 2 option of the Louisville Water Company proposal as set forth in your Schedule 2? Can you explain that number to me?
Yes, I can, but I need you to repeat the facts from your question. I'm not sure you characterized the presentation correctly.
Okay.
I'm sorry for editorializing. Please just repeat your question, and I can answer the question. I just want to make sure I answer it correctly.
What is the basis of your $132 million estimate for the Section 2 option of the Louisville Water Company proposal as described in Schedule 2 of your rebuttal testimony?
It's based upon the same costs that were used to develop. It's an apples-to-apples comparison. The same costs were used for both the development of Schedule 1, the Pool 3 option, as Schedule 2, the Section 2 option. When I say the same cost per pump station, the same cost per foot of pipe, etc. If you would like, I can give you the individual components.
If you would.
Absolutely.
Are they located somewhere in your rebuttal testimony?
No, they are not.
Okay, if you would give me the individual components.
Okay, the finished water main 42-inch is approximately 223,028 feet multiplied by $390.43 per foot, which was the estimated cost provided for the 42-inch pipeline by Quest Consultants. The finished water main 24-inch, the scaled footage is 12,038 feet, and that's from I-64 interchange up Newtown Pike to Ironworks multiplied by $200 per foot, which is based upon the current construction cost of the 24-inch pipe on Newtown Pike. Transmission storage is based upon the strand estimate used by the company to develop their cost estimate on the 3 million gallon concrete storage tank and piping yard, and yard piping, excuse me. The transmission water pumping station is also from a strand estimate used on the booster station cost, and that's 3,110,214 times 2, because there's going to be 2 booster stations. There's electric pumping equipment based on strand estimate used for the electric pumping equipment in the Pool 3 estimate, and that is $1,300,000 20,000 multiplied by 2 because there are 2 booster stations. There's land for transmission, storage, and pumping based on the land cost that was used in the Pool 3 estimate, and that's $850,000 multiplied by 1.5. The 1.5 accounts for the difference between the 42-mile versus the 30-mile pipeline. However, it should be noted that that the land for the second booster station was not a piece of that estimate. The land for the finished water main is based on $950,000 used in the Pool 3 estimate, divided by approximately 79,200 feet of easement, or $11.99 a foot, multiplied by the footage of the pipeline, which is 223,028 feet of easement. There is no cost estimate used for the, or reflected for the easement necessary for the additional 12,000 feet of 24-inch pipe. So there would be additional easement costs for the 12,000 feet of easement for the Section 2 analysis. So if anything, our estimate of $123 million is a underestimate of the cost of just Section 2, but it's a true undercost of the entire pipeline, because there are no costs reflected to account for Section 1 nor the required increase in treatment capacity.
The document, what is the document that you were reading from, if I could ask?
Some notes.
It would help, could we perhaps make a copy of those notes, an exhibit to this testimony? It would help us to have those numbers as we prepare for...
We'll consider that a data request and respond to it.
Okay. Well, it would help us, though, if I had it today. I mean...
Well, I mean, are the notes in such form, Mr. Walker, that they can be easily understood by Mr. Salent and myself and others, or are they in some kind of secret code that only you understand?
And if there's any notations on it from counsel, I mean, we just want the numbers. It would help us today.
I understand. Is that something that...
I believe it's okay. I mean, I'd let you use my decoder ring if you want.
Do you really have one?
Do you want... do you want that as in right now so you can continue to question him?
No, I'm not going to have any further questions about those numbers.
Okay.
But we would, my clients think they'd really like to begin looking at them. That they would be helpful. So.
Well, why don't we then, we'll take a break about 10:30. We'll just have him to make a copy. We'll let Mr. Ingram, I don't even know if Mr. Ingram has seen those notes. We'll let Mr. Ingram look at it and redact any sort of stray marks or comments, and then we'll see that your copy's made. Is that okay, Mr. Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did you give me all the numbers that were on that sheet then orally that you wanted to? I mean, I didn't want to cut you off.
Yes, if you add all those numbers up, if you refer to Schedule 2,
and that they come up to $132 million.
well, they come up to Column A, which is the $103 million, and then you factor in the 14.07% contingency cap, et cetera.
I understand.
Are we making that exhibit, or is this going to be a piece of paper?
Well, I don't know. It's going to be nothing right now till Mr. Salent.
Mr. Chairman, it's been read into the record. I don't know that it really needs to be an exhibit. That would probably be a redundancy. All I really need is a copy of the document so that we can
and that's what we'll do. If it comes to the point where there's something extraordinary that you want to, your client wants to bring to the attention of the commission, you may ultimately want to make an exhibit. I don't know. We won't make an exhibit now.
Okay.
Till a formal motion's made.
Let me refer you now to, I'm going to ask you some questions again, continuing about Schedules 2 and 1. And let me take you to Schedule 2. Does Schedule 2 of the Louisville Pipeline option include a column B for engineering, permitting, legal, and contingencies totaling about $14.5 million?
Yes, column B, that's the total shown in column B. That's the percentage for the contingencies engineering. The roughly 14% figure you used is the same factor found as a result of the analysis done for the Pool 3 or Schedule 1. So they're apples-to-apples comparisons.
Could I go back to Schedule 1? And the Schedule 1 of the Kentucky American Pool 3 plant include a similar column for engineering, permitting, legal, and contingencies?
No, it's already reflected in column A. You can back it out. You can just basically factor those, take those numbers and factor them down by the 14.07% if you want to get to the figure you're looking for.
Where in column A are they included then?
In column A. The number, they're grossed up already for...
Can you point, I'm just asking, when I look at those descriptions along the side there, I'm not able to discern where those contingencies are located. I guess that's what I'm asking you. Which account are they located in?
They're in every single account. Okay. They're spread out evenly by percent to total. Basically, if you took...
Okay. I understand. Okay. So they're just all those accounts. I understand.
Right. The reason they're slightly different, the two schedules, are the Louisville proposal that was submitted for Section 2 wasn't submitted until fairly late. The actual layout, it's my understanding, and by the time the draftsman broke it down to a much smaller scale, it took us longer to get the cost estimates together, but we used the same contingency percentage, 14.07% for both analyses.
Okay. I'm going to continue asking you some questions about Schedule 1 and 2. With respect to the Kentucky American proposal, does your analysis include an assumption of a 25-year debt payment period with a balloon payment in year 25 that is refinanced over another 25 years?
On Schedule 1?
Does any place in your analysis, does your analysis include an assumption of a 25-year debt payment period with a balloon payment in year 25 that is refinanced over another 25 years?
Yes, however, I believe your question just referred to Section 1, Schedule 1 and Schedule 2.
And let me
preference the question.
Let me eliminate.
Hold on, gentlemen. Let's not talk over each other, please.
Sorry.
Why don't you re-ask the question?
I will.
All right.
I'm not going to include that part of the question.
Very good.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, does your analysis include an assumption of a 25-year debt payment period with a balloon payment in year 25 that is refinanced over another 25 years?
My assumptions are spelled out on Schedule 3. They're listed along with an explanation. The actual numbers are shown on page 1 of Schedule 3. The actual verbal description of each are shown on page 2 of Schedule 3. They're also explained in my testimony. Within your question, you referenced a 25-year term bond. That was assumed for the 20%, which is assumed to be public money for both Pool 3 and Section 2. The 25-year money is assumed to have 50% of the principal repaid over the first 25 years, so that you're left with 50% of the principal as a final balloon payment, so that in the final year you would simply refinance basically 50% of your borrowing.
Is this a standard financing method?
It's standard for investor-owned companies. I mean, investor-owned companies have balloon payments from basically to match their needs. Public money is or can be tailored to match their needs as well. You don't need to have levelized principal payments every single year. You can structure your loans so they match your cash flows. What I'm attempting to do actually is drive down the cost by doing my scenario. Had I used what the Beck report did, which they basically collected in rates from ratepayers 100% of the investment over a 20-year period. What I'm doing is I'm spreading it out over roughly a 50-year period.
Does Kentucky American routinely finance capital projects in this manner?
I don't know about the 50-50, but when I say 50-50, I mean 50% of the principal repaid over the first 25 years and the final being a balloon. I would say they typically finance things more than 100% of a final bullet. The final bullet being that last payment. Typical investor-owns. Typically investor-owned utilities strive to push principal repayment back as far as they can into their borrowing because it drives down the cost. The earlier you repay principal on any type of borrowing, the earlier you repay it, you drive up the effective cost.
And the bullet you referred to in your answer is the balloon payment, is that
correct?
Okay. Does this method of financing have any risk associated with it? And what I'm referring to, a high interest rate cycle that may be prevalent at the time the balloon payment must be refinanced.
Is it? Well, the interest rate risk is actually to the borrower. It's not to, I'm sorry, to the loaner, to the person loaning the money, to the investor. It's not to the person who's borrowing the money, in this case, the utility. So we need to straighten that point out. Secondly, although the perception in public financing is that you actually repay the money in public financing. Let's say you looked at a public financing which you're alluding to, which is basically conceptually think of a home mortgage loan, which has a levelized payment and a portion, each payment is comprised of interest and principal, P&I. All right? When a public entity repays the principal component, it isn't like they're then out of debt. They need to borrow money to make that payment. And the way we know this is if you look at most government entities, they have debt on their balance sheet. If you look at LWC, they carry debt on their balance sheet. Okay, if they were able to repay the principal and not worry about borrowing, they wouldn't have any debt.
Did I understand you correctly in the first part of your answer that you said the risk associated with the question of what interest rate would prevail at the time the balloon payment needs to be refinanced is not a risk of the borrower?
It's a risk of the loaner. The person loaning the money, the investor who's loaning the money, it's their risk. Basically, there's a risk associated on borrowing no matter when. Okay, whether it's 25 years out or next week, there's a risk. Okay, and with a public entity, they have the same risk that you're referring to. But in terms, I assume from your question, you're asking about interest rate risk. And generally, interest rate risk is something which is borne by the investor, not the entity borrowing the money.
Does your analysis consider refinancing the balance of the unpaid debt service over 5 years or another 25 years, and at what interest rate?
Pardon me?
I'll ask the question again. Does your analysis consider refinancing the balance of the unpaid debt service over 5 years or another 25 years, and at what interest rate?
Basically, you're asking if the principal repayment, or I should say the debt service, is invested in a bank account and earns money on it. Is that what you're asking?
No, I think I'm not clear on what you're asking me.
Well, under either scenario.
I think he's asking you when the balloon payment is made and you come to refinance it, you're going to refinance it for 5 years?
5 years or 25
years, and at what rate?
Oh, the final balloon payment?
I mean, I don't want to ask Mr. Slint's question.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my understanding of what
the balloon payment. I don't know whether it's the final payment or not. I just, the final
Okay,
payment.
I'm sorry. There is no assumption on the refinancing. Just as there are no assumptions on the terms of the refinancing for an investor round. You don't know what's there. It depends. Basically, when you finance, it's a function of your need. You try to match your cash flow coming in with your cash flow going out, and you also consider the shape of the yield curve. And to answer your question, no, I did not consider, because I don't know what's going to happen in 25 years. Similarly, I didn't reflect a similar scenario for the investor-owned utility.
Mr. Chairman, may I take one moment, please?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's all right, I'm going to ask the president of the water company to sit with me while I do these questions.
Sure, no, yeah, that's fine.
They're important to us, and I don't always...
It's complicated stuff.
It is.
Yeah, I understand. Would you like a break? Would you like a 10 minute? We can take our break a little early if
I think we're all right.
Okay.
I just I sometimes am not clear on the
I understand. I understand completely. That's fine.
And I'm not sure Your Honor, I'm not sure the appropriate protocol. On some of the questions asked, terms are being used incorrectly, and which is causing me to qualify. I'm not trying to muddy the water. It's specifically, and I'm referring to the last question, which I was thrown off because within your question you referred to the debt service coverage, and that was why I was confused. I didn't even listen to the portion about the balloon payment.
I appreciate that. Mr. Salin will ask the question, and if you don't understand one of the terms that he's using, or if you think he's using a term that is inconsistent with the way you use it, then certainly would behoove you and everyone to explain that at the beginning like you're doing, so that's just fine.
I don't mean to comment upon this is just a function of my needing a little help sometimes in understanding the answer.
Sure, go ahead.
When compared to the R.W. Beck 20-year standard financing method, does your balloon financing method increase or decrease your projected present worth savings of the Kentucky American Pool 3 option compared to the Louisville Pipeline option?
You're asking, had I used a 20-year payment on municipal or government money with equalized P&I payment every year, if I had for a 20-year term, if I had used that, which is used in the Beck report, would it increase or lower my cost?
Yes.
It would increase the cost of both.
Now, let me go to your rebuttal questions, pages 9 through 10.
And just to be clear, when I said both, I mean for both Pool 3 and Section 2.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you referred to a page or...
Oh, I was just going to pages. I'm trying to give you some context for my next questions.
I didn't hear the page number. That
I'm sorry, pages 9 through 10.
9 through 10, yes.
Yeah, I'm not referring to any particular part. I'm just trying to put some context to my questions.
Yes.
Does your analysis assume for the Pool 3 plant, a peaking plant with a 6 million gallon daily base flow for 20 years?
Yes.
Does your analysis assume any flow above 6 MGD for any time during the 20-year period?
No, it does not.
What flow assumption do you make for the Louisville pipeline?
The Louisville pipeline is a 50-year take or pay.
I'm asking for the flow assumption. Would it be 12.5 million gallons daily?
That is, well, the flow, yes, 12.5 under the take or pay.
Does your analysis include the annual purchase cost for this amount of flow in the Louisville pipeline option?
12.5 million gallons purchased annually. Yes.
Just be clear then. Your answer to my question is yes, and my question is, does your analysis include the annual purchase cost for this amount of flow, 12.5 million gallons daily, in the Louisville pipeline option?
Yes.
Why do you include a base flow of 12.5 MGD in the Louisville pipeline option, but only 6 MGD in the Pool 3 option?
Because under the Louisville proposal, number one, it's a 50-year contract. So you're stuck with the terms for 50 years. What if you were decided to go that direction? That's number one. Number two, you need to make sure that you have sufficient flow to meet your peak needs throughout the period. So you can't just simply reserve a small amount and then not have it available. I mean, under regulation, the company is required to provide service not when they want to. They have to meet service needs. So they have to be prepared to meet service needs. And that includes a full reservation to meet their service needs, which Ms. Bridwell explained yesterday, I believe.
Does this extra cost add significantly to the present worth of the Louisville pipeline option?
Yes, the wholesale rate of the Louisville option is extremely expensive, and it increases the cost, as it should.
If KWA used a 12.5 MGD baseload from the Louisville pipeline, would this cause a corresponding decrease in supply needed from KWA existing treatment plants? Kentucky American.
It depends. It depends.
What does it depend upon? I don't mean to interrupt. What does it depend upon?
It depends upon whether or not it's a peak and they need the extra water, or if it's just merely a shift from withdrawal. If they're shifting withdrawal from pool 9 down to pool 3, then in reality there are very little operating costs associated with the pool 3 option, because those costs are being reduced from pool 9 down to pool 3. However, if it's a peaking requirement in which they need water from both sources, then there is a increase in operating expenses.
Would this reduction in supply from the other plants reduce the cost of operation of those plants, the other Kentucky American plants?
Yes.
Should this cost savings be included in the Louisville pipeline analysis?
The Louisville pipeline analysis? No. It should reduce the pool 3 analysis. As I indicated previously, essentially the operating expenses included in the pool 3 analysis could basically economically be considered zero, because you're basically taking water, instead of taking it from pool 9 at that expense, you're taking it from pool 3.
Let me refer you now to Schedule 5. Of your testimony. I'm just speaking generally now with respect to Schedule 5. Why does Schedule 5 of your analysis of the LWC pipeline assume a 5% annual increase for years 2016 to 2030?
I merely mirrored what Mr. Heitzman attempted to present in his testimony, which is basically he stated that the cost rate would be after 2016. Basically, he guaranteed a rate between 2010 to 2015 at 171, and then there'd be a cumulative adjustment inflation of about 30% in year 2016, and then subsequently, post-2016, the rate would be 2% above the base rate of inflation, which is what the company, when I say the company, LWC, has told its customers to expect. In fact, it's in their long-term planning documents for the next 20 years that their rates will be increasing at 2%, at least 2% above inflation.
Under Mr. Hold on one second, Mr. Sorry.
You said 171. What is that?
$1.71.
$1.71. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Swick.
Under Mr. Heitzman proposal, under the Louisville Water Company proposal, is the CPI plus 2% a fixed amount or a maximum annual increase?
He is, I believe well, actually it's not clear, because the only thing he guaranteed in his proposal, which was the first period, the 171 from 2010 210 to 215. After that, the language, he does not guarantee anything. So I assume the rate would mirror the rate increases that all other customers pay. And if it doesn't, that means all other customers are subsidizing this project.
Let me ask you to assume for the moment that it is a maximum annual increase and not a fixed amount. Under that assumption, does this reduce the present worth cost of the Louisville pipeline option?
It has a de minimis impact, but yes, it lowers it by $1 million or $2.
Let me refer you now to your rebuttal testimony, page 10.
I'm sorry, it lowers it, if it's under 2%, it lowers it roughly on a present value basis. If it would lower it about $5 million.
Can you explain that to me? How do you arrive at that conclusion?
Because I've done the numbers. On a present value, basically just went back into the model, and instead of using 2% above inflation post-2016, used a different number. And
is the model you're referring to your model, or is it the R.W. Beck model?
Well, I tried to clean up the R.W. Beck model as best I could. So it's essentially their model, but I had to put in, for example, the R.W. Beck model is inconsistent with Mr. Heitzman's testimony. I mean, there's several inconsistencies between the Beck model and the Heitzman testimony, and one of them, for example, is wholesale rate. The Beck testimony clearly says 3% a year. It says nothing about guarantees. It says nothing about a 2% increase. So they sort of presented two different proposals. And what I was trying to do in my rebuttal is match them up. So I started with the base Beck model, and then I overlaid basically Mr. Heitzman's testimony.
Let me refer you to your rebuttal testimony again, page 10, just generally. My question relates to UV treatment. If UV treatment were required to meet drinking water regulations, would it be appropriate to include the present worth value of the UV cost in your analysis?
If the UV was required, in fact, or would be required, if we believed it would be required, then yes, it should be part of the analysis. That should be understood, however, that there is no similar costs reflected for the Section 2 option. In other words, they're maxed out on treatment capacity. They're currently maxed out even without this proposal, and yet there are no costs associated in the Beck report associated with the increased cost of treatment.
That's what let me go now to over the planning horizon. Do you expect ultraviolet treatment, UV treatment, to be needed with respect to the Kentucky, with respect to your analysis?
My analysis assumes no treatment is required.
Now let's go to page 12 of your rebuttal testimony. This is just generally. Not so generally. Yeah, let's look at lines 3 through 4, I believe. Do you state at page 12, those lines of your testimony, that LWC does not currently have the treatment capacity necessary to meet Section 2 options wholesale sales? Is that your testimony?
That is my testimony, and it's based upon their annual report.
What is the proposed capacity of the Pool 3 plant?
With an 80-20, it's 25 million gallons a day. 80-20, 80% ownership, 20% ownership. private, public.
Do you know the maximum day of record for the Louisville Water Company?
Their flow?
Yes.
According to their annual report, it's their maximum demand is 206, which I have not been able to match up with other materials nor Mr. Heitzman's testimony, which he says is 205, but 205, 206, it's in that area.
What annual report of the Louisville Water Company are you referring to?
The 2006 annual report that's on their website.
Do you know the treatment plant capacity of the Louisville Water Company?
According to their annual report, it's 204 million gallons.
40.
I'm sorry. It's 240 million gallons.
Is the Pool 3 capacity plus the maximum day LWC demand less than the total capacity?
I need that. I need your question repeated. I'm going to follow it.
Is the Pool 3 capacity, the 25 MGD,
Okay.
plus the maximum day LWC demand, which I think you said was 205 or 206, less than the total capacity?
Well, again, I'm referring to LWC, and they are publicly committed to maintaining a reserve capacity of 15% for all customers, not some customers, not only the customers that they like, but all customers, consistent with KWOW requirements. Now, if you take out the 15% reserve, which they publicly state is their goal and their policy, then no, they do not have the capacity to meet it. And it's mathematically, it's presented in Table 2 on page 12 of the testimony. If you take the gross available 240 million gallons a day and you reduce it for the 15% required reserve, their required reserve, that's 36 million, you're left with a net available of 204 million gallons.
Do you know whether, under the Louisville Water Company proposal, the Louisville Water Company has agreed to maintain the 15% reserve capacity?
Well, I don't know. I just can go upon the public statements that they have that say they are committed to maintaining a reserve capacity of 15% for all customers. It doesn't say some customers. So if they choose or are able to provide water through their proposal, then their other customers are bearing that risk of a shortfall in treatment capacity.
Let me go to your rebuttal testimony, page 15. Mercifully, Your Honor, I think I'm done.
Well, you're doing fine. Was all the questions you had?
Right now, I believe yes.
All right. Mr. Spinard, do you have questions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Talley?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I tell you, Mr. Fitzgerald, it seems like I call on you and I always want to take a break, but I kind of don't read anything into that. Miss Sewell's been going for an hour and a half, and it probably is time for her to have a break as the rest of us. So why don't we take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 25 till the hour.
Now, is this a handful of questions or a leg full?
4. Let the record reflect that all parties are present, represented by counsel. Mr. Fitzgerald, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir. Mr. Walker, I'm Tom Fitzgerald. I represent the Intervenors Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. If I ask a question that is inartful, it is, please don't try to understand what I'm attempting to get at. Just tell me, either, answer back to clarify or just ask me to clarify the question. I am well beyond the range of my competence now as I venture into your world. Have you had occasion to run the numbers on the increase in average customer bills from the Pool 3 project at 20 million gallons a day in the absence of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's equity participation?
I have, yes.
Okay. And do you know what that number or range would be?
It is a small decrease. It's not a 20% decrease in the costs. The difference in cost between the two projects is roughly still the same. In other words, right now I've estimated that the present value cost, in other words, the total revenue stream discounted at 4.7%. The revenue requirement over the period 2010 to 2030 is currently about a $51 million difference. In other words, the Pool 3 is $51 million on a present value basis, less expensive than the Louisville proposal.
Okay, but that wasn't, I'm sorry.
That's not responsive to his question, Mr. Walker. The question was, what's the bill? What's the average bill?
Oh, the average bill to the customer?
What I was not asking a comparison at this point. We can go there later, but what I'm trying to understand for the Kentucky American Water Company customer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
In response to one of the data requests, it was where we asked, because obviously to the customers, present value and all of this is fascinating, but what they want to know is, what is it going to cost me to fund our portion of this project?
Okay.
We were told that $10.14, or a range of $9 to $10,
right,
roughly, is what the indefinite increase would be in the average bill of the monthly bill for the Kentucky American customer from this project.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the numbers I saw assumed that you were assuming an 80-20% ownership, and construction of a plant at 25 MGD design capacity.
Right.
Okay. What I'm asking is, in the absence of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission participation as an equity partner, and scaling it then at 20 MGD, what the cost would be to the for the average customer of the Pool 3 project, which includes the treatment plant at 20 MGD and the pipeline. And I asked whether you had done that calculation.
I have not personally done that calculation. I'm smiling because I think you could guess that. Okay, but the cost doesn't change because the number, whether it's 80% or 100%, okay, the Kentucky customer was going to pay their full share regardless. So whatever costs were the share of Bluegrass, if you pull them out of the equation, the same costs still stay there for Kentucky. So their average customer bill wouldn't change.
Yeah, but you're not going to change the size of the pipeline simply because it's running 5 MGD less.
Oh, yes,
right?
you're correct.
Okay,
you're
so
correct.
all things aren't equal. We don't scale everything down by 20%.
You're correct.
So in that situation...
Yes. And Mr. Miller can...
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Miller.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Got a long list of Miller questions here. Have you calculated, and this is one I think Ms. Bridwell threw you in on, okay, so if you want to punt it over to Mr. Miller, we can do that too, but have you calculated the anticipated additional costs of the with payment of the withdrawal fee for the Pool 3 project In those situations where we are not just offsetting draw from 9, withdraw from 3, but where we are using both.
Have I calculated the cost? The costs are 5 cents per thousand.
Right, but have you calculated the cost per thousand multiplied by the amount of anticipated capacity that is produced by the Pool 3 project?
Not at the full capacity. I believe you're asking, does my analysis show a 25 million or a 20 million gallon withdrawal? No, it does not.
Okay. As you understand the purpose of this project, will there be times at which the utilization of the Pool 3 capacity is in addition to Pool 9 rather than just offsetting it?
Yes.
Okay, but you included none of those costs in this proposal?
No.
Okay. You assume that if I add those costs in, it will increase the cost or decrease the cost?
If you add the cost, it will increase the cost by 5 cents per thousand.
Okay, multiplied by the amount of production?
Right, for the period of time that it is used, yes.
Okay. In this one, this is where you may have to ask me to rephrase it, and I will try my best. What is the assumed contribution or the assumed cost, depending on how you did it, for Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's participation in the Pool 3 project and the Section 2 of the pipeline? What do you assume that their capital contribution is to those projects?
They are shown. That is shown on Schedule 1 for Bluegrass for the Pool 3 option. The Bluegrass cost is shown in column G, and the total is.
Okay, I've got it here.
Okay, and the similar information for Bluegrass is participation in the Section 2 proposal or option is shown on Schedule 2, and that's in column H.
Is it H or is it I?
I'm sorry, I.
Okay, great. Okay. And what percentage of that contribution are you assuming is debt to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
I'm assuming the entire contribution is debt.
Okay. And does that in turn assume that they were able to get the $60 million grant that they're seeking to underwrite their participation?
I have not assumed anything concerning their source of funds.
Okay.
Basically, that is how much money they need to invest into the project.
Okay, so you're assuming that they will have to go out and incur debt for the entire amount. You're not assuming any grant money?
That is true, but it is also true, as I alluded to earlier, that I also did not consider the fact that whatever debt they actually do borrow, they will need to have a coverage requirement.
Stream of earnings in order to pay that off.
Above that, okay? They might need $1.50 to pay $1.
You're aware that they have, the commission itself has, other than money that is received, that the commission doesn't have an independent source of revenue?
Yes.
The last, believe it or not, last question I have. In your testimony, in response to Mr. Slan's questions, you mentioned that you had to clean up some of the assumptions in the Beck model.
Yes.
Okay. Is your are the areas that you had to clean up all the ones that are listed on page 8 of your testimony, or are there other assumptions that you believe needed to be modified or changed when you did your review?
Oh, there are probably at least a dozen other assumptions that I had to clean up.
Okay, I hate to do this to you, but can we go through them? These are the, is this all of the base assumptions that you changed on page 8? So you said you used 6 of 12 of theirs.
Base assumptions, and then I also changed some of the other numerical assumptions.
Okay, cool. If we could, I hate to do this to you, but I would really appreciate you going through those other changes.
Right. On the Pool 3 comparison, from what I can tell, and the numbers I'm going to give you are using Beck's 2.4% inflation rate, not the inflation rate that I use. But I went back and I looked at their model. And the first item is, it appears that in terms of chemicals, they have understated their chemicals by 50 on a present value basis. In other words, you take the entire stream and you discount it at 4.7% over the 2021 year project. There's a chemical difference of $57,000 on a present value basis. There is a...
Okay, I'm sorry.
sorry.
That is the assumed over the period of the project, is it 2030?
Yes.
And then reduced to present value with 4.7
Yes, that is
discount? Okay, so after going through all that, the difference between what you think it ought to be and it is present value is $57,000.
For that one line item.
Okay.
Okay. For labor, there is a present value difference of do you want me to give you the exact dollar amounts? Okay.
Sure. If you've got, if it's already in your testimony, tell. Did I miss it? Is it already in here?
No, it is not in my
Okay,
testimony.
because I would just appreciate it.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to.
It's all right.
Okay.
So this is important stuff.
On chemical costs, the exact dollar amount is $57,099. Mr. Chairman, for her benefit, can I just read the numbers as they appear as opposed to traditional convention? In other words, for labor, they overstated the labor expense by 1,392,477, and that's $1,392,477. For the treatment plant electricity and the booster pump electricity, they have overstated the electricity cost by 219,011. That's $219,011. For property taxes, they have overstated property taxes by 5,189,993. That's $5,189,993. For the Kra withdrawal fee, I believe it is overstated by 1,285,347. That's $1,285,347. In terms of their depreciation or capital recovery in their program, they have overstated the capital recovery by 1,920,389. That's $19,203,489. That's for capital recovery. That's the return of capital. And then the return on capital, they have overstated by 2,485,669, which is $24,485,669. So that's the Pool 3 in which they have overstated or inflated the cost based upon their own assumptions for Pool 3. For Section 2, they have actually understated the costs. For electricity, they have understated their cost of electricity by $2,608,324. That's $2,608,324. For wholesale water costs, they have understated their cost by $79,220,894. That's $79,220,894. For meter charges, they have understated.
What was that last one?
That was a wholesale water purchase.
Wholesale water purchase, okay.
For meter charges, they have understated the cost by $9,413,221. That's $9,413,221. Let's see, for their return on capital within the Section 2 model, or excuse me, Section 2 option, they have understated the return on capital by $8,370,995. That's $83,700,995. So they have understated the Section 2 expenses by a large amount, and conveniently unfortunately overstated the Pool 3 amounts.
Okay, so I have 11 areas total.
I didn't count them. I said it's roughly about a dozen.
Okay, is there a document that identifies your assumptions on why the values you're using are appropriate and the ones they're using are overstating or understating? Where would I find the objective basis for your assumptions?
You would have to look at the actual assumptions are shown on, well, the numbers I just gave you, I ran using the Beck inflation rate to make the difference as close as possible.
Okay, so you use the 2.4 rate rather than the 3 that you believe should be used, or 3.1?
Correct.
3?
Correct.
Okay.
3.0, yes.
Okay. Have you run them with 3.0?
I have. I actually have looked at it at varying inflation rates, and there is a difference between the results, but the magnitude of the difference does not change considerably. Whether
between what they assumed and what you're assuming?
The difference in the cost, for example, in my analysis, I conclude the cost of the, if you look at table 9.
Okay.
I'm sorry, page 9, table 1.
Gotcha.
Okay, that is the difference there, on it. With the corrected document that was filed, there's a $51,596,830 difference between the two. On that schedule, it's shown as $54,196,519.
Okay. Now, am I correct
that difference doesn't really differ? The absolute, the total values of the project or cost of the projects go up and down depending on what you do, but that difference doesn't really fluctuate in months. It might go up a couple million or down a couple million.
Okay, but they use the same assumption with respect to the analysis of both options, right?
Right.
They didn't use like a lower rate for them and a higher rate for Pool 3?
No.
Okay, so, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so anyway, let's just take labor. Okay. Your indication is they overstated labor for Pool 3 by $1.39 million. where would I find your assumptions on what the cost of labor would be, so that there could be, someone could look at your assumptions and their assumptions and say, gee, I think that Mr. Walker's right and it's been overstated, or is there an objective, where would I find the objective basis for your assumptions in the conclusion that they've overstated and understated these various categories?
If you look at Schedule 4, for example, Schedule 4 has the individual components for the Pool 3 option.
Okay.
And there's a base labor cost there.
Mr. Walker's, that's the one that was handed out revised?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so these categories have your conclusions with respect to what those costs should be, right?
Yes.
What I'm asking for is where's your basis for the values here?
The basis,
you've made an assumption.
the labor costs are right from, are explained in Ms. Bridwell's direct testimony.
Okay.
I believe it's schedule, I forget the schedule. I'm not sure if it's a schedule or a table.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, I don't want to belabor things, but would it be possible, I don't know if it would be quicker, to have the applicant provide the basis for the numeric values for each of these 11 categories by which they believe that certain costs have been overstated or understated?
Can you do that, Mr. Walker?
Is that a hearing data request?
It is. Rather than making you do it right now, because I don't want to, there is a time, and I did promise you one question.
Yes, we'll respond to that.
That would be very helpful.
But just to clarify the last answer, Ms. Bridwell's Table 4 has the labor expenses spelled out by individual employee.
Okay. Have you calculated adding all of the overstatements and understatements together? Actually, before I even get there, the numbers that you gave for the other 10 categories after the chemicals, have they all been reduced to present value as well?
Yes, every number I gave you was a present value number based at a 4.7% discount.
Okay, just want to make sure. I didn't want to assume that because you said that for the first.
Yes.
Have you totaled the overstatements and understatements, and do you have a conclusion as to how they alter the present value analysis of the two projects?
I have not totaled them. I can put that on the data request.
That'd be great.
All right.
Okay, because I want to just, one of the things is determining whether they are material in the grand scheme of things. Some, like the $50,000 in chemicals over a 30-year period is probably less so than some of the others.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have no other questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Walker, I lied to you, but it was not too many more questions at all.
Mr. Bain, do you wish to question? Mr. Hughes?
No, sir.
Mr. Barbary?
Don't be wrong.
Okay, come on forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
excuse me, when Mr. Barbary comes up, could we possibly get a copy as well during the hearing of the documents or the pages that the witness was reading from in response to Mr. Fitzgerald's questions? That would be very helpful for us today.
No.
Well, I mean, let's go to the first request you made before the break. Those were some work notes that he had that Mr. Ingram, I guess, has in his hand. You going to pass those out, or?
Sure. Yes, sure.
Okay. Now, so that takes care of that. And now, what are you asking for?
The documents that the witness was reading from, as Mr. Fitzgerald was going, I was trying to write it down, but he was reading from a document or two documents reflecting various costs. It's just a list of costs.
I'll be glad to supply you with that list. I have it down, and I'll give you a copy of it. Mr.
I mean, I don't want anything that anybody's written on or he has his notes on, just the numbers and the description of the numbers that he read into the record.
Yeah, okay, I think Mr. Ingram's going to provide that to you. I think Mr. Ingram's issue probably is with work, I guess, a work product
Absolutely,
kind of an issue. And if you just merely need the numbers, why Mr. Ingram's, when can you get that to him, Mr. Ingram?
I'll be glad to give him my list, which is on one page, and I'll get it copied and explain to you my shorthand and give it to you forthwith. But without waiver of any attorney-client
Yes, sir.
privilege or
And I'm not-
harmless
right.
product in the future.
I know. Mr. Motto, would you care to, we'll make a copy person out of you. I hate to make the deputy executive director run make copies, but is in a form, okay, yeah. Make about, how many do we need?
20.
About 20, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, what Mr. England is passing out is not, what we don't need to make, you don't want to make this an exhibit, do you, Mr. Saline? I mean, this was for your informational purposes.
No, this is for our information right now.
Right, okay.
It's in the record.
It's in the records, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Barbary, and ask your questions.
Morning, Mr. Walker. My name is David Barbary, and I represent the Lexington Fayette Urban County government.
Good morning.
Were you here for all of the testimony previously?
I was here on Monday and Tuesday. If there was additional testimony, I was not present.
I have questions, general questions, regarding economies of scale with respect to the treatment plant. I'm trying to get a understanding and better feel for at what point there actually ends up being a saving, so to speak, incrementally from expanding the size of the plant. In other words, if the commission was to determine that 20 million gallons a day was too large, and they were of a mind that a smaller plant should be constructed, I'm under the impression that there would be inherent costs regardless of the size of the plant.
Yes.
Okay. Is there can you give a general statement as to what the base costs with respect to construction of any treatment plant would be?
Mr. Spinlin is probably better suited to answer that question. I don't know what components get scaled up or down, or just your base.
Well, let me ask it in a different way. Let's turn to your rebuttal testimony on page 6 and 7.
Yes.
With respect to, at the very end of the page, you indicate that the Pool 3 option is assumed to be about $182 million. And then you've assumed with a 20% ownership by Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, there's about a $36 million difference with respect to, as I understand it, and I know there's some extra costs in here, an extra 5 million gallons of treatment. Now, I know the $36 million is not a good number, I don't think, because that includes an acquisition of part of the pipeline, which I'm assuming would be pretty much the same even if the project was scaled down. But generally, I guess I'm under the impression that 5 million gallons, at 20 million gallons, in order to enhance the treatment up to another 5 million gallons, it costs less than $36 million.
For the incremental plant?
Yes, for the incremental 5 million gallons a day in treatment.
I believe, yes, that would be a...
I'm just trying to get it, and I know you're not probably capable of giving me specifics. I'm just trying to get a general feel incrementally how much of that is pipeline in this 36 million versus how much is treatment plant. I'm trying to get a feel for how much does that 5 million gallons end up costing somebody to...
Right, and I don't mean to be evasive. I believe either Ms. Bridwell or Mr. Svinland could give you, it's certainly not, the best I can tell you is, and it's sheer speculation, is that it's not 36 million. I know that within the 36 million, there's pipeline. That would be there, so...
Can I get a date? It might be cleaner to just ask
Yes.
for a data request on that if I could.
If we can get together after this and formulate the data request, sure, of course.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Came up and asked a question you can get an answer to. That's, y'all work at the break, and if you can't get that worked out, I'm sure you can let us know. All right, Mr. Rucher, do you have questions?
Just a few, Your Honor. In order to expedite things, I think Mr. Fitzgerald has already asked for most items, but could we simply have all the witnesses' work papers related to the development of his schedules so we can go back and look at his assumptions? It would save a significant amount of time on our part questioning. To the extent that we're not asking to produce any additional work papers, just the work papers he currently has.
I understand that request, and if I may be so brazen as to make a suggestion, I think it would be more helpful if we provided an answer to a data request that would be for the witness to explain in prose all of his assumptions and calculations.
I would certainly like to amend my data request to exactly as what was proposed by counsel.
I think that will be a lot more efficient use of time rather than trying to decipher the formula in multiple Excel spreadsheets.
I thought that's what I had already requested, is the basis for each one of these assumptions that was in there. And rather than having just in prose, what I appreciate is also is identification of the sources of the numbers.
Well, that's what I assumed the prose was going to be. Yeah.
So I've just simply restated Mr. Fitzgerald's information request. So
Yeah, in an effort to save time.
in an effort, yes, sir. And I've wasted 10 minutes.
I'm just giving you a hard time, Mr. Wucher. That's fine.
I just have a couple of questions. Mr. Walker, if you turn to Schedule 4 of your rebuttal testimony, and let's just go to page 1. As I understand, line number 43 is basically a calculation of Kentucky American's income before interest charges.
Yes.
And that includes a return on equity?
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, in calculating that charge, I assume that part of a calculation was applying a return on equity to the, I guess, the figure of its net property, plant, and equipment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that figure or the 43, line 43 figure includes or takes into account deferred taxes?
It does not consider deferred taxes.
If you were trying to calculate a revenue requirement for Kentucky American for this for the Pool 3 option, would it be appropriate to include deferred taxes in calculating that revenue requirement? Take those into consideration?
Yes, it would add more complexity to the analysis, but yes, it would. If you want to, include the income tax impact of the depreciation, yes, it would be.
Without asking for a magnitude, would it increase the discounted value or would it decrease the discounted value once you take that into account?
I believe it would decrease the discounted value. I have not made the calculation. I'm not a tax expert, but I believe it would decrease the value. When I say value, the cost.
Okay. I have one additional area to ask a question about, and that's the withdrawal fee you mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony that there was some double counting of the Kra withdrawal fee.
Yes.
And just so I understand, if you would go to Schedule 4, we can, in using that format, exactly at line 38, you list the withdrawal fee and have, at least on the schedule that I have, it is listed as $109,500.
Yes.
Now, where, the double counting, where will that be reflected on the schedule, and what would the impact be as a result of the double counting when you correct for it?
Well, the double counting occurs because when this plant is withdrawing water, the Pool 9 plant is reducing its withdrawal by a like amount. So therefore, the withdrawal fees that are already included in rates for Pool 9 basically get shifted down to Pool the Pool 3.
Yes,
so my way of thinking, if you wanted to just look at this additional cost right here, you're already reflecting in rates and collecting elsewhere in rates the $109,500 in the year 2010 through the Pool 9 withdrawal fee.
So to compensate or correct for the double counting, that $109,500 figure would be reduced to zero.
Yes, that would be removed from the analysis, and I believe on a present value basis, it was roughly $1.3 million.
Let me follow that up just a little bit in terms, that's one, the withdrawal fee is one item in the cost of production. Would it be fair to, well, what is your opinion on making similar adjustments to reflect the displacement as regard to other costs that are in here? Would any of these other costs be considered double counted because you're displacing the production from one of the existing plants to the new plant?
The only, off the top of my head, the only other item that I can think of would possibly be there'd be some savings in power. There would be an offset. In other words, the $6 million, you wouldn't incur the power costs for the $6 million from Pool 9 if you incurred it here, or vice versa.
Now, this scenario just assumes base operations, so you wouldn't make that offset, or there would still be some cost incurred if the Pool 3 plant was operating as a peaker, that is, providing more than just the 6 million gallons per day.
Yes, anything in excess of 6 million.
You were given the scenario of a 40-60 split by Mr. Salent, including, I think, in one of his questions, the city of Frankfurt purchasing or owning a portion of the Louisville pipeline. Would it be correct, assuming the form of ownership was such that the city of Frankfurt owned the pipeline from the point of sale to the city of Frankfurt's delivery point or reception point, would it be correct to say that Kentucky American perhaps would incur some cost related to having the water transported through Frankfurt's pipeline?
Yes, if they own the pipeline, I assume that Frankfurt would charge for transportation.
Is that transportation cost reflected at all in the calculations you did or that you were reviewing?
No.
Those charges, based on your experience in the utility field, would you Would it be your opinion that some of the capital costs related to the portion of the pipeline from the Louisville Water Company delivery point to the Frankfurt delivery point, which is owned by Frankfurt, that some of those capital costs would be reflected in a charge that Frankfurt would charge to any person taking water from a Frankfurt delivery point and pushing it further into central Kentucky?
I would assume they would charge for the use of their pipeline, and what that charge would be, I have no idea.
Thank you, sir. That's all we have.
Mr. Ingram?
Mr. Walker, I want to direct your attention to some questioning by Mr. Fitzgerald. And he asked you if you had in your analysis any costs for the operation of the Pool 3 plant above the baseline water flow that you assumed.
Yes.
I believe your answer to that question was no. Am I right?
Yes, it wasn't. My answer was no.
Based upon your review of the Beck analysis, is there any cost attributable to the Louisville pipeline idea of water consumption above 6 million gallons of water per day in scenario B?
Is there any cost above? Yes, they're paying for reserve of basically a 2-to-1 reserve for Section 2 option, which I assume is what you're referring to as B in your question.
I guess I didn't ask my question appropriately. As I recall scenario B of the Beck report, it assumes a flat 6 million gallons of water per day cost to the Louisville water pipeline. Am I correct, or do you know?
Yes, flat 6 million.
Is there any cost that you are aware of in the Beck analysis for the Louisville water pipeline of a cost of water in excess of 6 million gallons a day?
Not in B. Not in table. It's not the table. I think it's Appendix B, but no.
If Pool 3 is required to produce 20 or 25 million gallons of water a day, you have not, under a drought condition, you have not assumed that water production cost, have you?
I have not, no.
If the Louisville water pipeline is required to produce 20 or 25 million gallons of water a day under a drought scenario in central Kentucky, that cost is likewise not in the Beck report, is it?
That is correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's it.
All right. Mr. Salant, do you have any follow-up?
Just a few. Mr. Walker, you've heard some testimony during your presence at this hearing about improvements that might be required on the Kentucky River to locks and dams and valves. Have you not?
Yes.
Does your analysis include any projected increase in withdrawal fees above the $5,000 per gallons the Kentucky River Authority now charges, the 5 cents per 1,000 gallons to the Kentucky River?
No, it does not. It mirrors what the Beck report has done.
If the withdrawal fee is increased, if this withdrawal fee is increased to pay for the Pool 3 improvements that we've heard testified to, would this increase the Pool 3 present worth costs?
By 5 cents, yes, by whatever the increase is per 1,000.
Did you use a 42-inch pipeline in your analysis of the Louisville proposal?
Yes, I did.
Why did you not use a 36-inch pipeline in your analysis?
My discussions with the company and I believe Mr. Svinland could address this more cleanly, is that your pipe is your 36-inch pipe is, my layman's understanding is the 36-inch pipe would blow crossing the river, crossing the Kentucky River. You can't handle the U.
Do you acknowledge that the Louisville pipeline proposal uses a 36-inch pipeline and not a 42-inch pipeline?
Actually, their proposal and their proposals are for a whole myriad.
I'm talking about the proposal set forth in Mr. Heitzman's testimony on behalf of the Louisville Water Company.
Well, he specifically states 36-inch. The Beck report, however, uses 42-inch. They're both sponsored, in a sense, by Louisville, so they are making two representations here.
I just want to confirm that you did testify that that you used the Beck model in reaching your conclusions regarding the Pool 3 projected savings. Is that correct? Change for the assumptions that you testified to.
Yes.
In preparation of your rebuttal testimony, did you develop a model for the analysis, for your analysis, prior to using the Beck model?
Prior to using the Beck model, I did not actually have the Beck model. So electronic copy. So I actually took the paper copy and input the numbers and backed into what the numbers they had, and then have since looked at or received a copy of their electronic file.
So are you telling me then that you developed your own model, or you used the Beck model?
I believe I would characterize what I did as using the Beck model. I began with a paper model and confirmed it by the electronic model.
So you don't have a model that you started from that you yourself developed, is that correct?
A model that I developed myself. No, I was engaged to rebut or review the Beck model. So I started basically with some form of the Beck model. Yes.
We have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Talley?
No questions.
Mr. Hughes? Mr. Fitzgerald?
Two questions. I don't even need to sit down, but I'll stand here so that I can get done. Did I understand your response to Mr. Ingram accurately, that you have not assumed costs of operation of the Pool 3 plant in excess of 6 MGD?
I have not assumed variable costs in excess of 6 MGD.
So that the actual cost may, when it is used for peaking purposes, or used in excess of 6 MGD, the actual cost is likely to be greater than that's been assumed?
By a relative, in the scheme of things, by a very small amount.
And what would that be?
Well, if you look at Schedule 4, do you have it? Okay. If we start with the labor costs, which are line items 11 to 20, that's not going to change. If you look at power costs, which are 21 to 26, I'm referring to the line items on the left-hand column of the page, or the schedule, page 1 of Schedule 4. The power costs, they'll increase based upon whatever, those power costs are for 6 MGD. So the power costs will go up. The general maintenance, they will not change. Property insurance will not change. The KAW gross receipts tax, that's line 35. If I could just step back and just so the record's clear, I'll read off the line number references. For general maintenance, that's shown at lines 27 to 32. General maintenance does not change. Line 34, property insurance does not change. Line 35 changes by whatever the increase in the, that's the gross receipts tax, so whatever that fluctuation in net revenues would be.
Mm-hmm.
Chemical costs would go up.
Mm-hmm.
Chemical costs are line 36. Security monitoring, lines 37, that does not change. Line 38, the Kra withdrawal fee, that would fluctuate depending on the withdrawal. Line 39, depreciation would not change. Line 40, property taxes would not change. Line 41, income taxes would not change. Line 43 or 44, which is basically the return on capital, that's line 43 is the KAW income before interest charges. Line 44, BWSC, annual debt service, would not change. So in the scheme of things, I believe only power costs, and I say only because in terms of magnitude, they're relatively a small dollar amount here. Power costs and chemicals would be the only variable change.
Okay, so operating at a higher production would not have any effect on the scheduled maintenance or the repair of components?
Not really, especially not in a new facility.
Well, we're not just looking at
Right.
a new facility, right? We're looking at a
Right.
facility.
Over time, I mean, in my model, I've assumed a growth, an increase in maintenance dollars over time. It is growing at 3% a year.
Okay, and that is to track inflation, is it?
Yes, but yes.
Okay, and so do I understand that if you're operating a plant at a higher production rate, that has no impact on the wear and tear on the equipment or the need for scheduled maintenance?
No, it may increase it, but it's even a smaller percentage than the increase to power costs and chemical. It's a very slight increase.
Okay, and your power costs over the course of time, you're assuming simply the cost based on inflation?
Yes, there's inflation based upon the current electric costs.
Okay, and have you assumed increases in electricity costs based on historic trends in recent years where the costs have increased beyond the rate of inflation?
No, my analysis uses a straight 3% per year increase in electricity costs.
If the costs are higher than that, then operating it at a higher production rate may be greater than what you're assuming here.
Yes.
I believe that's all I had. Thank you.
Mr. Bain? Mr. Barber, anything further? No, sir. Mr. Wucher?
Just a couple, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Walker, you made reference to, I guess, an electronic model that you've developed. I guess that's, you put into a spreadsheet the R.W. Beck model with your corrections and fine-tuning. I would like to request on the commission staff, behalf of commission staff, that a copy of that spreadsheet be provided to the commission.
All right.
In electronic form. We'd like to play with it.
And I assume Mr. Frost would prefer that we not hide the cells that contain the formulas?
That's correct. We'd like to be able to manipulate the formulas, too.
We'll provide it for Mr. Frost's entertainment.
Going back again to the Kentucky River Authority withdrawal fee for a moment. Your analysis does not assume any withdrawal fees being charged to sales made through the Section 2 pipeline. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That analysis would change if the Kentucky River Authority imposed some type of fee on waters being transferred into the Kentucky River Basin.
Yes.
And just to clarify the record, at this point, there is no fee being charged on waters. To your knowledge, there's no fee being charged or assessed to waters that are being transferred into the Kentucky River Authority, into the Kentucky River Basin. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
Are you aware of any proposals or suggestions that the Kentucky River Authority be authorized the power, or that it has claimed the authority to assess those fees?
I don't know.
There was a question asked about if the Kentucky River Authority increased the current withdrawal fee, if that would have an impact on your analysis. And I believe it was in terms of the fees assessed to pay for the cost of the improvements or restoration of the existing dams. Under the model that you've presented, the increased fees are going to be charged to the existing plants as well as to the proposed plan. Is that correct? Would you like me to rephrase that question?
And I need you to clarify, yes.
Okay. Assume for the moment that the Kentucky River Authority increased the withdrawal fee, let's just say a nickel per 1,000 gallons, to cover the cost of improvements to Dam 3. To the extent that that fee is increased, it's not going to simply be increased to withdrawals made by the plant on Pool 3. It will also be increased to withdrawals being made on pools, or on Pool 9, for example.
Yes, any withdrawal would pay basically the increased rate.
So regardless of whether Pool 3 is constructed, regardless of whether the proposed water treatment plan is constructed at Pool 3, if the improvements are made to Dam 3 and the Kentucky River Authority increases its withdrawal fee, Kentucky American is going to incur those costs through the withdrawals that are made at Pool 9. Is that correct?
They will incur whatever the rate increase on the withdrawal fee is. They won't pay dollar for dollar for the improvement. The improvement is spread out over all users.
But to the extent they withdraw the same amount of water, whether it's from Pool 3 or Pool 9, under your model, they're still paying the same fee per.
Yes, they are.
Thank you. That's all we have.
All right. Mr. Ingram, anything further? This witness? All right, so you may step aside. Okay, let's go ahead and, I guess, call Mr. Miller. Well, before we call Mr. Miller out with his much anticipated testimony, are there any other Kentucky American witnesses that you desire to call?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
May Mr. Whitson and Mr. Walker be excused?
I think Mr. Whitson definitely can be. I think he was excused before. What about Mr. Walker? Is everybody finished with him?
We have no questions of him, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir. Raise your right hand, Mr. Miller. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mr. Ingram, why don't you go ahead and qualify him, and then we'll turn him over to, we'll just go down the same road we've been going. We'll start with Mr. Salent, and I think Mr. Fitzgerald had several questions for him, but we'll start with Mr. Salent after you qualify him.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Michael A. Miller.
Where do you work?
I work for American Water Works Service Company, Southeast Region. My business address is 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Charleston, West Virginia, 25302.
Are you an officer of Kentucky American Water Company?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm the assistant treasurer.
Have you testified before this commission on multiple occasions?
Yes, sir, and enjoyed it each and every time.
I hope you enjoy it this time, Mr. Miller, because I suspect a lot is going to be asked of you. I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Salent, do you have any questions of Mr. Miller?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any questions of Mr. Miller. I just note for the record, it might have been helpful to us if, I know Mr. Miller's referred to in some of the testimony, if it had been pre-filed, but that's just noting that for the record, but we have no questions of Mr. Miller.
I understand what you're saying. I think Mr. Miller is, I presume, I mean, he didn't have any pre-filed testimony to offer, but he assisted, I think, in the completion of certain answers to data requests. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And he's here for that reason. And then in the course of certain examination over the last 2 days, some of the other witnesses have indicated that Mr. Miller would be the best witness to answer that particular question. So he's going to kind of clean up after everybody. And so I think that's probably how that happened, just so the record is clear on it.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you don't have any questions. Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
Okay.
I want to begin with 2 separate responses from Kentucky American Water Company. The first is Kentucky American Water Company's response to the Attorney General's first request for information, item 19, and this is a supplemental or revised response. And then the second response is Kentucky American Water Company's response to Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions first data request, item 13 of 14. Can these be made available to Mr. Miller? I have these.
In anticipation of being asked about those, I have them right here, if it's okay to get them.
Okay, yes, sir.
Please. Just tell me when you're ready.
I have both of them before me, Mr. Spinard.
Okay. Going to the response to the Attorney General's, the supplemental response to the Attorney General's request, this is on page 2. It's revised June 12, 2006, and this is the estimate of rate impact on source of supply project. You see that?
Yes, sir, I have that.
Okay, in the first column it says 2007 rate case revenue requirement calculation, and if you go down to the highlighted section, rate impact from SS project, and there's 0. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, sir.
And then you go to going level revenues, and this is going to be in the millions, $50,687,000.
Yes, I see that.
I believe there was a question earlier in the hearing in terms of that 2007 rate case, and there is a proposal for a settlement that's pending. That, what this column indicates is that from that 2007 rate case, there's no money, none of the revenue requirement for that rate case is associated with the source of supply project.
That's correct.
Okay. Switching to the Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions first data request, item 13 of 14. This is page 2. There is a rate impact from, in the column titled KW Source of Supply Project, going down to a highlighted section, rate impact from SS project. It looks as though in a highlighted section it's $25,768,000. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is the estimate of what's going to, for lack of a better term, what's going to roll in based upon a determination to be made in a future rate case.
Yes, sir. If I could just add to that, I do believe the impact that is on AG Supplemental 19 is probably more accurate and was provided after the response to CAWS 1, question 13 was provided. But that was the purpose of the response to CAWS 13. At the end of the project, when the project is fully embedded in rates, to reflect a reasonable estimate of what the revenue requirement increase would be.
Okay, and that was, you anticipated part of the next question, because that's what I was going to ask you. Is, in summary form, coordinate or reconcile the numbers from these two responses. And is it your testimony that the June 12th response is the more accurate response?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to what was, what I believe is titled LWC Exhibit 4, and this was handed out the other day. It has Kentucky American Water Company proposed construction expenditures. Are you familiar with this exhibit?
No, I'd like to see it, sir.
Okay, I'll hand you mine. Oh, he's got it, okay. On line 3, under current investment projects, this is new water treatment plant on Pool 3 of Kentucky River. In order to understand testimony, my understanding is that the current 2007 rate case does not include revenue associated with this project.
You mean expenses? That's correct.
You said revenue. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you're right. Let me withdraw that and try to restate that. Are costs associated with this project, the expenses associated with this project, part of what was sought, what is being sought through that 2007 rate case?
I'm not sure that I understand, Mr. Spenard. I can restate it or and make sure I understand your question. Would that be okay?
Yes, try to restate it.
You're asking me, if I understand your question, you're asking me if the construction work in progress or the rate base related to the source of supply project, as we called it here, the Pool 3, was included in the rate case. The answer to that is yes, and as indicated in column 1 of the response to AG Supplemental 19, I've indicated a 13-month average of $37,330,000 of rate base. The way Kentucky American is regulated as a private utility, we recognize QIP, average QIP for rate base. However, we bring AFUDC, which is capitalized interest, above the line. So there is no cash revenue requirement associated with that QIP in our case, or in my opinion, in the settlement that we reached.
Okay, so and to just explore maybe one or two more questions, is it your testimony that you need additional information for that adjustment for the AFUDC that there's additional information that goes along with this number on this Exhibit 4?
That's correct. In our filing, you would see a level of AFUDC which increases going level revenue, and that would offset the revenue requirement associated with the QIP you're looking at on LWC Exhibit 4.
Thanks.
One second.
What is the 330?
330,000. Okay, go ahead.
I want to try to clear up some questions regarding the Kentucky River Authority fee. Are you familiar with the Kentucky River Authority fees?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there actually two separate fees, a Tier 1 fee and a Tier 2 fee?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and which of those fees does the Kentucky American Water Company pay?
Mr. Smart, I do not, I don't know that I know the answer to that without looking at the calculations we do on the surcharge and so forth. I'm sorry. I don't have that with me.
Okay, I would like to make this a hearing data request. Is to the first part is to identify whether the Kentucky American Water Company pays both a Tier 1 fee and a Tier 2 fee, and then for the fees that it pays, the corresponding applicable rate.
Okay.
And that's, we need
Glad to provide that.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, all right. That's the, that was in our first one. Okay. In the Attorney General's data request to the Kentucky American Water Company, let's see if we can do it this way. In the Attorney General's first data request to Kentucky American Water Company, there was a request for Kentucky American to identify the increase in the average residential customer's bill. Are you familiar with that request?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There have been a lot of changes and a lot of, in terms of estimates and cost since the response to that question, the initial response. Could Kentucky American Water Company provide an updated response that reflects the new information in light of all of the new information?
Well, we'll be glad to, Your Honor, but let me, I hate to ask the witness a question, but I think it might be appropriate if Mr. Spenard would ask Mr. Miller if he's heard anything here since he was here Monday morning that would change the previously filed answer.
We can ask that question, that's fine. We get the help from Kentucky American. We're going to ask that question, it's fine, but still would like to go ahead and formalize that in terms of actually.
I withdraw my suggestion. We'll answer the data request.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, needing some clarification. I'm not sitting beside Lindsay, so he can't kick me from here. There's a whole lot of changes that we've talked about, a whole lot of possible scenarios about how much property taxes ought to be or how much other things ought to be. So, okay, what we'll have to do, I mean, there's a multitude of changes, and we'll come up with some.
We'll talk to Mr. Spenard.
Thank you.
We can have this moment, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, to wrap this up.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Talley, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hughes?
No, sir.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Sorry.
Mr. Miller, I'm Tom Fitzgerald, representing Intervenors Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, and it is a pleasure to finally have this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Likewise.
I have just a few questions. And if I am inartful in asking and you need clarification, please feel free to do that. And if you would like to send me back to Ms. Bridwell so we can complete the circle on all answers, feel free to do that as well. If there is no equity participation by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission in the Pool 3 project, or the Source of Supply project, as you called it, how does that change the calculations that you've made regarding the cost of the project to the average ratepayer?
Mr. Fitzgerald, if you're referring to the responses to the data request that we just talked about, and I'll use the AG's supplemental 19, that scenario that at the time that I answered this question in this data response, it assumes a standalone 20 million gallon project for Kentucky American.
Okay, and then what is the average cost then under a standalone project?
Based on the calculations that were provided in the response to AG number 19, and this I think is in response to CAWS round 2 data request number 4, I think it is. It was $9.07 per month for the average residential customer.
Okay, and that's on a standalone project?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you've indicated you were going to update that. Is that what the data request is going to do? Is to update that to current projections based on the changes that have been made in the cost assumptions? I guess I'm trying to understand.
Well, I guess I'm having a hard time here because it is my understanding that the only factor which influences the increase in the average residential monthly bill will be the amount of money that Kentucky American ultimately gets in its rate base. Now, while we've heard a lot of changing scenarios about costs, it is still our opinion that Kentucky American's estimate of approximately $160 million is going to go in rate base. That's not going to change. And that's what I intend to talk to Mr. Spinard about. But if I'm wrong with my assumptions, Mr. Miller will tell me at the break, and I'll eat crow. So I don't know, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Okay,
what change you expect?
Let me just ask. What was the projected cost of this project, capital cost, at the time that the application was filed? You were
as far as at the time I prepared this, and I have no reason to think that this number has changed for a standalone project. It was $159,737,000, I believe. And to my knowledge, and to everything I'm aware, there's not been a change in the estimate of that rate base that we estimated at that time.
Okay, so you were still assuming then the same amount of cost in the project?
That's correct.
Okay. And that cost, you had indicated, am I correct, you indicated that would result in about a 50% rate increase request?
Under the response to AG 19, it's 45.31%.
Okay.
Overall increase.
The cause value that you've given was a little higher than that, is that right?
That's correct. Okay. But I did indicate earlier that I thought the response to AG supplemented on June 12th was more recent and more accurate.
Okay. And so that's the one you believe that should be relied on rather than the earlier one?
Yes.
Believe it or not, that is all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bain, do you have questions?
No questions.
Mr. Barbary?
No, sir.
Mr. Woocher, do you have anything?
I have two requests. Can Kentucky American provide the book appreciation rates that it will apply to each plan account for the Pool 3 assets?
Per 300 plan account?
Yes.
Do we have that?
As soon as we have an order approving our settlement, we can do that.
Well, let me suggest that you supply the rates within the next 10 days. And that way.
Sorry about that, Mr.
Yes,
Wilkie.
we'll do it.
And we'd also like to request the depreciation rates that Kentucky American will use for those assets for tax accounting purposes. That's all we have.
Okay. Mr. Ingram, do you have anything, Mr. Miller?
I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Miller, thank you, sir. You may
Chairman,
step
may
down.
we ask just one
Yes,
follow-up?
sir.
I apologize, just one question. Mr. Miller, should the cost of construction, should the cost of the Pool 3 plant increase over the amount that you just testified to the $159 or approximately $160 million, and that amount was included in the rate base, would that then result in an increase on the customer's bills?
Let me make sure I understand. Just rate base alone, if that went up? Well, certainly that's the case, and that would be the case under looking at Section 2. These are based on estimates. They can change when the final bids are there and so forth. But that could happen to either model we've been looking at.
I understand. We have nothing further.
Okay, anything further than Mr. Miller? Okay, Mr. Miller. It wasn't as painful as you probably thought it was going to be.
No,
You may step aside. May Mr. Miller be finally excused? Go back to West Virginia from whence he came. All right. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Okay, gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break then. Let me inquire, does that conclude Kentucky American's case?
It does, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. So then, Mr. Salent, we'll start. Let's see, Mr. Rubin's already gone, and so were there any other AG witnesses besides Mr. Rubin?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So we've got a cause witness, and then we have two witnesses from Global Water Company. Is that right, gentlemen?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe, subject to being overstating, that all of the other parties have agreed to submit causes witness statement for the record and let it stand submitted without cross.
No, without cross.
In the interest of.
All right. Is it Ms. Felgendrayer? All right.
But we also did, with a caveat that if staff or any of the other parties believe subsequently that they need additional clarification, that they can do so and
Okay.
submit an additional data request, and we will time it.
All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for working that out. So then it sounds like we'll have Mr. Heitzman and Mr. Wetzel then after lunch. Okay. We will come back then at, let's come back about 10 after 1. All right, we'll be back on the record in case number 2007-134. Let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Okay. You gentlemen, we're going to talk about some things over the lunch break, data requests and whatnot. I presume that you got all those worked out. Is there anything that Commissioner Clay and I need to mediate or?
I'm not aware of anything.
Okay. All right, Mr. Salent, go ahead and call your first witness in.
Mr. Chairman, we were wondering, and we've talked about with some of counsel prior to the hearing, if we could reverse the order of our witnesses.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah.
I think Mr. Ingram has an objection.
Oh, okay.
So if I could explain the reason that we are proposing that. First, we'd like to make sure that we do get Mr. Wetzel out today. He can stay till Friday, but he would prefer not to if he can avoid it. And then second, we thought that it might make some sense to have Mr. Wetzel, Dr. Wetzel, go on not too long after Mr. Walker has been on, because we think that is a logical sequence of witnesses. But that's what we're proposing.
Okay. Mr. Ingram.
I will repeat what I told Mr. Salent. I'm confident that we can cross-examine both witnesses and get Dr. Wetzel out of here today. At the informal conference, the order was represented to be the president of Global Water Company and then its expert witness. I have planned my cross-examination in that order and would much prefer that the president of the corporation stand up and speak for the corporation first, as is customary practice here at this commission.
Well, Mr. Wucher, tell me about the order of witnesses. I guess I already varied the order of witnesses myself by asking for experts who had to catch a plane to come in and sort of jump in right in the middle, out of order. So tell me what the agreement was, if any, at the informal conference or in the scheduling order.
Your Honor, at the informal conference, the parties provided to the staff and to the other parties their order presentation of the witnesses. I'm trying to recall what was discussed at the informal conference regarding taking witnesses out of order. I believe at one point there had been some discussion about a potential need to take some witnesses out of order in the event that there were flights, but there wasn't what was represented. There was significant discussion at the informal conference regarding the order and who was going to the order of the witnesses.
Okay.
Your Honor, I understand, Mr.
Yeah, okay. Well, Mr. Ingram says he's got his cross-examination, I guess, planned according to what you all agreed to at the informal conference. Is there any particular reason, any extraordinary reason why Dr. Wetzel should go before Mr. Heitzman?
No, Your Honor. I just thought I would raise it, but I certainly understand Mr. Ingram's. I like for things to go. I understand.
Well, okay. I don't mind requiring Mr. Ingram to flip-flop his cross-examination. He's certainly been around the block a few times and would probably not have any trouble doing that. But if we had a scheme or a mechanism in place to call these witnesses in a particular order, and that was detrimentally relied upon, then I suppose we probably, everything else being equal, need to follow on that order. So go ahead and call Mr. Heitzman.
Yes, sir. Mr. Heitzman.
If you would raise your right hand, please, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that you shall tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. You may have all the time you need to marshal your books and records there. Hey, Mr. Salent, go ahead and let's qualify your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Heitzman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Heitzman, would you state your full name, please, for the record?
Excuse me. My name is Greg Heitzman, Louisville Water Company.
Are you the president of that company? Sorry, go ahead. Certainly.
Clear my throat. I'm sorry.
Is there water in that pitcher?
Yes.
Okay, I think there's a cup right next to your TV screen there if you want to get you a drink.
Is this your water?
Yes.
Right here?
Yes.
Oh, you've already got water, okay.
But maybe. And you're the president of the water company?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you caused pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in this matter?
Yes, I have.
If I were to ask you, I'm going to ask you now about your direct testimony, that is the first testimony you filed on July 30th, 2007. If I were to ask you today the questions that are set forth in your direct testimony pre-filed with the Commission on or about July 30th, 2007, would your answers be the same today as they are in that testimony?
Yes, they would.
Now, let me go to the testimony, your rebuttal testimony, that was filed with the Commission later, since I can't read the stamp on my copy. If I were to ask you today the questions that are set forth in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same as they are set forth in that pre-filed testimony?
No, sir, I have one correction to make.
Okay, and could you please tell us where that correction is?
On the copy that I'm looking on, it's page 6.
Yes, sir.
Line 22 through 27.
Okay.
Related to the Louisville Water Company proposal. The second sentence says the additional demand charge will be calculated using the ratio of maximum monthly consumption of the current year over the minimum monthly purchase quantity.
Yes, sir.
And that was not correctly stated to match the example. It should say the additional demand charge will be calculated using the ratio of the maximum monthly consumption of the current year over the reserve capacity quantity. That way, that statement matches the example given in that text. The example is correct.
With that change, do you have any other additions, subtractions to your testimony, this rebuttal testimony?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, we would move the admission of Mr. Heitzman's direct and rebuttal testimony. He's available for cross-examination.
Very good. Mr. Ingram, who's going to cross?
I think I've been nominated.
Okay.
Heitzman, good afternoon. As I've said to you privately, congratulations on being elected president of Louisville Water Company. I believe that happened this year.
It did.
You were elected by the Board of Waterworks?
Yes, I was.
And that is the equivalent of the Board of Directors of your corporation?
Yes.
The corporation is fairly old, is it not?
Yes.
Established by an act of the General Assembly in 1854?
That is correct.
I believe according to the 2007 annual report, which is on your website, in 2006 had revenues in excess of $114 million.
You mean the 2007 or 2006 annual report?
What is the date of the annual report that's on your website?
That would be the 2006 annual report, since we're still currently in the year 2007.
Or for the calendar year 26, I believe your corporation had revenues in excess of $114 million. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And assets devoted to the provision of water service exceeding $641 million?
Yes, that's correct.
And among those assets on the raw water side are at least 2 intakes in the Ohio River?
There are more than 2 intakes. There are 2 intakes with 2 treatment plants, but the piping facilities that lead to those intakes, there are additional piping facilities to each of those 2.
And you also have, as a raw water source, a riverbank infiltration system?
Yes, sir.
And water from those 3 raw sources is treated by your corporation?
Yes.
And distributed to the public for sale?
Yes.
Can you explain to me why, given that set of facts, your rates and services are not subject to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission?
My understanding of why the rates of the Louisville Water Company, the retail rates of the Louisville Water Company are not subject to the Public Service Commission is because of existing Kentucky statutes providing a municipal exemption. I will point out that it is my understanding that the sale of water on a wholesale basis to regulated utilities is regulated by the Public Service Commission.
Is it your understanding that the statute exempting municipal water companies from jurisdiction of the PSC uses the word city? He knows.
Is that an objection, Mr.
It was going to be. I'm just. It was kind of a grunt. I'm sorry.
Go ahead and answer the question if you can.
I don't specifically recall the exact language, but I certainly understand that we are owned by Metro Louisville.
I call it the city of Louisville. Is its proper name Metro now?
Yes, Metro Louisville.
Metro Louisville? Metro Louisville owns the common stock of Louisville Water Company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Louisville Water Company is a separate and distinct corporation, though, from Metro Louisville, is it not?
Yes.
What is your service area?
We have a retail service area as well as a wholesale service area.
What is your retail service area?
Our retail service area encompasses all of Jefferson County and portions of Oldham and Bullitt counties.
Your wholesale service area includes more counties, does it not?
Our wholesale service area includes portions of Shelby County as well as Bullitt County, Nelson County.
Is that all?
Yes, at this time.
Is it your understanding that your entire service area is limited to Jefferson and adjoining counties?
It is my understanding that we have the authority to provide water to Jefferson County and adjacent counties and counties beyond the adjacent counties.
What is the basis for your assumption that you are statutorily authorized to provide water beyond counties adjacent to Jefferson?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that may be going into questions relating to attorney-client privilege vis-a-vis Mr. Heitzman as the president of the water company and the general counsel of the company.
Well, I mean, he's the president and chief executive officer of the corporation, so I presume that he has the ability to tell us what his corporation is, where his corporation is able to provide service without there being a violation of the attorney-client privilege.
If that's the question, I think that's...
Is that the question, as I understand it?
I'm glad to make that the question. That was my understanding of my question.
Could you then rephrase that question?
Sure. Have you indicated to me that you think your corporation can provide water service beyond counties adjacent to Jefferson County?
Yes.
What is the basis for that assumption on your part?
Advice of my legal counsel.
Do you currently do that?
Currently, no.
Did you distribute?
He said advice. He didn't necessarily say what the advice was, so I think we're okay. And he's not going to go any further.
I do want to show him an exhibit.
Okay. Show that to Mr. Salent first, Mr.
It is KRS 96.265,
okay,
but
okay.
we have copies to distribute.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't need one, thanks.
We're not, are we?
Mr. Heitzman, we have just distributed to you the first page of KRS 96.265, have we not?
Yes.
And may I read to you the first sentence?
Your Honor, I think at this point I am just going to object. This is a statute. Mr. Heitzman is not a lawyer. He is the president of the water company, but he is not a lawyer. And I believe he is now going to be asked to interpret and talk about a statute which I'm being careful how I phrase the objection, because I consider, number one, any question asked to counsel by client, the fact of the asking of the question, and the content of the reply to be privileged. What I am concerned about is that by asking about this question, Mr. Ingram is necessarily inquiring into questions that may or may not have been communicated about between Mr. Heitzman as president of the company and the company's general counsel. And we think, as I said, that the fact of the question being asked and what it is, and the content of the answer to be privileged. And I think that by asking questions about this statute, we are necessarily going to go, unavoidably, to impressions that are in Mr. Heitzman's head only because of communications with counsel. And I think that constitutes a privileged communication, and it constitutes work product. So I am concerned about this line of inquiry.
Well, I don't, I mean, he's handed him the statute. I don't think he's asked him a question yet, but what's your response? I mean, it's hard to rule on an objection to a question that hadn't been asked, and so I guess I'm wondering if you want to make a comment or if you want to take a stab at asking a question, and then we'll see where we are.
I believe I can ask a question about this statute that I want to ask that will not get an objection from Mr. Salent.
Okay. Let's try that, and if Mr. Salent has a problem with it, then he can make his objection.
Mr. Heitzman, do you agree with me that the first sentence of this statute reads as follows? The Board of Waterworks may extend the Waterwork Corporation's facilities to provide water service to persons within and outside the city of the first class, including extensions into counties adjoining its county of origin, end quote.
Yes.
Do you likewise agree with me that in response to the open records request sent to Louisville Water Company by the Public Service Commission, item 1 contains the November 7th, 1998 contract between Louisville Water Company and Kentucky American Water Company?
Repeat that. I didn't catch the second part of the question.
Thank you.
If he's being asked about a data request, perhaps we could show it to him?
Sure, you're welcome to.
Then we'll pick the top.
Is that Louisville Water Company Exhibit number 5?
It is, I think it is the Louisville Water Company's response to the open records request sent by the PSC, and it's item 1.
Okay.
And it is the 1998 contract between Kentucky American and Louisville Water Company we've talked about here the last several days.
And that's the same as
that contract. Do you recall providing that contract?
Yes, I do. I'm trying to understand the context in which that contract relates to this statute.
Well, let me help you.
Sorry, I'm going to hand Mr. Heitzman.
I'm not very good, but if you'll be patient.
Yes, sir, please do.
There is a whereas clause in that contract. Well, first of all, Mr. Heitzman, was that contract prepared by Louisville Water Company or its attorneys?
It was prepared by our general counsel at the time.
There is a whereas clause in that contract, and I don't know exactly where it is. My recollection is it's on page 1 or 2 that begins, seller a Kentucky corporation, all of the stock of which is owned by the city of Louisville. Can you find that paragraph?
Yes.
I want you to make sure I'm reading it accurately. Seller a Kentucky corporation, all of the stock of which is owned by the city of Louisville, is governed by the Board of Waterworks pursuant to section 96.230 through 96.310 of the Kentucky Revised Statutes, and is statutorily permitted to sell water to customers taking service in Jefferson, Oldham, Shelby, Spencer, Bullitt, and Hardin counties, Kentucky. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And are all those counties adjacent to Jefferson County?
Yes.
none further removed than an adjacent county to Jefferson County, are there?
That is correct.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not Louisville Water Company has the power of condemnation in Franklin County, Kentucky?
I would have to refer that to my legal counsel regarding that opinion.
The answer is you have no opinion?
At this time, I have no opinion.
I want to show you now, Mr. Heitzman, a copy of the cover sheet and one page of your strategic plan, which is titled, I believe, 2007-2021 Strategic Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
It is your bait stamp document number LWC 3087. What is the planning horizon for this strategic plan?
2007 to 2021.
How many years would that be?
I guess that's 14 years.
Would you look at page 5, your bait stamp document, LWC 3091? In the middle column titled Business Environmental Influences, there is a bullet point which I will read. Expansion of service area will require careful management to reduce political and regulatory risks. What are the political risks referred to in that sentence?
From my perspective, the political risks are managing the needs of the constituencies in the areas that we serve that are represented by elected officials.
What are the regulatory risks referred to in that sentence?
The regulatory risk would be any state or federal regulation that would impact the water service that is provided to those customers.
Such as regulation of the Public Service Commission of the rates and services of Louisville Water Company?
That would be one example.
Mr. Ingham, is this a document that you just referred to, the strategic plan in the record? If not, do you wish to make it an exhibit? I want to make sure the record's clean.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've tried to identify it by Louisville Water Company's bait stamp numbers in the bottom right-hand page.
Yeah, okay.
So it is in the record and can be found by those numbers. If you prefer me to make each exhibit that I'm going to use as an exhibit to the hearing outside of the data responses, I'm glad to do that.
Well, I don't know that that's necessary. If this is already of record, we'll just continue the way we're going. Do you have any questions as to whether or not it's in the record, Mr. Salant? No. Okay.
Mr. Heitzman, I've asked that an exhibit be passed out to you which has multiple pages. I will tell you in advance that they're all pages from your Black and Beach Facilities Study Volume 2. You're familiar with that document?
Yes.
I suspect you have it on a bookcase in your office, don't you?
It is somewhere in my office.
Would you look at the first page of the exhibit, please, and would you confirm my thinking that Table 2.8 says that as of the date of this study, which would be December 2002, Louisville Water Company had 32.4 million gallons of storage volume in reservoirs?
I'm looking to see where you're getting that 32.4. Take me to that number.
It's the addition of 30, 2.3, and 0.1 in the second column under Table 2.8 storage volume MG. Cardinal Hill, Smyrna, and Kenwood Hill storage reservoirs.
That's correct.
32.4 million gallons.
Yes, I would agree.
Next page is Table 2.10, on page 2.21 from the Black and Beach study, and by the way, Your Honor, the Black and Beach study has been filed as a document by Louisville Water Company. All right. Would you agree with me, subject to check, that the total storage capacity of the tanks and standpipes listed in this table, that would be the first numerical column, is 26.835 million gallons?
I have not added all those numbers up, but I would assume, subject to check, that that is correct.
Would you look at the next page, please, sir, which is table 6.3 from the same study, showing that year 2005 storage volume requirements at the bottom of the page are 7.56 million gallons of water?
At the lower right
yes
corner?
Yes, all the way at the bottom.
Yes.
Okay. That is needed storage in both of your 660 pressure plane and dependent planes in the elevated service area, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at these 2002 recommendations and tell me how much of this 7.56 million gallons has actually been constructed by Louisville Water Company?
Since 2002, I know that we have added storage. I can't prescriptively provide you that list. I'm sure my staff could provide that list over the past 5 years of the storage improvements that we have made.
Would it be in excess of 7.56 million gallons from 2002?
I don't know. We would need to get that list.
Have any feel for that?
My feel is that it's approximately that amount, but we would need to verify that, and we'd be glad to do that through a data request or a follow-up.
We'll provide that.
If I add up the storage capacity of the storage reservoirs that you have of 32.4 million gallons, the tanks and standpipes of 26.835 million gallons, and assume that you have added the 13.73, I'm sorry, the 7.56 million gallons of storage that Black and Beach said you should have had by 2005, I make a total of about 66, 67 million gallons of storage. Is that comport with your understanding of about what you have?
Yes.
I want to give him number 9. No, let's give him number 8. 8 and 9, distribute 8 and 9, please. The next piece of paper that I want to give you is page 2 from your 2006 annual report that's available on your website, but is likewise filed in this record with some of your responses. Mr. Heitzman, in looking at page 2 of your 2006 annual report, what was the average daily pumpage for Louisville Water Company in 2006?
122 million gallons a day.
That average daily pumpage exceeds your storage capacity by some 40 million gallons of water, doesn't it?
Approximately.
Are you familiar, and if you'll look at the other piece of paper that has been distributed to you, which has in the upper left-hand corner 807 KAR 5:006, and I will represent to you as a regulation of this commission for public utilities providing water service under its jurisdiction. Are you familiar with this commission's requirement for storage of its jurisdictional companies?
No, I would expect you can tell me.
Yes, sir, I can. I'm very familiar with it. If you'd look down a little more than halfway down on the right-hand column, it's item 4, storage.
I'm still looking. Oh, okay, I have it.
The minimum storage capacity for systems shall be equal to the average daily consumption. Louisville Water Company does not comply with that requirement, does it?
No.
You consider that requirement to be frivolous, unreasonable?
Objection, Your Honor. I think counsel's being somewhat argumentative with the witness.
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Heitzman, one of your ideas on how to solve the treatment plant capacity issue that Kentucky American has and the Central Kentucky supply issue is what I believe you have called a Phase 1 idea, and that basically calls for the introduction of 10 million gallons of water a day into the Frankfurt system on its west side, and 6 million gallons of water a day coming out of Frankfurt on the other side. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall the testimony in this case that Kentucky American Water Company has treatment plant rated capacity of 65 million gallons a day?
Yes.
Do you recall Ms. Bridwell's testimony and Table 2 to her testimony that the predicted max day for Kentucky American Water Company in 2010 is 74.33 million gallons of water?
Yes.
If I added the 6 million gallons of water a day that you hope to push through Frankfurt's system to Kentucky American's available supply in 2010, and it has its expected max day, would it have then rated treatment capacity plus the 6 million gallons a day to solve the problem?
Not with the Phase 1 approach alone.
Phase 2 of your idea is not scheduled to come online in 2010, is it?
That's correct.
Have you done any hydraulic modeling of Louisville Water Company to determine how much additional water you can push up toward I-64?
We have not performed a extensive, detailed hydraulic model for the proposal from Louisville to Frankfurt to Lexington at this time.
So it would be unnecessary for me to ask you whether or not you've modeled the Frankfurt system to see if they can put 18 in one end and get 6 out the other?
We have not. That would need to be performed.
Nor have you asked Kentucky American to see if it can receive that kind of water?
We have not been asked by Kentucky American. So you are correct.
Do you have a contract with the Frankfurt Water and Plant Board to effectuate your idea?
Not at this time.
Is the one being negotiated?
Not at this time.
That is an idea that you have floated to them?
We have proposed that concept to them. They are aware of that proposal, and they are receptive to that proposal to allow water capacity that's available within the existing Frankfurt system to be freed up from their plant to be able to be transferred to Lexington for that 2-year period, or to Kentucky American.
I frequently get confused between treatment plant capacity and source of supply problems, so I'll ask you to help me. Is it your understanding that Frankfurt has excess treatment plant capacity?
Yes.
What is the source of that information?
Information that I've received from Mr. David Billings.
Do you believe that the Frankfurt Water Plant and Sewer Board has a source of supply problem?
I'm not aware of the specific limits that they have on 204 of the Kentucky River. That would have to come from someone from Frankfort.
Their only source of supply is 204 of the Kentucky River, isn't it?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Louisville Water Company's max day of record is 206 million gallons of water, isn't it?
No.
What is it?
You say that.
Louisville Water Company's maximum demand day of record is 206 million gallons of water.
It is approximately. The record that we use and I have used is 204.5, and I've rounded that to 205 million gallons a day.
Well, then I take it the page of your 206 annual report that I've given you is in error?
That was presented in earlier testimony today, which surprised me because I am not aware of a day in 2006 that we pumped or delivered 206 million gallons a day, because that was a particular slack year. So what I would need to do is follow up to see if that's a typographical error in that annual report. So all the information that I am aware of personally is our maximum day of record was set in June of 2005. Now, we could discuss, I think for the purposes of the discussion here, whether it's 205 or 206, I think that's essentially the same for the purposes of the discussion that we're having, but that's my opinion.
It is essentially the same unless one wants to be accurate with what one says. What would be the treatment capacity required at Louisville Water Company if indeed your max day has been 205 million gallons and you want a 15% reserve capacity?
It'd be right at 240 million gallons a day.
Which is your rated treatment plant capacity now?
Yes.
So you do not have available right now an additional 10 million gallons of treatment plant capacity to reinforce your idea of pushing 10 million gallons of water to the west side of Frankfort?
I would disagree with that. We do currently, our max day of record is 205 million gallons a day. We have a rated capacity of 240 million gallons a day. And we know we can operate the plants more than 240, very similar to the way Kentucky American has operated their plants, the 65 million gallon per day plant, more than 65 million gallons per day. So we have that capacity available. We've made a policy position that we would maintain this 15% reserve capacity for the benefit of all customers. So from my perspective, we do have the capacity to serve 10 million gallons a day, and as we have provided in previous testimony, we have the ability for a very low cost to expand that existing treatment capacity in increments of 30 million gallons a day up to a maximum of 360 million gallons a day.
Has Frankfort indicated to you that they might impose any wheeling charge on either Louisville Water Company or Kentucky American as a condition to implementation of your idea?
I would expect they would, because they're clearly going to have the cost of pumping at a minimum to be able to move that water from the proposed delivery point at Shelbyville Highway 53 over to the system. And there's also the use of the asset. So it would make reasonable sense that there would be a charge for that for them to be able to recover their costs.
What do you envision would happen to the asset, which would be the pipeline necessary from some point to the west side of the Frankfort water system after your phase 2 is built, if it ever is?
Repeat that, please.
How do you propose to get the 10 million gallons of water a day to the west side of Frankfort?
We would propose, in our proposal, what we're recommending is a pipeline to be built from the Snyder Freeway in Jefferson County all the way to Highway 53. and that is the Section 1 that we proposed, where we would finance and pay 100% of that cost. Section 2 would be the portion from Highway 53 in Shelby County all the way over to Newtown Pike at Interstate 64. And what I've proposed is that there is a section of line that would be built and completed prior to July of 2010 between Highway 53 and Highway 420 in Franklin County. And I believe it's that section that you're referring to. So what we would propose is that line would be used to be able to deliver at least 10 million gallons per day that could be injected into the western service area of Frankfurt system that would then free up capacity within their existing treatment plant to be able to deliver water to the delivery point at Interstate 64 and Newtown Pike.
You understand there is no direct connection between the Frankfurt water system and Kentucky American system?
Yes, I understand there is no direct connection.
So in order for Kentucky American to get 6 MGD a day from the Frankfurt system, some lines got to be constructed from the east side of the Frankfurt system to Kentucky American's facilities.
Absolutely. And in the proposal, it clearly identifies that the section between US 60 and Interstate 64 and Highway and Newtown Pike, Interstate 64, would also be constructed in Phase 1. So for all visual, the entire section is this long, and we would build from Louisville or Shelbyville to Frankfurt, this section concurrently with the section from US 60 to Lexington, and then this section in between, essentially that crosses the Kentucky River, would be completed by July of 2012.
Have you done any studies to determine whether or not the finished water produced by Louisville Water Company can be mixed with the water of the city of Frankfurt without creating taste and odor problems?
There have not been recent studies. My understanding is that Kentucky American initiated those evaluations 10 years ago. And I would also offer that we have blended waters in the past with other systems that treat the water to the same. We have treated, my understanding is that analysis were done in the past by Kentucky American in order to be able to evaluate the blending of the waters. We have not conducted a blending analysis, but with our experience of blending other waters with systems, we do not expect a problem because both systems have chloraminated water.
But Louisville Water Company does distribute a relatively high pH finished water for corrosion control, does it not?
What would you say is a, well, I need a definition of what a high pH is.
Well, what is the pH typically of your finished water?
8.1 to 8.3.
I would consider that north of 7 and therefore high, yes.
And
to answer your question.
And I do not know the pH of Kentucky American, so I would need to know that information. But certainly, the blending of waters is one that is commonly done. It's certainly, for us to pursue in Kentucky, regionalization like we're talking about. A good example is what Kentucky American and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission have proposed, and the same type of blending analysis would be performed the same way that it would be done for Kentucky American's water, the water coming from the proposed Pool 3 plant, and how it would be blended with the 5 to 7 municipalities that would participate that also have different mixes or recipes of water.
Frankfurt and Kentucky American Water Company use significantly lower pHs in their finished water, but also use a corrosion inhibitor. Then there will have to be a study about blending the waters, won't there?
Yes, I would recommend a study.
But it hasn't been done.
That is correct.
Let me distribute to you, please, Mr. Heitzman, Table ES2, on page Roman 11 of your Black and Veatch study again. And
While he's doing that, Mr. Heisman, let me ask you a question, if I may. Under your proposal, who pays for the line between Newtown Ironworks, that intersection, and the US 60 interconnect?
In our proposal, we characterize that as the Central Kentucky Water Providers, meaning that could be Kentucky American, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, or other parties that would directly benefit from that installation of that facility.
Right.
Do I read table ES2 correctly from your Black and Veatch study as saying that if you segregate the demands that are projected in the year 2020 on each of your two plants and compare it to their existing plant capacity, that Crescent Hill Treatment Plant is currently underused and the Payne Water Treatment Plant will be overused with a deficit of some 33 million gallons?
I would not characterize it that way because what is not shown in this table is the ability to transfer water between the Crescent Hill system and the B.E. Payne system.
I tried to cover that in my question, and I thought I said if you were independently looking at the demands on each of your plants.
If you look at independently, that is correct.
Do you envision then when as and if you need to add treatment plant capacity, that will be done at the Payne plant or the Crescent Hill plant?
We have the ability to add capacity at both plants very easily.
You have said, have you not, in this case, that you can add it very easily to the Crescent Hill plant?
Yes, as well as B.E. Payne plant.
Let me show you table 5.7 from your same study, which provides some treatment alternatives and associated costs for your Crescent Hill plant, does it not?
Yes.
Have you elected either one of these 5 treatment alternatives for your Crescent Hill plant?
No, we have not at this time.
Is any one of these 5 treatment alternatives included in your 10-year capital budget?
Yes, or variations thereof. Since this is dated going back about 5 years, we've had subsequent studies that have narrowed these alternatives down to 2.
Any studies other than the CH2M Hill study?
This is the Black and Veatch facility plan study, and we entered into a contract subsequent to this evaluation with Black and Veatch that evaluated a whole host of different alternatives that was more detailed than the facility plan. And that was completed about 2 years ago. It was a follow-up evaluation specifically focused for advanced treatment after the facility plan was completed.
Has that subsequent Black and Veatch study been provided in this record?
I don't believe it has, but it is a completed and finished report, so we can make it available.
I'd like for you to do that, please. In your testimony, you give an example in your idea of providing water to Central Kentucky of an 8-inch meter.
Yes, that's an example.
Yes. Your testimony is that you can get in your written testimony that you can get 4,000 gallons per minute through an 8-inch meter, correct?
Yes.
And if I do the math of 60 minutes an hour times 24 hours a day, that's 5.7 million gallons per day, correct?
If you did the math correctly.
hope I did. If we're going to get 20 million gallons of water a day through a pipeline, a single 8-inch meter would be a constricting device, would it not?
Yes, what we would envision would be a battery of meters like we did in 1998, or a larger meter such as a 10-inch or 12-inch.
Well, in order to sustain flows of 25 million gallons of water a day without meters being constrictive to that flow, you would have to have either 2 16-inch meters or 5 8-inch meters, would you not?
Well, first of all, the size of the meter, they're not additive because of the square of the area. So what you would do is assemble, as you imply, a battery of meters. For example, multiple 8-inch meters would handle capacity, or a larger meter. I'm not aware of a 16-inch meter that is manufactured. I am aware of a 10 or a 12-inch. So, so what we would do is assemble a series or battery of meters to be able to provide the needed supply.
Did you give Dr. Wetzel any information for his analysis of the number of meters and the cost per month that would be required for your idea?
We provided Dr. Wetzel the standard rates for a meter and the monthly fee with the 2007 charges to be able to apply in the model.
Do you know how many meters he used in his model?
I believe he used one, but you'll be able to verify that with him.
And clearly that would not be sufficient to sustain the flow needed, would it?
It depends on the amount of flow that is required. For certainly 5 to 7 million gallons a day, it is. For larger flows, additional meters would be required.
Let's talk about a concept in your idea that you had given us here. Do I understand your concept to be that if Kentucky American wants to reserve some treatment capacity at Louisville Water Company, it needs to enter into a take-or-pay contract for half of that capacity that it wants to reserve?
That is the current proposal before the Public Service Commission.
So if Kentucky American and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission said, for whatever reason, we want to talk to you about creating the equivalent of the Pool 3 treatment plant, you would have to reserve 25 million gallons of treatment capacity a day, would you not?
We would not have to reserve in the plant. What we've proposed is reserving the pipeline capacity.
It wouldn't do any good to have the pipeline capacity if you don't have the treatment plant capacity, would it, Mr. Heitzman?
Earlier, you brought up and I testified to our commitment of that 15% reserve for the benefit of all customers. It is my position and belief that that adequately covers, more than adequately covers, the 25 million gallons per day that is needed, or the equivalent of the Pool 3 plant.
So you're not willing to commit, in your idea, to having 25 million gallons of treatment plant capacity set aside for Kentucky American and Bluegrass Water Supply Commission and never sell a drop of that water to anybody else?
I'm not saying that.
Well, will you make that commitment with your idea?
If the proposal that we have in front of the Commission as part of my testimony is a scenario in which there's more than adequate reserve plant capacity because we've made the commitment for 15%. And as you recall, that we have the ability to expand the plant capacity for a very small amount of money in order to be able to make that investment. It's very cost effective. What that would allow us to do is have more than adequate plant capacity. Essentially, we have unlimited source capacity in the Ohio River, virtually unlimited. We have available to us for a small increment of cost the ability to go from 240 to 270 to 300 all the way up to 360. That is all documented in a separate report performed by CH2M Hill, which is part of the record. So, and the costs associated with that are all outlined in that report. So there's a very cost-effective way to be able to expand the treatment plant capacity for the benefit of all customers, including Kentucky American, if needed. So our proposal is that what we would do is that limiting factor will be the size of the pipeline. And in this case, we have proposed a 36-inch pipeline because we believe it will adequately deliver 25 million gallons per day to Central Kentucky to meet the needs of Kentucky American, as well as the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. And what I will say, with respect to your question, under a different scenario, such as some of the scenarios that the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission asked of us, we have submitted proposals in the past. In fact, the 1998 proposal, we did offer a scenario where we would reserve treatment plant capacity, and we would be open to that scenario as well. But the proposal before the Commission is one in which defines pipeline capacity.
You say 240, 270, 360.
That is,
million gallons?
yes, million gallons per day.
So the idea that you have incorporated into your testimony does not guarantee 25 million gallons per day of treatment capacity for Kentucky American and Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. Is that correct?
It does not guarantee 25 million gallons a day of treatment plant capacity. It does provide a guarantee for 25 million gallons a day of pipeline capacity and the commitment of the Board of Waterworks, the Louisville Water Company, to always maintain 15% reserve capacity, and that 15% of 240 is more than adequate to cover the capacity that's needed for Central Kentucky.
Since you interjected the concept of your Board of Waterworks, let me distribute to you the minutes of the special call to Board of Waterworks meeting of October 1, 2007, which are a part of...
May I interrupt you a second? I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but I want to ask him a question that relates to what you just asked. Mr. Heisman, is Louisville Water Company actively attempting on a daily, weekly, monthly basis to sell water to other water districts or water users in these counties that you're permitted to sell water in, or are you pretty much selling to everybody you are already selling to everybody that you can?
No, we are actively. In fact, we have made presentations and proposals to the Shelby County water providers as well as the Frankfort Plant Board, who have entertained taking supply from the Louisville Water Company. So we are actively, I wouldn't say it's daily, but we are actively pursuing the ability for additional water sales.
How would those, if any of those hit, or if any of those ultimately end up in contracts for sale of water by Louisville to those entities, how does that impact your plant capacity and the reserve margin and the questions that Mr. Ingram just asked you?
First of all, it certainly depends on the size of the quantity that's needed. In Shelby County, they're looking at a cumulative need over the next 20 years of about 1 million gallons, maybe as much as 2 million gallons a day, so it's not near the quantity that Central Kentucky needs. The amount that Frankfort's looking at is the same 1 million gallons a day, so whether it comes from the Pool 3 plant or whether it comes from Louisville, that same one is in both scenarios. And so with the different proposals that we've provided, different entities that have requested, the way we would accommodate that would be to increase the nominal size of the pipeline to be able to accommodate the additional flow. So we'd have all the way up until the time of construction to change the size of the line to meet the need.
Okay, I understand the pipeline, but I'm more interested in your water treatment plant capacity and your reserve margin. I mean, it sounds to me like what you're telling Mr. Ingram is that in order to serve Kentucky American Water, let's assume, and Bluegrass Water Commission, the 25 million gallons a day it needs, you're going to have to carve out some of your reserve capacity.
Is
that correct?
No, we have not proposed, in the proposal that's before the commission, that's part of my testimony, we are not carving out a specific reserve capacity for Central Kentucky. Could be another scenario that we can entertain, but the current proposal before the commission is that 15% reserve capacity would be available for all customers, retail as well as wholesale.
Well, but isn't, I'm just trying to understand the numbers here. I'm not a numbers person. But it seems to me that if you agree to provide Kentucky American Water and Bluegrass Water Commission 25 million gallons, and you only have your reserve capacity is 15%, aren't you effectively carving out, aren't you effectively applying some of that reserve capacity to serve Kentucky American and Bluegrass Water, or am I missing something?
Maybe there's another way to phrase it. Right now, our maximum day is at 205. Mm-hmm. Let's say that we enter into this arrangement for 25. Mm-hmm. So essentially, that would get us up to 230 million gallons a day, 25 plus 205. That still allows 10 million gallons a day of capacity available, existing reserve capacity, but that's less than the 15%.
And that's precisely the point I'm trying to understand. It does cut into the 15%, right?
That's correct.
And then the follow-up, and what I was leading to with the question regarding servicing or providing water to these other entities, would that not further cut into or affect the reserve margin if new water treatment plant was not built and put online?
Not a new water treatment plant. What that would do, that would give us 10. So let's say in another market we sold 5. That would leave 5. But in any scenario, we've already started the planning process to be able to increase our capacity above 240. And we just integrated that into our budget process that our board recently approved. And so we would expect to expand, not build new, but expand the existing plant at the B.E. Payne plant. And right now we're looking at an increment of 30 million gallons a day. Those increments there are typically in 15. So we would either bump it up 15 or bump it up 30, and that could be done very cost effectively. So what we have, without building a new plant, without having to go to another new source, we have the ability to essentially get additional increment of supply for much less cost than if you build a brand new treatment.
And how much have you allocated in your budget for that 30 million gallons per day?
It's approximately $5 million.
$5 million? All right.
For an additional 30 million gallons. And that is documented in the report that's been submitted by CH2M Hill.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Mr. Ingham. Mr. Heitzman, a minute ago, the chairman asked you about who you propose to construct the line between Frankfort and, I guess, Newtown Pike, and you said Central Kentucky Water Suppliers. Who is constructing the line between Highway 53 and Frankfort?
That would also, in the proposal, it is Central Kentucky Water Providers was documented.
From 53 to Frankfort and from Frankfort to Newtown?
That's correct. But what we have had since that proposal is we have significant interest by the Shelby County Water Providers to participate in the process along with Frankfort. Now, Frankfort is, I would consider, a Central Kentucky Water Provider. The Shelby County providers, I would not, in that context, consider Central Kentucky Water Providers. So the important point is that we have additional water providers in Shelby County that would want to participate in the funding ownership application for low-interest loans or grants that could also finance a portion of that line. So essentially the regional concept that's been presented by Kentucky American and Bluegrass gets expanded to include the Shelby County water providers and Louisville, so it covers a larger region.
One question, going from Frankfort to Louisville, which exit is 53, first one or second one?
From Frankfort to Louisville, it would be your first exit.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Ingram, for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Mr. Heitzman, is it the specially called board meeting of October 1, 2007, where you got board authorization to incorporate your idea into this case before the Public Service Commission?
Yes, I wouldn't characterize it as an idea, it's a proposal, but yes.
I see from the minutes that you went into a closed session pursuant to KRS 61-810-1G, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were the attendees in that closed session all those listed above on this set of minutes, except, of course, the mayor who was absent?
Yes, if you'll notice at the top, Mr. Connor, Ms. Welch, Mr. Crooks were all present in person. Ms. Harris, Mr. Martin, Ms. Willis were present by conference call.
There was no representative of any other entity present during that closed session, was there?
Well, certainly I was present, and I would go down the list. I would need to go back. Actually, I don't recall if you see others present. Myself, Mr. Johnstone was present. I do recall Mr. Bramble was present. Ms. Dickens was present. I don't recall if Ms. Lehman was present. I believe she was. Mr. Miller was present. Ms. Halloran was present, and Mr. Smith was present.
No representative of the Frankfurt Water Plant Board was present at that closed session?
No.
Nor Kentucky American?
No.
Nor Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
No.
During that closed session, on the second page, you presented a document called Louisville Water Company Proposal for a Louisville to Lexington pipeline along Interstate 64. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you provide us with a copy of that document, please?
We can provide that copy.
Does Louisville Water Company have a tap fee or connection fee?
On certain designated water mains that are identified as what we call a tapping fee water main, not all water mains.
And what is the range of that? What would the tapping fee be for a typical residential connection?
Let me explain, because different entities have different sets of fees. We have what we call a meter fee. That's standard fee for a new applicant inside of a brand new subdivision. That's $525, and we call that a meter fee. Some other systems call that a tapping fee. That's why I'm clarifying that.
Okay.
We also have tapping fees on certain designated water mains. Those may range as little as $500. They could be $10,000 or more, depending on how that water line was financed and who financed it, whether the Louisville Water Company financed that water line or whether a private entity financed that water line.
Do you have system development charges?
System development charges apply to all of our water mains that were installed after January 1st of 1992.
You do have system development charges?
Yes.
What would be the system development charge that Louisville Water Company would ask for your ideas espoused in this case had it been waived?
I would need to calculate that. It is a function of the equivalent meter unit, and we could provide that. So I don't know that exact number offhand, but we could easily provide that for the appropriate size.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Are any of these fees that we've talked about, your meter fee, your tap fee, your system development charge, taken into account when you say that our average residential water bills are, what's the number, $11 a month?
Currently, our average monthly water bill's about $19 a month for 6,000 gallons. And no, we do not consider the one-time fixed fees associated with connection to the water system when we report that number.
Did I understand you to say to the chairman earlier that you were having some discussions with an entity in Shelby County for selling them more water?
Yes, with a number of entities.
Do I recall a date of response in this case where you've indicated that regardless of what happens with your idea as put forth in this case, you're going to build a 24-inch water line to Highway 53 from I-264 anyway?
What I'd like to do is clarify that regardless of the scenario, we are going to build a transmission line, at least 24-inch, to the Jefferson-Shelby County line. Our board has authorized that, and that is to serve the needs that we have inside Jefferson County, our existing retail base. What we expect is that to fulfill the need of the Shelby County water providers in Frankfort, that we would be further installing that water line to at least Highway 53. So my belief is within the planning period of the next 5 years, a 24-inch line will be built at least to Highway 53 in Shelbyville to meet the needs of the existing Jefferson County ratepayers, retail customers, as well as the water needs in Shelby County from all the analysis that we've performed.
How much water do you feel like you need to move through that 24-inch pipeline to Highway 53?
For the purpose of?
Consumption by the public.
The capacity of that line would be anywhere from 0 up to 10 million gallons a day.
For your planning purposes, within whatever planning horizon you've used, what do you expect max day delivery in that facility to be?
I think the maximum capacity of that facility would be approximately 10 million gallons a day using 5 feet per second. The max day, we would have to perform the analysis with all those providers, Frankfort as well as the Shelby County providers, to determine what the projected max day demand would be. And if that max day demand is lower, then that pipeline size may be 20 inches, an example. If it's larger, it may be 30 inch. So it really is dependent upon the need that we would project over the 20-year period for the needs in Shelby County as well as Frankfort.
So you're going to use a 20-year planning horizon for the purposes of trying to answer those questions?
That would be a reasonable planning horizon to look at, in my judgment.
But you haven't done that analysis yet?
No, we have gathered preliminary data from the Shelby County water providers. There are 4 major providers in Shelby County. Because of this investment, it would be prudent for us to also check with Spencer County as well as Oldham County because of the proximity of this major investment that's going down Interstate 64. And then we will work with Frankfort to determine what is theirs. You know, one way to look at Frankfurt's supply is take the 1 million gallons a day that they had looked at providing or committing to the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. So essentially that gives us a base level to be able to conduct the evaluation to do the appropriate sizing for the Shelby, the I-64 transmission main going to Shelbyville.
How have you concluded that you can satisfy Kentucky Americans and the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission's need for 25 million gallons of water a day by upsizing the 24-inch water main I've just heard you describe to a 36-inch water main?
My understanding of what the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, coupled with Kentucky Americans' demand need for that 20-year period, is 25 million gallons per day. A 36-inch line would provide that supply. If there's a need that exceeds 25 million gallons a day in Shelby County, for example, 5 million gallons a day, so then the total need, let's assume hypothetically, you add those two together and we have 30 million gallons a day. We have a decision that we would need to make, and that decision could be one of which do we look at how that line is going to be operated. So, for example, if we're only going to have maximum day conditions, as Ms. Bridwell testified, several days in a given year, then it may make a whole lot of sense to still build that line as a 36-inch line, and on occasion, less than 5 or 10% of the time, run that line above 5 feet per second and allow it the water to travel at, say, 6 feet per second, which would get us up to 30 million gallons a day. Likewise, if there is a consistent 25 million gallons a day supply going down every day, where the max day to average day ratio is 1-to-1. In other words, every day we're running 25. In my judgment, if that additional capacity takes it to 30, then we would look at upsizing that line to, say, 42-inch. So we would have to do that sizing analysis considering average day, max day, and the reasonable planning period.
So it is entirely possible that if some of the presentations you've made to water purveyors in this routing say, yes, we want some of your water, and Kentucky American and Bluegrass Water Commission needs 25 million gallons a day, that you could upsize this line to 42 inches?
Yes. Also possible that, for example, a 42-inch line could go from the Snyder Freeway in Jefferson County to the city of Shelbyville, and from Shelbyville over to Newtown Pike would be a 36-inch line. So there's a lot of ability to be able to accommodate the demand that's needed along the route without building the same size the entire route from Louisville to Lexington.
Let me give you, for purposes of discussion, a copy of your response to the LFUCG's data request, and what I'm interested in is your timing scenario on pages. We'll start off with page 2. You familiar with this document?
Yes.
And I believe it contemplates on page 2 that the final design of your pipeline is October of 2008. Is that correct?
State that again. The final design?
The final design of Section 1 is October 2008.
Yes, it actually says final design. That period would be from February of 2008 to October of 2008.
And the final design of your Phase A of Section 2 on page 4 is January of 2009, is it not?
Yes, that final design period is from July 2008 to January of 2009.
The final date of the design period for Phase B of Section 2 is May of 2009, is it not?
The final design period is from September 2008 to May of 2009.
The last date of the design period then for this entire pipeline would be May 2009, would it not?
Yes.
By that time, I take it you assume you would have done all the work necessary that you've heard about for the last 2.5 days here to get your 404 permit and your 401 permit?
That is correct.
You don't have listed anywhere in this time frame the concept that Mr. Witcher introduced earlier, and that would be Public Service Commission approval of this entire concept, do you?
No, I do not.
And would you agree with me that so far in this case for a certificate, we've been here 9 months, and hopefully we'll have a certificate within 10 months, or an answer from the Commission? Do you agree with me? That we've been here so far 9 months in this case?
Yes.
And it would be prudent if we have to ask for a certificate for your proposal to add 9 or 10 months to your construction period?
No.
Why not?
I think largely because we're all educating ourselves through this process, and certainly there's some advantages to all the proceedings and hearings that we've heard just in these 3 days that would allow us to expedite the process. I would expect it to be less than 9 months. However, I would say I do not have personal experience with the schedule. But I would hope that in the interest of Central Kentucky and the water supply and all the information that's been all part of this lengthy process, that we would be able to reduce that time to less than 9 months.
Do you understand that in order for some entity or entities to apply for a Core 404 permit for the pipeline you envision, that the entire project will have to be designed and one application made for all of the stream crossings for the one project?
Is that why I was handed this nationwide permit program?
It was, and I'll refer you to page 4.
Okay.
And the definition thereon of a single and complete project.
Is this part of the record, Mr. Ingram?
It is not, Your Honor. It is a public document. It's 33 CFR Part 330. I'll be glad to ask, probably be convenient if we can mark this.
I think we should, since we're going to refer to it, and he's going to look at it, and it's not part of the record. Let's go ahead and mark
The
it.
American's next exhibit number.
It'll be 3, I believe. Is that right, Connie? Two, Mr. Chairman? Is there any objection to this?
It appears to me to be a Code of Federal Regulations.
Any objection? All right. Let it be marked as KAWC Exhibit 3 and entered of record. Go ahead, Mr. Ingram.
Does the definition of single and complete project convey the concept to you that your pipeline's got to be totally designed from I-264 to Newtown Pike before you can apply for a 404 permit?
I think what I would envision we would do would be to meet with the Army Corps of Engineers, Department of the Army, to get their interpretation of what project is, because the proposal that I've offered uses the facilities, the Endangered uses the facilities of Frankfurt, and whether what we're talking as the entire project would meet this definition of the project. But it may, and if it does, then that analysis would be done for that entire project.
To your knowledge, has Louisville Water Company ever applied for a 404 permit?
Yes.
There is one response that we have in the record in this case where you did not apply for it but got caught crossing a stream without having applied for it, and you subsequently got one. Now my question is, have you ever applied for one?
My understanding is we did apply at that time.
Any others?
Not that I'm aware of.
What would happen if you designed your pipeline and in the course of that investigation you came across an area of some threatened and endangered species?
First of all, what we would do is do the preliminary work in order to be able to determine is there any potential risk associated with an endangered species, and then take the appropriate action. If we ran into it during construction in some unforeseen event, at that point in time we would call time out of the project to determine if there's any remedial action that would need to be taken, no different than the proposed transmission main by Kentucky American.
Do you know whether or not there is a likelihood of encountering any threatened or endangered flora or fauna on a transmission line that would be located adjacent to the interstate right-of-way between here and Louisville?
No, I am not aware of any.
Are you aware that the original pipeline proposal in 1998 necessitated an investigation at that time of the endangered and threatened species?
It seems that I vaguely recall, but I don't know the specifics. Also don't know if that route is the same route that we have proposed.
Did you represent to the Lexington Fayette Urban County government on July 10 of this year that there was a possibility to, quote, hang that pipeline on a bridge, end quote?
Yes, I was asked if that was possible, and I said it may be possible.
Had you performed any study at that time to determine whether or not it was possible?
No.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as Kentucky American Water Company's next exhibit?
Yes, sir. Exhibit 4.
Mr. Heitzman, what has been distributed to you is a document that's called Official Order 98372 of the Transportation Cabinet. And attached to it is a permit policy called PE 201 of the Transportation Cabinet. Let me direct your attention to page 2 of 3 of that regulation. Left-hand margin, utility installation on bridges. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see the statement only when required hyphen?
Yes.
First sentence, let me read it to you. It is the department's policy to grant approval of utility installations on bridges only when extensive engineering and economic research shows that all other means of accommodating the utility are not practical. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
The time you made the representation to the LFUCG that it was possible, had Louisville Water Company done any extensive engineering or economic research to show that any other means of accommodating Louisville Water Company was not practical?
No.
Do you intend to do that extensive engineering and economic research?
At this time, no, because we have not proposed the line to be put on the bridge.
Do you think you should correct that impression you left with the Lexington Fayette Urban County Government Council?
I'm going from my recollection. I believe I was asked if that was a possibility, and I believe I referred to it that may be. And so I don't think at this point that needs to be corrected from my perspective. And clearly the proposal that is before the Commission as part of the fact of the record indicates that what we would do is propose to install the pipeline parallel to the existing interstate right-of-way.
But not in the interstate right-of-way?
That's correct.
Have you suggested in any of your presentations that it is possible for you to put this pipeline within the interstate right-of-way?
Hold on a second.
Sorry.
It's all right. We're going to let you get your question out before you start. I was going to stop him. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, we have, because I'm aware of other utilities being installed inside the interstate right-of-way.
Let me show you the Transportation Cabinet. Policy 202-2, and may I have this marked as Kentucky American's next exhibit?
Yes, sir, that'd be Exhibit 5.
And while I'm thinking about it, may I move the introduction of all previously identified exhibits for Kentucky American into evidence?
Yes, sir. Any objection? Hearing no objection, it should be entered into the record. So far, I think we have 1 through 4, and we're working on 5 right now.
Mr. Heitzman, I'm not going to read page 1 of 3, but there is a section called Utility Installations where they permitted. And do you agree with me that the concept here is that a utility will not be permitted to be installed longitudinally within a right-of-way unless the utility can demonstrate no adverse effects, will not be constructed or serviced through the interstate, will not interfere with any present use or future expansion, and there is an evaluation of the direct and indirect environmental and economic effects. Did I fairly summarize it?
For me, the key point of this permit is exceptions may be allowed only when the utility owner can show So it clearly opens up the possibility that a utility can go within the interstate right-of-way. That has been the practice in the past, and so there are conditions in which the state has allowed a utility to be installed longitudinally within a right-of-way.
Look at only when the owner can show subsection D, which requires an evaluation of the direct and indirect environmental and economic effects of not going in within the right-of-way. Had you performed such a study?
No, we have not.
Do you intend to?
Only if we would run into a scenario where, in our judgment, the environmental, historical, or cultural impacts of going on private property would be greater than the impacts of going within the state right-of-way. So what I would envision along a project like this is that there's an area that is of concern, and we've evaluated the different options. This allows the door to be opened to allow to go inside the interstate right-of-way to be able to provide an alternate location rather than having an adverse impact on the environment or an adverse impact from a cultural perspective or an adverse impact from a historical perspective. So it's good to have this option available, especially for short sections of line that would be, in the bigger picture, in the public interest of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and its citizens.
Am I correct that in September of 2007, you asked Roger Rechtenwald to assist you in obtaining permission to install this pipeline within the interstate right-of-way?
I did not ask him to assist me. I had discussions with him, specifically in person, where I discussed that possibility, and I asked him if he was aware of any situations. And I did not ask him to do the investigation or evaluation, did not ask for his opinion, but he did follow up with the email you're referencing and that we provided with respect to his research.
And this is in the record, is it not, in this case?
Yes, it is.
Before we get there, any objection to exhibit number 5?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let it be entered of record then. Go ahead, Mr. Ingram.
Is the next to last paragraph in Mr. Rechtenwald's email as follows: in sum, it became apparent that for KTC, long parallel encroachments were illogical construct only, and only in the most dire circumstance, and only for extremely short distances would they ever consider the possibility of a parallel line on their right-of-way.
That is the opinion of, apparently the opinion of Mr. Rechtenwald.
Am I not correct that the R.W. Beck report assumes an annual cost increase in your current wholesale cost of water of $1.71 per thousand, up 3% per year?
That is one of the scenarios he evaluated, along with others, 1% as well as a 5%.
That is not at all consistent with your idea as espoused in your testimony in this case with respect to pricing, is it?
Well, it depends on the assumption that is provided over that 20-year period. I think from earlier testimony, it's clear that I proposed a CPI plus a maximum of 2 additional percent. So it depends really on what that CPI would do over that period of time, and that maximum is a maximum. So in some cases, the CPI, for example, may be 2%, and there is no plus 2. So the appropriate assumption would be 2% for that year. In another case, it may be 3%. 3% plus 2 would be 5. And it's going to vary over time over that period. So what we did in order to be able to provide a cap or a defined boundary condition in which one could run different scenarios, we provided that scenario in my proposal. And Dr. Wetzel provided analysis for us that are part of the testimony that ran scenarios of 1%, 3%, and 5%.
Ms. go back and talk about the pricing that you have proposed in your testimony. If memory serves me, your wholesale rate for water in the elevated service area in the year 2007 is $1.71 per 1,000 gallons. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I take it as an incentive here. You have said to Kentucky American Water Company and Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, we will hold that rate steady from whenever our facilities make water available to you until the end of the calendar year 2015.
Yes.
But beginning January 1, 2016, that price of $1.71 is going to be adjusted by the compound cumulative effect of the raises that Louisville Water Company has made in its wholesale elevated water rate. Correct?
No. I would characterize it would be adjusted by the CPI-U for the utility CPI for that period of time.
So it may be different than the wholesale rate that Mr. Miller will compute in his cost of service analysis as you go forward year to year.
It could be different, yes. Because we don't, at this point, we do not know what the CPI will be for the years 2010, from now until 2015.
Do you have a copy of your 2008 rate study completed?
The rate study for 2008 is not yet completed. It's in process right now.
How far along is that process?
Well, I'd say it is nearly complete. Our anticipation is we would be presenting that to our board in December.
You know when in December?
The regularly scheduled meeting is typically the second Tuesday of the month.
Have you seen draft copies of that cost of service study now?
No, I have not.
You have no idea what Mr. Miller is going to propose as the wholesale rate for 2008?
I'm expecting the wholesale rate at this point to stay the same. But I haven't seen the final analysis, and obviously our board has to approve all of the rates, both retail as well as wholesale, and typically that is done in December of the year.
Let me give you, distribute a page from the Beck analysis. Sorry.
Yes.
That is not an exhibit. That's in the record already.
It's already in the record.
Has it already been given to you?
I'm sorry, we're referencing this document from email from Roger Reckenwald. It's already in the exhibit. Already in the record, I'm sorry.
Look, Mr. Heitzman, at the first sentence in the last paragraph on that page.
Yes.
Does that say that in the Beck study, the wholesale rate from LWC is initially $1.71 per 1,000 gallons and inflates at 3% per year through 2030?
Yes.
Does it make reference to any other scenarios?
Not in that sentence.
I want to show you now the 10-year pro forma income statement which you have filed in this case. Let me go back and ask something that interests me. You do a cost of service study annually?
Yes, sir.
You do a demand study annually?
I'm sorry?
You do a demand study annually?
Part of the cost of service study, we review our demands and make adjustments as part of that, although it is not a complete, full-blown demand study. It's done with in-house staff.
When did you last do a complete demand study?
I would need to consult with my Chief Financial Officer to determine that answer.
Would he know that off the top of his head, you guess? You're welcome to ask him as far as I'm concerned now. It'll help you.
I believe that was done either late 2004, early 2005, I believe.
What's his name?
Robert Miller of the Louisville Water Company.
Let me direct your attention to your bait stamp page, LWC 0002. The last line at the bottom of the page has your projected annual rate increases from, actually, when this document was created, 2006 through 2016. Is that correct?
Yes.
You anticipate that that annual rate increase is reflective of the annual increase in the wholesale rate that your cost of service study would generate?
It'll depend on how much water we would expect to sell to the wholesale customer class. It is sensitive, very sensitive to the amount of water that is sold. So the more water we sell, there's a tremendous economy of scale, as we've talked about earlier today. So if we're able to double, triple, quadruple the amount of wholesale water sales, that will essentially reduce the need to increase that particular rate class.
And how many written binding commitments do you have to increase consumption of your wholesale water in hand now?
We have none at this time, so we would only see regular organic growth with the existing wholesale customers. And I'd like to point out, for the benefit of all the parties, that this line 36, annual rate increase projection, is the average for all customers of the Louisville Water Company. That's industrial as well as commercial. And each one of these gets broken down depending on the factors as part of that water rate study and the demand factors within the industrial class, industrial, commercial, residential, wholesale, et cetera. So it will vary plus or minus this average projected rate.
Would you accept, subject to check, that if I took $1.71 per thousand gallons and compoundedly inflated it at your annual rate increases expected from your 10-year capital plan for 8 years out to 2015, I would get a rate then of $2.57 a thousand?
I do not know. I would need you to show me that calculation and provide that to us, and I'd be glad to then look at it, because I haven't performed that. Obviously, you have.
Sure, I can tell you exactly what I did. I took $1.71 and I multiplied it by 1.065, by 1.0625, by 1.064, by 1.05, by 1.055, by 1.04, by 1.04, by 1.04, and then I hit the equal tab, and I got $2.57.
And if you did that method, that would be the projected rate increase.
And that would be a 50.3% rate increase if my scenario is believable?
Over that period of time, based upon this projection over a year ago.
Are there Excel spreadsheets behind these summary sheets that are called 10-year pro forma income statement and 10-year CIP funding and debt plan?
I would need to ask Mr. Miller if there are direct spreadsheet links or whether they are separate tables, manual or otherwise, that feed into this particular table.
I believe there's a combination of both.
I don't believe I understood the answer.
I believe what he's telling me is that there are both manual as well as electronic spreadsheets that feed into this pro forma table.
Manual being handwritten notes?
Handwritten information.
Could I make a data request for both, please?
I refer to counsel on.
Will. What you're asking for is the manual and electronic data spreadsheets underline a certain line of this exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Which line?
All of them, all the spreadsheets that back it up, and yes?
May I consult with,
Yes, sir. Mr. Ingram, I'm a little confused. Is this pro forma income statement in the record? It is, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you at a point where we could take a break?
Yes, sir.
We've been going almost 2 hours, and I think a court reporter needs a break. I know I could use one.
Well,
I'm sorry?
Well, I will try to speed things up.
Oh, you're doing fine. I don't want to speed anybody up. We need to hear all of this. I just think that we need to go ahead and do our afternoon break. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes and come back at 3:15. By counsel. Okay, Mr. Ingram, you were about to continue your questioning.
Mr. Heitzman, you have before you, again, a part of the 2007-2021 Strategic Plan of Louisville Water Company. Let me direct your attention to the next to last page, please. Under the concept Financial Resources, the third paragraph, rate increases of at least 5% per year, paren, CPI plus 2%, close paren, will be needed for the next 5 years. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
If wholesale water consumption remains relatively the same volume, but wholesale rates do not increase at least 5% per year, then other ratepayers' rates will have to increase dramatically, will they not?
All other assumptions equal, yes.
I seem to recall somewhere in a response, or perhaps in your testimony, that some capital expenditures were embedded in your $1.71 concept. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Can you define what specific capital expenditures you think the $1.71 covers as you project an increase in the $1.71 without having other customers of Louisville Water Company subsidize Kentucky American Water Company and Bluegrass Water Supply Commission?
I'm not sure if I can...
That I can repeat it.
Well, I'm not sure if I can characterize all those different scenarios, but I will say, for the record, that the proposal includes the Louisville Water Company financing, owning, and building at our cost the pipeline from Interstate 265 to Highway 53 in Shelby County. That would not be a cost that would be borne by the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission or Kentucky American. And one of the reasons that we're able to do that is we already have planned existing investment along that corridor.
Does that mean it's in your capital plan?
Yes. And because there is such an economy of scale associated with producing water of this volume, that it would allow us to make that investment that would benefit both the existing ratepayers as well as the ratepayers of those receiving water from the Louisville pipeline proposal.
You quantified that benefit in any study?
No, not specifically in our, because we don't have an existing contract at this point, but certainly that volume of water will have a significant impact, no different than a loss of water sales, a significant loss of water sales like Louisville has seen as a result of our industrial demand dropping, is putting cost pressure on rates to raise rates faster than the rate of inflation.
Are there other capital improvements that you will have to make if this idea is accepted that are in your 10-year capital plan?
Yes.
And what are they?
There's one that I can reference. This is in the 10-year capital plan that was just adopted by our board several weeks ago, so we can provide this as a document if needed. We, as you're aware, previous submittals included a study by the firm of CH2M Hill to be able to look at the capacity of the Crescent Hill plant as well as the B.E. Payne water treatment plant. And they identified different costing scenarios that would take the capacity of either one of those plants up in increments of 30 million gallons a day. In light of the proposal that we have, we put in our 10-year plan a proposal to expand the B.E. Payne water treatment plant to 90 million gallons a day to service the growth and business development opportunities that we have. And it would continue to assure us in meeting that 15% reserve requirement. Since right now we're at 15%, we thought it prudent that once the CH2M Hill validated that we're at that capacity, that we begin that planning process. So we have the first year of budgeted money is in the year 2010. It stretches into 2011 and 2012, and that's a total of $5 million, and that's consistent with the estimate that was provided in the CH2M Hill study. And then what that would do is it would take our B.E. Payne water treatment plant from its current 60 million gallon a day capacity to 90 million gallons a day, and that would be completed by 2012.
Any others?
There's another project in here as well with respect to expanding the Clearwell capacity of the B.E. Payne plant.
Is that another?
It also follows a similar schedule of 2010 to 2012, and that's estimated at $6 million. So the two of those are included in this. Our judgment was based upon our current peaking demands and where our customer growth is, which is in eastern Jefferson County, that it would be a wise investment to expand the B.E. Payne plant before we expand the Crescent Hill plant.
Any others?
No.
Sir?
No, sir.
The last two you mentioned, or perhaps all three, have been added to your capital plan since the derivation of the $1.71 wholesale rate, correct?
Yes, as part of our normal planning process, we completed the CH2M Hill study this August and then thought it appropriate to integrate the results of that plan into our annual planning document.
Is it possible that because you have guaranteed the $1.71 rate, but have testified that at least 3 capital improvements of some magnitude are necessary to meet the commitment?
I would say 2 capital improvements.
All right, two capital expenditures are necessary to meet the commitment, that you will have violated the last sentence, or at least infringed upon the philosophy of the last sentence in your financial management document PO 4001, which says growth-related improvements will be financed by rates and charges to growth-related customers. It's the last sentence in the last page. And again, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is a response to a data request, so it's already in the record.
Okay. Would you take me to that? What you're quoting?
Sure. Last sentence on page 3 of 3. Sorry. I apologize for going too fast.
Let me catch up with you here. Read it. Could you restate your question now?
That you have indicated that 2 capital projects have been included in your planning subsequent to the derivation of the $1.71 per thousand wholesale rate. Is it possible that growth will be subsidized by your existing customers?
I don't believe it will. Simply, well, let me rephrase. These improvements that you're referring to, the 2 that we talked about earlier, would benefit all customers. And we have growth in all the customer classes except the industrial customer class.
I thought you told me these 2 capital projects we talked about were necessary to meet the commitment that you've made to Kentucky American Water Company and BWSC?
If I did, I would like to correct that.
Well, I may be wrong.
My intention is what we, for the benefit of everybody, where we are, independent of the Kentucky American need in Central Kentucky and the Bluegrass need, we right now are at essentially 15%, and what we have committed as practice is to always maintain that 15%. So we conducted the study in response to reaching that 85% level in 2005. The study was completed this year. So since we're at that threshold right now, what we have made a decision was to recommend to our board that we would expand the B.E. Payne water treatment plant from 60 to 90 million gallons a day to assure that we continue to have a 15% buffer. And that is for the benefit of all customers, all retail as well as all wholesale. So from my perspective, it is consistent with this statement here: growth-related improvements will be financed by the rates and charges to growth-related customers. So through the analysis that we would do, what we would find is that we would allocate those appropriate costs to the appropriate customer class.
Would it be appropriate to allocate some of those costs to your wholesale water customers?
It may be, depending on how that water is used in that customer class.
You can't do that and guarantee the $1.71 rate, can you?
I think, I was authorized by the board to offer that $1.71 rate because along with this movement, what we're going to see is that particular class of customer is going to be using significantly more water, which will have a impact of additional capital costs, but reduced operating costs. So I believe it is possible.
I think I asked you this before. You don't have a study concluding what you just said, do you?
That's correct. That study is in process.
I had a random note here. I gather from the Beck analysis that in an effort to sell this water to Central Kentucky, you're willing to make a voluntary payment to the KRA?
What we discussed with Dr. Wetzel and the R.W. Beck analysis, we've all tried to develop an apple-and-apple comparison. And we recognize that the Louisville proposal, without the withdrawal fee, the 5 cents per 1,000 gallons, would not be consistent. So that is not included in the proposal, but for the purposes of the comparisons, we felt it would be prudent to add that in. So through discussions with Dr. Wetzel, it was added into the analysis.
Then if I interpreted that as some commitment on the part of Louisville Water Company to donate some funds to the KRA, I'm mistaken?
We're silent on that issue right now because it hasn't been specifically proposed. I think that we're open to those discussions in order to be able to make the Kentucky River Authority whole.
In order for your idea to have legs, let me ask you this. Are you prepared to commit to the KRA that you will donate to it on an annual basis whatever water times 5 cents a thousand, or whatever that rate may be, for the life of a contract that may be entered into with Louisville Water Company?
I'm willing to consider that. I'm not authorized by the board, but I'm certainly willing to consider it after looking at the factors.
Would you recommend it to your board?
I would consider recommending it to the board to be included with the standard rate that is offered, because certainly we understand the sensitivities of the funding stream for the Kentucky River Authority.
If you made such a recommendation to your board and they accepted it, would that be Louisville ratepayer money going to the KRA, or would it be common dividend money going to the KRA?
I would envision it would be part of the fee that the wholesale customers that would otherwise would pay that fee through the Pool 3 plant assessment. If the water is coming from the Louisville pipeline, it would apply to that customer rate is what I would envision. So I would not characterize it as a contribution, for example, from the ratepayers of the Louisville Water Company or from the owner at this point. So we'd have to look at that specifically to see what would be appropriate, where to allocate that cost. And so the question would be, would it be appropriate for the Central Kentucky ratepayers to pay that fee, that 5 cents per 1,000 gallon, as part of the rate of water going into Central Kentucky?
So your idea is you would charge Kentucky American and BWSC that rate, and then when you collected it, you would give it to the KRA?
That would be one alternative that we could consider.
I'm going to upset Lindsay here because I'm going to change the order of things since I mentioned dividends, and ask you a little about the difficulty you had in 2003 and 2004. Do I understand that based on a bond resolution that you have, that you are absolutely required by contract to pay your owner a common stock dividend equivalent to the budgeted dividend for that year?
It's not by contract. We have bond covenants that set the formula for the dividend, and it is our practice to pay the budgeted dividend through the year and then do a true-up in the following year.
And I believe in 2004 you had great difficulty doing the true-up because sales were very slow in 2003 and you could not make your budgeted dividend?
That's correct.
And as a result, you had to defer some capital projects so you could eliminate anticipated depreciation expense of $200,000?
I don't recall the specific amount, but I do recall that we did adjust our O&M, our operations, maintenance, as well as capital budgets to be able to get through that year.
And you adjusted operation and maintenance non-labor expense by approximately $600,000 to $800,000?
I don't recall that specific number, but I do know that we did make adjustments.
Sold some vehicles to help make the dividend of $106,000?
Yes.
And infringed upon a budget contingency of $720,000 to help make the dividend payment?
Yes, we did.
And reduced the infrastructure replacement reserve contribution for calculation of the dividend payment by $1.9 million?
I don't recall the specific number, but we did reduce that payment to the infrastructure reserve.
Do you understand that typically corporations pay a percentage of earned income, not budgeted income, by way of a dividend payment?
Do I understand which type of companies?
Typically corporations pay a percentage of earned income, not budgeted income, as a dividend payment?
I would assume that each corporation is different depending on what their formula for the amount of retained earnings is kept and plowed back into the company versus if they extract 100% of the profits from the company. So I think it would vary depending upon corporation to corporation.
Do you think that any of those cuts in O&M expenses, including labor, affected the services of Louisville Water Company?
That was a significant challenge for us that year, is how do we balance the cuts that we made without compromising the level of quality of service that we provided to our customers. And in my judgment, we did not compromise the quality or service, the quality of our product, the delivery of our product, the reliability, or the service level to our customers as a result of what I'll call the belt tightening that we experienced during that year. And in fact, as a result of it, several years later, we're better off for it because we went through that particular challenging period.
Does that suggest to you then that prior to that challenging period, your O&M expenses were too high?
No, because in certain cases, if you look at years prior to that, especially 1999 and 2002, we had much higher operations and maintenance expenses because we had much higher volumes of delivered water.
One other question in this area, maybe two that I'm interested in. In your November the 4th, 2003 board minutes, there is this statement. Given other local economic news, our owners have sent a very clear message on the necessity to fully meet the 2003 budgeted dividend. Did you participate in that discussion with any of your owners?
I did not.
As president of Louisville Water Company, do you feel pressure to make the budgeted dividend to Metro Louisville?
I absolutely have the responsibility for this organization to meet the revenue and profit targets of this corporation.
There is a statement in the January 16th, 2007 board minutes that I want to ask you about. Current estimates indicate that the net income available for dividend is $1.4 million less than projected, and we will be below the dividend target by approximately $600,000. Staff will be meeting with Metro government officials in the next few days. Were you involved in that meeting, and has it occurred? I'm sorry. Has that meeting occurred?
What is that reference to which minutes?
Just give him that. I don't think necessarily pass it out there. Right? I'm trying to.
You need to see that, Mr. Slint.
Why don't I just walk up there? Can I read it over his shoulder?
You sure can.
So your question is, did I participate in the
Did you know if that meeting was held?
I don't know the specific date, but I'm sure discussions and meetings either by phone or in person were held, because they're routinely held with our owner, between our financial individuals as well as the financial folks from the Metro Louisville.
Who represented your owner in that meeting?
I don't know specifically, but I would expect that our controller, Amber Halloran.
Who was there from Metro?
Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I don't know, but I would expect it would be their controller and chief financial person, Jane Driscoll.
Are you on target now to make your 2007 required dividend payments to Metro Louisville?
In 2007, we are. For 2006, we didn't, and we underpaid the dividend. We did not pay the full dividend that was budgeted for 2006.
So you have to make that up in 2007, don't you?
No, we do not. There is not a requirement to do that. So I want to make it clear, in 1 year, we did pay the budgeted dividend and made it up in that following year. In another example, this past year, we were below the budgeted dividend, and it was not made up with adjustments earlier this year in 2007. And for 2007, because of the robust water sales, we expect to meet the budgeted dividend.
Even without new wholesale customers?
That is correct.
You have in front of you 401 KAR 4:220, which is a regulation of water supply plan requirements.
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions just very quickly. Look at page 5 of 13, if you will, please. The sentence that begins at the bottom of that page, tell me if I read it correctly. If the existing sources of supply are not adequate to meet forecasted needs for 20 years.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
On page 5 of 13?
Yeah, look at the top, page 5 of 13. Sentence that starts at the very bottom of the page.
I'm still, there's a lot on here. Could you point out
Sure.
where you are for me? Okay, I got you.
If the existing sources of supply are not adequate to meet forecasted needs for 20 years, is that correct?
That's what it says.
And would you go to page 8 of 13, please? Paragraph 7 in the middle.
Yes.
Water use forecast and assessment of treatment and total distribution capacity. Water supply demand shall be forecast for dates 5, 10, 15, and 20 years after the base year. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Next page, please, which is marked 9 of 13, paragraph 8. Supply adequacy assessment. In order to determine water supply adequacy, the planning representative shall compare water source availability and water demands for the base year and forecast demands for dates 5, 10, 15, and 20 years afterwards for each water supplier or source. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
I only have one other exhibit to show you, Mr. Heitzman.
If you wish, since this is a regulation, not a record, I mean, we can certainly take judicial or administrative notice of it. Do you want to make it an exhibit, though, so the records up to date, Mr. Ingram, or not?
I'm sorry, sir, I was...
This is a regulation which we can certainly take administrative notice of, but it is not currently in the record, I presume. Do you want to make it an exhibit, or do you think it's necessary?
I do not think it's necessary.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry. I was just distracted. Just a couple of more questions, and I'll be through. Mr. Heitzman, I've given you the cover sheet of the Alfred, Burdick, and Howson engineering report that was done for Louisville Water Company covering a period of time 1968 to 2000, have I not?
Yes.
That would be about 32, 33 years?
Yes.
Look at the second page, if you will, page I-4, and tell me, please, what the average day demand was projected to be in the year 2000.
Hold on a second, Mr. Heitzman, let me change your tape. Okay, go ahead.
I understand it correctly, your question is, the daily average in million gallons a day projected for the year 2000 is 260 million gallons a day.
And would you look at the other page I've given you, which is your bait stamp document LWC 0163, which is a page from your 2003, I believe, annual report. What does it show to be the average daily delivery of water in 2000?
127.
That would be an error of 100% when one uses a planning horizon of 32 or 33 years, wouldn't it?
That's a difference of over 100%, yes.
Good thing you didn't plan your facilities based on this report, isn't it?
And that I was 9 years old at the time of the report, I can't comment.
At that time, you had not yet achieved Eagle Scout status by that time, had you?
Not yet.
No. Let me ask you the same questions about max day. What is the report projection for max day in the year 2000?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the current projection for max day in the year 2000 was 366.
And does your annual report show that the max day was in fact 188?
Is that millions?
Yes.
Yes, million gallons, sorry.
Yes, it's 188 million gallons a day.
A serious planning error. Would you agree?
Significant difference.
I have no more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are both of these are both of these in the record already?
They are, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Spinard?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Heitzman. You've been here through the entire hearing this week. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And if my understanding is correct, for the 3 hearings that the Commission held for the purpose of receiving public comment in this case, you were here for all 3 of those. You were present at all 3 of those hearings. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Which did you attend?
These are the public
Yes,
I was here at 2 out of the 3. I was not at the meeting held here in Frankfurt.
Okay.
I was in Lexington and Owen County.
Okay.
So I attended 2 out of the 3.
Okay. And this is your first appearance in front of the Public Service Commission in terms of testifying in front of the PSC, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I want to just go over, hopefully fairly briefly, a little bit of history to try to get on the same page. Outside of the context of this case, Louisville Water Company has over the course of years had some, would you say, dealings with the Office of the Attorney General, is that correct? We've contacted Louisville Water Company before to resolve issues relating to billing of customers who've contacted our office.
Yes, I am aware.
Okay. And in 1998, when Kentucky American and Louisville Water Company executed the agreement, the water supply agreement, are you aware that on December 3rd of that year, that our office met with Mr. Gunther of the Louisville Water Company to discuss that contract?
At the time, I was not aware, but since that time, I've been made aware of that meeting.
And also present at that meeting were Mr. Ingram, Jr., as well as then in-house counsel for Kentucky American Water Company, Mr. Herb Miller. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Was that a statement or a question?
Yes. Are you aware that those were that Kentucky American had people present at that meeting, the 98 meeting?
I would say I wasn't aware, but that would seem logical.
Okay. Just in general, what were you told about the nature of that meeting?
I don't, until I was informed subsequent years after that, I don't know the specific or recall the specific nature of that meeting. I wasn't involved with it or the planning for it.
Okay. When you were doing, you were aware there was a proceeding in front of this commission that began in 1993 to investigate Kentucky American Water Company's sources of supply and future demand and demand management. You're aware of that case, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you reviewed much of the record from that case?
No, only from what I would have reviewed over 10 years ago and a little bit of the review for this particular case, but I can say that I did not study the details of that particular case.
Okay. Well, we're hopefully just quickly then we can go through this. Central Kentucky water supply has been an issue that's been alive and well for about 2 decades. Would you agree with that?
At least 2 decades. Yes, I would agree.
And there have been numerous studies of the Kentucky River Basin. Would you agree, subject to check?
Yes.
In fact, I'm going to hand out. These are, and the record in this case. Mr. Chairman, is so extensive that I feel to go ahead and some of these I know are in the record and some I'm curious about, but I'd like to go ahead and label all of the things that we hand out as exhibits, and this will be OAG Cross Exhibit 1.
Okay, if there's any doubt, let's go ahead and do that.
And this is a document entitled Kentucky River Basin Unified Long-Range Water Resources Plan, a final draft dated June 2003. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Not necessarily an objection at this point, but the words final draft seem facially inconsistent. I'm just wondering if this is the last draft that was produced or if this is the final document, if we did get some clarification on that from Mr. Spinard or hopefully from the Kentucky Water Research Institute?
Well, at this stage, I understand the concern. Let me go through the questions, and if whether or not this is a final draft is still an issue after I ask these questions, then we'll take that back up.
Okay.
Prior to asking those questions, could you supply commission staff with a copy of the exhibit?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Butcher.
That's okay. We're potted plants over here.
We were trying to cover the landscape, sir.
Thank you.
And I ask you to turn to page 3. It has a chronological listing of reports. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And their first report begins in 1958. It's by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And as you glance through page 4, page 5, page 6, there are literally several dozen reports that are referenced as reports and reviews of the Kentucky River Basin or parts of the Kentucky River Basin. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what we're getting to is that this issue is, there's a lot of information out there to study what Central Kentucky needs and the water supply in Central Kentucky. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Right. This one is in the record, and it was supplied in case number 93-434, and it is the executive summary for the Kentucky River Basin Water Supply Assessment Study. Yes, just yeah.
Mr. Fitzgerald, in light of the questions that Mr. Spinard asked, in the general nature of such, do you still wish for us to determine whether or not this is...
Mr. Chairman, I would like some clarification on for what purpose this is being offered. I don't know that the witness has ever seen this before. If it's being offered as a document that speaks for itself, as Mr. Ormsby or Mr. or Ms. McAllister's interpretation of what the report's reference said and what action was taken, that's fine. If it's being offered for more than that, I have a little bit of concern because they're not here to cross-examine. Obviously, it's a report that was prepared that has their interpretation. It's not primary source. It's their interpretation of what the various proposals were and what they believe were discussed and what they believe the result was of those studies. So if we understand that it is a secondary rather than primary source, then I'm fine with that.
I guess I understood from Mr. Spinard's questions that the purpose of offering this exhibit was merely to try to get the witness to agree that there had been quite a few studies done with regard to the Kentucky River Basin since the late 50s, right on up to today's date. Is that essentially right, Mr. Spinard, or is there more to it than that?
I understand the concern that Mr. Fitzgerald is raising, and I think that at this stage it's good to go ahead and specifically note that the document speaks for itself, and with regard to the discussion that begins on page 49 through the remainder, before I ask any additional questions on that, I would come back to the document. But right now, I'm just relying upon it for the lack of a better term, bibliography that appears in the front part that references these studies.
Okay.
Well, I have no problem with the first 6 pages of the document. It's how the rest of it's used that I would have concern.
Well, if it satisfies your concern, what we'll do, rather than simply pulling the back pages off, go ahead and say that the scope of what again, if I want to discuss anything that begins on page 49 through the remainder, we'll take that issue up, but limit to what I've just asked. I have no further questions on it. Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. This is the...
So we'll go ahead then and admit into the record OAG Exhibit Number 1 under the constraints that Mr. Spinard has indicated.
And to follow up and clarify, what I did is just made a copy of the entire document.
Yes, I understand.
All right. This one I didn't because it was it's to follow up on something that was discussed yesterday. Turning to page 2, beginning at section 1.3, this talks about the HARS study that was performed for the Kentucky River Basin Steering Committee by an engineering team led by HARS Engineering Company. Do you see that paragraph?
Oh, I've got two handouts here. Is it the executive summary or the thicker document?
Yes, it's the much smaller document.
Okay. Now, refer me to which page?
Page 2 and
okay.
The discussion beginning at 1.3.
Is that an exhibit?
It's OAG Exhibit 2. The second, in that discussion, the second paragraph of that discussion, the HARSA study, the summary, 27 alternative water supply plans were developed and evaluated as part of the Phase 2 study. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
The various plans were grouped into 3 major categories: rehabilitation/reconfiguration of the Kentucky River locks and dams, 2 small upstream reservoirs on Kentucky River tributaries, and 3 pipelines from the Ohio River. Do you see that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so at least since roughly 1991, pipeline alternatives to the Ohio River have been actively considered for Central Kentucky's water supply.
That is correct.
Okay. Now,
I would like to qualify.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I recall seeing these documents, but based upon what I just read and thumbing through the extensive tables, it does appear that there were extensive proposals for raw water line and treated water lines to either Louisville or to the Ohio River. So that's my basis for agreeing with your statement.
Okay. Now, it is the role of our office. I'm going to put this in question form. Do you understand that the role of our office is to seek the lowest cost-effective rate or price possible for reasonable service? That is the interpretation that our office has given for its consumer advocacy on utility issues?
I can understand that.
Okay. And so when Kentucky American Water Company, in case number 92452, included cost associated with a Louisville pipeline project, do you understand that this office objected or otherwise began to challenge Kentucky American's proposal?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And as a consequence to that challenge, the Commission did open a case where it began an investigation into the Kentucky American Water Company's sources of supply, future demand, and I think it was also later demand management. This is, again, case number 93434. Okay. You're aware of that case. We talked about it earlier.
Yes.
But Louisville Water Company did not participate in that case.
Not directly.
Okay. This is from that case. And again, I know this is in the record, but for purposes of trying to keep up with documents, I'm going to label it OAG Exhibit 3.
Do you move for admission of OAG Exhibit 2?
On that one, Mr. Chairman, I am confident that that is in the record from 93434, which has been incorporated into this case. But if I need to the extent that I need to separately move for its admission, I move.
Well, I don't know. We're handling your exhibits one way, and we've handled everybody else's the other way. I haven't been marking.
Well, then we don't need to mark it then. Let's just not. We'll just.
Well, we've already referred to it. I thought you were going to make it. I thought you were going to make it an exhibit. Well,
okay.
Let's just go ahead and. Anybody have any objection if I since we've already marked it and we've referred to it as OAG Exhibit 2 to go ahead and do that? All right, let it be entered a record then.
Take a look at the page 5, if you would.
We're on 3 now.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Chairman, I'm sorry, I don't mean to slow things down. I believe the executive summary and the entire Water Resources Research Institute report is of record. If it's not, then I would hope that the entire executive summary would be provided, because this is out of context in terms of what the Water Resources Research Institute thought of the HARSA study and its assignment.
You're right, it should be. Is the entirety of the executive summary already of record, Mr. Spenard?
To my knowledge, yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, all
right. This is a jurisdictional statement of the Kentucky River Authority, and the statement speaks for itself, and the River Authority is a party to this proceeding. But I want you to turn to page 5, and it's a long sentence, but I want you to begin to read into the record the sentence beginning on the 4th line with, although the KRA believes the PSC should. Can you read that into the record, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Although the KRA believes the PSC should proceed to investigate the utility regulation issues raised by the proposed Ohio River pipeline, the KAWC's sources of supply and future demand and demand-side management as set forth in the PSC's order, the KRA expressly reserves its right and obligations to exercise its jurisdictional authority to determine the propriety of creating a transfer of water from the Ohio River to the Kentucky River watershed solely for the benefit of KAWC and all related issues within the jurisdiction of the Kentucky River Authority.
I'm not going to ask you to provide a legal opinion. Again, the document speaks for itself, but would you agree that this is fairly clear notice that the Kentucky River Authority is asserting its jurisdiction over a transfer of water from the Ohio River to the Kentucky River watershed?
Objection, Your Honor. I just want to be clear, 2 things. First, the exhibit that I have only has, it's missing a page 4, I believe. But the other point is, I guess the witness can answer the question, but
I don't have 4 either.
I've made the copy from what we had in our record.
Well, I think it's mispaginated, because if you look at the last sentence on the bottom of page 3, however, to the extent that the proposed pipeline then would have an impact. So I think page 5 probably should be page 4. I mean, I don't want to.
And again, this is a document in the record from that case. I just made a photocopy of what we still have in our office.
And you see what I'm saying? It looks like it makes sense.
Yes, I think you're right, Your Honor. I didn't realize that.
Okay, what's the second part of your objection?
I'm a little concerned that my client has been, I know he qualifies not asking for a legal opinion, and if Mr. Heitzman has an opinion about this, he can render it, I suppose, but I would note further that when Mr. Spenard read it, he left off the phrase, when he incorporated this in his question, he left off the phrase solely for the benefit of KAWC.
Mm-hmm. I don't think the question he asked Mr. Heitzman necessarily calls for a legal interpretation. If Mr. Heitzman feels uncomfortable from that standpoint, he can tell us, but if he has a fairly, if he feels he can adequately answer the question, then let's let him attempt to do that. Can you, Mr. Heitzman?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Please restate the question.
Well, it's late in the day, and I want to cut down as much as possible. The issue that I'm concerned about is notice, and that we have had do you know where I was when I found out that Louisville Water Company filed its motion to intervene?
Let me guess, on the Kentucky River?
No, I was actually in Louisville Water Company offices when I found out Louisville Water Company had filed its motion to intervene. And were you aware of that fact?
I am now. I recall you telling me that. I didn't recall at the time you asked the question, but I do now.
And would you accept subject to check that when I found out that the very first comment I conveyed was that, in essence, that if Louisville Water Company was serious about a proposal, it probably needed to go talk to the Kentucky River Authority.
Yes, and we did.
Okay, all right. And has the Kentucky River Authority taken any formal action to date regarding your proposal?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Yesterday, we began a discussion about the safe yield on Pool 3. Were you here for that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that our office wants is we want to make sure that whatever solution we arrive at is not simply a solution on paper, but it's a real solution, that the water's there. Okay. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Central Kentucky did experience a drought this summer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have an opportune time to take a look at recent history to see how the river behaved during a drought.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the Division of Water has issued a permit to the Kentucky American Water Company, and this is permit number 1572, that allows Kentucky American to withdraw at different stages between 6 and 20 million gallons a day? You're aware of that permit?
Yes, I have seen that permit.
Okay. Have you gone, or anybody from Louisville Water Company, gone to the Division of Water and inspected the permit application and the Division of Water file for that permit?
I have not, and I do not believe any representative from the Louisville Water Company has reviewed the file at the Division of Water.
Okay. What I'm going to hand out is not in the record, and it was obtained. This was obtained from a review of the public record at the Division of Water, and it's entitled Surface Water Permit Fact Sheet. And we did not obtain it. We obtained it pursuant to a request, but not a formal open records request. So if there's, after we hand this out, if there's a question as to the authenticity of the document, we'll take that question up. But this is a public record.
Can we take just a second to read it? Yes, sir.
Sure.
Mark this. Are you going to mark this OAG Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Introduced 3 yet.
Yeah, I know it. It would actually help the commission, gentlemen, if when you get finished with one exhibit, before you go to the next one, you would move for its submission, so we can, it seems like I'm having to constantly ask, and probably should be the other way around. So.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Right. We will move for the admission of OAG Exhibit 3.
Any objection? All right, let it be in.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
I wanted, since we're moving on the other exhibit, I just want part of the record, the 3 previous exhibits. This is the first time that I've seen these and read these.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you.
That's fine. And once you have a chance to review this sheet, tell me.
Tell you
that you've reviewed it.
Okay. completed reading it.
Okay. Will you begin reading the last sentence? Well, to save time, I'll read it. The last sentence at the bullet point at the bottom of the first page. Low flow protection. KWC maximum average daily withdrawal of 20 MGD is under a previously determined, quote, floor limit, unquote, on withdrawals from Pool 3 of the Kentucky River. As long as their daily average withdrawal does not exceed this limit, no low flow condition will be applied to this permit. Okay, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then the sentence above it, the withdrawal amount of 20 MGD is well within the current permitting guidelines for flow allocated to any single water user. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have any evidence, are you aware of any evidence to the contrary?
The only evidence, prior to seeing this, the only evidence I had was the actual permit, which was the previous exhibit that you referenced, and the language in that permit that limited the withdrawal at 6 million gallons a day for, I believe it was 9 out of the 12 months, and allowed 20 million gallons a day for 3 out of the 12 months. So in that context, when I read this for the first time, some of the language here, in my mind, appears to conflict some of the, especially the introductory language of the permit, so it may be useful to have that as a reference. So again, this is the first time I've seen the document, so I guess I'm not prepared to say that this is necessarily consistent with the permit, that it was part of the public record.
Okay. But in terms of the question that I asked the Kentucky American witness earlier in this proceeding, the Division of Water has issued a permit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And since the issuance of the permit, including information from the drought that we experienced in 2007, are you aware of any evidence that calls into question the issuance of that permit, or that gives you a reason to believe that the safe yield of Pool 3 is below what the permit level that Kentucky American has received?
I can't comment on the safe yield because I'm not aware of a safe yield study, but okay. I will say that I'm not aware of any basis for any new information that would invalidate the permit that has been issued.
I'm going to move for admission of OAG Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
Your Honor, try to have him, Mr. Spinora, clarify where, I'm assuming that Chris Erie works for DOW, but can you clarify where he did the open records?
Went over to the Division of Water and asked to see the permit and the application and the basically asked to see the file, and including the coordination sheet, and they sent me all and asked, said, give me the information you have on this permit that's available to the public.
All right. That'll be entered in as Exhibit number 4.
Do you think that we could make, I've just never seen the document before, and I don't know that it really matters.
Well, wait a minute. I'm trying to figure out.
I'm just trying to understand. Let me just, if I could just ask. So this is a document obtained from the Kentucky Department of Water, and it's and in Chris Erie is an employee of the Kentucky Department of Water.
Your Honor, to speed things along, may I make a suggestion? Since the concern appears to be with authentication, perhaps it would be better to accept this conditionally and have the Attorney General submit at the close of the hearing or within a few days of the hearing some type of authentication from the custodian of the records at the Division of Water, so that we can at least authenticate that this is a document that is in state government files, to the extent that that's the concern of counsel for cause and the local water company.
That's fine with us.
Okay. We will do that.
All right.
Okay. And to try to wrap up this line of questioning with hopefully just 2 or 3 more questions, the Central Kentucky water supply has been subject to numerous studies, and there are a lot of public records available the concern, what has Louisville Water Company done in terms of, before you filed your testimony, what did the Louisville Water Company do to review the history of water supply planning in central Kentucky?
We did not conduct an extensive investigation or review of the water supply in central Kentucky. Our information would be the collective knowledge that we gained from the earlier discussions back between 1994 and 1999, and then other general public information that was made aware to us. We've only recently, in the last 6 to 9 months, become more aware of the information and the more extensive studies as a result of this deliberation and other evaluations.
Okay. And you're aware that our office wants a real solution, not just a solution on paper.
And I want to make sure this commission knows that we have proposed what we believe is a bona fide real solution to gain access to the Ohio River.
Okay. But with that in mind, the question is, in terms of Kentucky American's proposal, what evidence do you have with regard to Kentucky American's proposal that it is not a real solution with regard to the availability of water?
I'm not here to testify that it's not a real solution. It's one of a number of alternatives that have been evaluated, and it would be ultimately up to the commission to determine what is the best solution considering cost and duplication of facilities, et cetera.
Okay, and then we can move on to the next subject. This office wants a least cost option. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And we ask for Kentucky American, one of the conditions in Mr. Rubin's testimony, and a condition that has been a recommendation of Mr. Rubin has been adopted by our office, is that we want to see a cost cap placed on Kentucky American's project, or their proposal. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And Kentucky American to date has declined to accept that condition. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay. With regard to any proposal by the Louisville Water Company, would the Louisville Water Company be able to guarantee through a similar mechanism that such a proposal would be a least cost option in reality and not simply on paper?
Let me first say that we believe the Louisville Water Company is the least cost option. We have in our proposals provided what we feel are substantial guarantees. A guarantee that we will build the pipeline to Highway 53 in Shelbyville, in Shelby County. And we've guaranteed that we will absorb that cost. So that is one component, a significant component of this facility that needs to be built, that the Louisville Water Company has pledged a guarantee. We have also provided a rate guarantee within boundary conditions as identified in the proposal. So we think that that is a significant guarantee on our part that defines how the rates will behave over the planning period and beyond. So those two elements we feel are substantial in our offer and in our proposal. And again, from the analysis that we've performed, we believe that the Louisville pipeline solution proposal is the least cost solution.
Okay. For that segment of the proposal that would run from roughly Shelbyville to Kentucky American's facilities, and for right now I'm going to use the number around $88 million. This is the transmission facility?
Yes.
Okay. How would Louisville Water Company guarantee that that the ratepayers, the consumers who are going to be paying for water, that they would not pick up the portion of a cost overrun associated with that portion of the facilities?
Our current proposal doesn't contemplate a guarantee or a ceiling on that particular segment. Now that's something that after being here for 2 days is obviously a serious concern of your office, and I think it's something that we can certainly take back and discuss with our board to see if it would be appropriate to apply a cost guarantee on that section. But currently, I'm not authorized to provide that cost guarantee, but there may be a scenario in which a cost guarantee could be provided, especially if you look at the cost of $88 million compared to the investment of approximately $158 million that has been testified by others at these proceedings.
Okay. I've heard us say that we want an actual solution and not simply a paper solution in terms of the water supply. We also want a least cost option solution in reality than simply a paper solution. There is opposition to the Kentucky American Plan. You are aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you understand that when Kentucky American first began exploring a Louisville pipeline option, that there was opposition to that proposal as well?
Yes.
Okay. So, without trying to weigh the opposition, because everybody has a right at the table, without trying to weigh the opposition, suffice to say that there is no easy solution on the issue of public acceptance of either scenario.
I believe that the opposition that I am aware of from 10 years ago, I'm not aware of opposition with the Louisville proposal that we have submitted. So there has been no current opposition that I am aware of that has been presented for the Louisville pipeline route. And is recognized and testified by others, we're proposing a route along a parallel to Interstate 64, and in fact, even with further discussions with Frankfort, we may have the ability to be able to use existing state right-of-way within the city limits of Frankfort that would allow us to further parallel existing infrastructure. And what that would, in my judgment, allow us to do is minimize the impact to various constituencies that exist in Woodford County. So my perspective is I recognize there was opposition 10 years ago. I am not aware of, nor have I seen any testimony related to that opposition that is current as of today for the I-64 route.
Well, are you aware, for example, there was a group that went by the acronym NOPE, for No Pipeline. Have you ever heard of that group?
Yes, I have. That group was formed 10 years ago, and that's what I want to make sure is the context is 10 years ago versus today.
Well, have you heard anything from that group that would suggest they ever changed their position on the pipeline?
I haven't heard anything from that group in over 10 years.
And with regard to the Sierra Club chapter that intervened in the 93-434 case, do you understand that they were opposed to the Louisville pipeline?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And do you have any knowledge that they ever reversed their position or they changed their position?
Not that I'm aware of.
And are you aware that at some of those public hearings that have been held that there have been concerns expressed about Ohio River water? That there were some Central Kentucky residents who did not like the idea of drinking water from the Ohio River?
I was aware of those comments and concerns from the late 90s.
Okay. So suffice to say that you cannot guarantee us that there is no opposition to your proposal.
I would agree with that statement.
And in fact, opposition to a plan can get its act together relatively quickly.
I understand that.
Okay. You've answered Mr. Ingram's questions with regard to the Louisville Water Company contract. And you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Talley?
We have no questions.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Afternoon, Mr. Heitzman.
Good afternoon.
I'm Tom Fitzgerald. I'm representing the interveners, Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions, and I'd like to begin by waiting a minute.
I'm getting this routine down now,
Yeah.
this buzz.
Doing better than most.
Do you have available the water supply agreement that was executed by Kentucky American and Louisville Water Company?
10 years ago. Let me see if I can find it.
Is that one of Kentucky American's exhibits?
If you've got one handy, it might take me a few minutes to
No, I
find it.
need the exhibit with the transmittal letter. I believe it may have been staff that provided it.
PSC1.
Is it PSC1? Thank you.
And I've got a copy.
Do you have a copy of PSC1 there? Okay.
Well, no, not. I better get the official copy.
Here, you can have mine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe everybody else has already got a copy. Mr. Heitzman, the governing statutes under which your company operates, specifically the one referenced by Mr. Ingram during his cross-examination, KRS 96.265. To your knowledge, has that changed since 1997?
Yes, I believe it has, and one of the reasons...
I don't mean to... I'm just concerned that we may be going places again with respect to that statute that would reflect Mr. Heitzman's conversation with the Louisville Water Company's in-house counsel, regardless of whether he utters the words, "I have talked to my counsel" or not.
I'm just asking whether he's aware of whether the governing statute has changed.
Yes, my understanding it has changed, and the reason I'm stating that is the City of Louisville and Jefferson County went through a change to metro government, and my understanding is all the statutes associated governing the cities of the first class had to be modified in order to reflect that change.
Do you know whether there's other changes? Are you aware of any other changes?
I'm not aware of any other substantial changes in content.
Okay. Would you look at PSC number 1 for me?
I'm sorry, PSC?
PSC exhibit number 1, which you were just handed?
Yes, I've got it.
And would you tell me the transmittal letter that is attached to the water supply agreement is from Mr. Ingram and Mr. Ingram's firm, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if you turn to not the back page, but the last page of the text of the agreement itself, which is page 11.
Yes.
Okay, and does that page bear the signatures of both Mr. Huber, your predecessor, and Mr. Mundy of Kentucky American Water Company?
Yes.
Safe to assume that before your predecessor would have signed that, they would have been comfortable that the legal authority to enter into this contract existed?
Yes.
Safe to assume that the other party to the contract would have assumed the same?
Yes.
Thank you. With reference to the document that was provided by the Office of the Attorney General, which is labeled the Jurisdictional Statement of the Intervenor Kentucky River Authority, you recall that document?
Tell me again. I've got a file of them up here.
Let me know when you're ready.
Say which one again?
It's the document that's captioned Commonwealth of Kentucky before the Public Service Commission,
Yes,
case number.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
OAG3.
Is that, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware of whether the Office of the Attorney General has issued an opinion concerning the jurisdictional authority of the Kentucky River Authority over interbasin transfers of water?
No, I am not aware.
Are you aware that the Kentucky River Authority has requested such an opinion and it's been, is either pending or has been denied?
No, I am not aware.
Did the Kentucky River Authority in your communications indicate to you that they would oppose interbasin transfer?
Not to me personally. I know that either in discussions with representatives from the Attorney General's office, I know that that concern was relayed to me.
Okay.
Personally, I have not had discussions with anyone from the Kentucky River Authority with regard to this, and I don't know if my staff has.
To your knowledge, is the Office of the Attorney General the attorney for the Kentucky River Authority?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are they designated by statute as their spokesperson?
I do not believe so.
Okay, and in fact, the Kentucky River Authority is represented by their own counsel in this proceeding, are they not?
That is my understanding.
Has the Kentucky River Authority, to your knowledge, filed any documentation in this proceeding indicating that they believe interbasin transfer should not be allowed?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or commenting that your proposal containing your direct testimony is infeasible because it contemplates interbasin transfer?
I'm not aware of any.
If you could turn to your well, you may not actually need your direct testimony because I think you've answered this. I just need to understand. In your direct testimony on page 3, you indicated that your treatment plants, plural, could, quote, easily be expanded to 300 MGD, increasing your reserve from what it is now to 95 MGD.
That is correct.
Today you testified that you, in fact, could increase it in increments of 30 MGD or 15 up to 360.
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that it was scalable, if I understood you, by 30 MGD at a cost of $5 million?
Yes.
Okay. And by comparison, the new plant is proposing a treatment capacity and delivery of treated water of 20 MGD. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the relative cost of creating this increment of treated water?
From earlier testimony today, I recall that that estimate was $158 million.
Okay. So, has Kentucky American at any point discussed with you the possibility of an alternative relationship besides purchasing treated water, possibly that they would purchase an increment of your plant capacity?
Not since the 1990s.
There had been earlier testimony, and if you're not the person to answer this, just tell me that, but my understanding, you are an engineer.
Yes.
And have been an engineer with Louisville Water Company for a number of years.
Yes.
And you've been engaged in decisions regarding the selection of transmission line sizes.
Yes.
There was testimony earlier from, I believe, Mr. Walker, and were you here when he testified? Where he indicated that a 36-inch line, I believe it was Walker, was insufficient to cross the Kentucky River, that the line would blow out, in his words.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
No.
And is that based on your experience with lines of similar size?
Well, certainly the capacity of the line is going to be a function of the design of the facility, the structural design of the facility, and you can accommodate the through the design of the facility enough strength to be able to accommodate the pressures as part of that design.
Okay. Switching gears a little bit, the route that was initially selected in the 1999 pipeline option, which I understand would have traveled along the interstate to the south, and then departed to pick up a gas pipeline?
With that particular route, the Louisville Water Company at that time was proposing to own the Highway 55.
Okay.
And through the negotiation process, we looked at a number of different routes, and we were insistent that the best route would be to parallel the interstate. So from Louisville, from I-65 out to Highway 55 at the time in Shelbyville, it was on the north side of the interstate and then crossed to the south side to the delivery point. At that point, it then picked up and was proposed by Kentucky American to parallel an existing gas line easement. So,
okay, you didn't. That wasn't your idea.
No, and that's what I want to make clear is that at that time, we felt and still do today that paralleling the interstate with a major facility like this, because there's already existing other utilities there, is the way to go. It creates the least amount of impact. So, the proposal 10 years ago over to Shelbyville was parallel to the existing Interstate 64 right-of-way. That was the Louisville Water Company influence on that design because we were the owner. And then from Shelbyville east, the original proposal by Kentucky American was to parallel an existing gas utility easement that began to veer away on the south side of the interstate, and it did cut through some existing properties on through Shelby County, Franklin, Woodford.
Do you recall who might have advised Kentucky American that that was a route that would be a preferable route?
No, my understanding at the time, and discussing in a lot of meetings with Linda Bridwell, now this is nearly 10 years ago, that a lot of that route was based because there was an existing gas utility easement that they felt that they could either parallel or go within. But that's essentially the extent of my understanding of why they chose that route.
Is it fair to say that the fallback that your understanding, the fallback to the I-64 route for the portion that was beyond what you had committed to build was not the initial proposal? That was a fallback after substantial opposition had already been encountered.
Restate that.
Was the use of the I-64 route for the remainder of the pipeline a fallback position that Kentucky American advanced after it had encountered significant opposition with the gas pipeline route?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And do you know whether the fallback route that they had proposed was still south of I-64 or was it north?
I do not. I don't know the details of what portions were north or south or adjacent. I just know that they had proposed modifying their route to go along Interstate 64.
Okay. Okay. We'll leave that for the time being. If you could, there are a couple of areas in the rebuttal testimony from Kentucky American Water Company that I need clarification on. Okay. And so, do you have a copy of that?
Rebuttal testimony from...
It's a combined rebuttal testimony from Kentucky American Water Company.
Okay. Let's see if I can find... You know what question it is? Or it may be our attorneys can find it quicker than I can find it. I'm okay the way, but I probably should have it in front of me.
You need to get on the you need me to get him copies of the document.
Yeah, if you could have a copy to refer to, that'd be great.
Don't you remember what you're saying that everybody had done?
Yeah, as we go through. Okay.
Perfect. I'm following up on Mr. Spinard's. I'm being lectured here, Mr. Chairman. Being lectured from all sides, actually. I just have a couple of questions regarding characterizations or actually the Kentucky Americans' response to your proposal. On page 7 of Ms. Bridwell's rebuttal testimony.
Let us find that here.
Certainly. Okay, it's in, if you look at the page 7, question 14, the answer, in response to a question posed to her whether there are other concerns with the proposal that you presented, and I'm quoting, there are currently no facilities to connect KAW with Frankfurt, and it is folly to suggest that a pipeline that is not even designed along that route could be built by 2010. Do you believe it's folly?
Let me find where you are. Which line?
This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9th line down.
Okay, I've got it. So there are currently no facilities to connect KAW with Frankfurt, and it is folly to suggest that a pipeline that is not even designed along this route could be built in that time frame. Okay.
Okay. Is it? Do you concur that it's folly to suggest a pipeline could be built by 2010?
No, I believe a pipeline could be built by 2010.
Do you know roughly how long a pipeline you would need to connect those two systems?
Well, I will say my knowledge of the Frankfurt system and the Kentucky American system is limited, but based upon my understanding, Frankfurt has existing facilities that are at Highway US 60, Interstate 64. They have a major storage facility at that location that they've indicated to me is underutilized at the present time. And it's connected with a 24-inch water line, and what discharges out of that tank is a 20-inch line that then crosses the interstate and heads back up into northern Franklin County, eventually goes up to Georgetown. So when you take a look at the water system map, that's the closest connection point between Frankfurt and Kentucky American. Now, what I do not know, do not have knowledge of facilities at either Midway or at US 60 and Versailles Road, what I would call Versailles Road. But I am aware of our proposed termination point, which is at US 60 and Interstate 64. So my assumption is essentially the route between the Frankfurt system that is either at US 60 or in existing US 60 up at Highway 421, all through there where they have facilities that are 20-inch and larger, 20 to 24-inch, which can handle that size capacity. In consulting with Mr. Billings, there would be the ability to be able to deliver a significant quantity of water. His report to me was that 6 million gallons with a line that would be built somewhere in that vicinity over to Newtown Pike. I'd further offer evidence that my understanding is Kentucky American has proposed a connection to Frankfurt as part of this entire process in partnership with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, and I'm aware that the route goes along Ironworks Pike, which is also in that same vicinity. So since a portion of that design, that route is already designed, that's the basis of why I believe it's feasible.
Okay. And you heard previous testimony. You've been here for the entire hearing, have you not?
Yes.
You heard previous testimony that there is an as-yet unexplored option of up to 5 MGD from Versailles?
Yes, I learned that today. With
a tie-in that had a capital cost of some $400,000?
Yes, okay. But I'm not aware of the details of it.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is regarding both Mr. Swinland's rebuttal testimony at page 5, but also questioned by Mr. Ingram regarding the nationwide permit. And let me just ask it in this way. Have you had a conversation with the Corps of Engineers at this point regarding your proposal in your pre-filed direct testimony?
I have not, but our engineer of record on the project is Camp Dresser and McKee. We retained them several months ago.
Who?
Camp Dresser and McKee, CDM engineers. And they have provided communication to me that as part of the design of the Jefferson County portion of this project, those same issues have come up. So they have contacted the Corps of Engineers staff to validate if a 404 and 401 permit would be required, and if so, the duration of time that would be appropriate to be able to apply for that and then receive that permit.
Okay. Well, I'm more interested in the question of the scope. Do you know at this point if you proposed a two-phased project, as has been intimated by Mr. Spinwood's testimony and also by, I think, Mr. Ingram's questioning, that is there any evidence that you have at this point that the Corps would require that you both permit and do the analysis of the two distinct phases at the same time, or would it allow each phase to be separately analyzed and applied for?
I think the answer is no. I'm not aware of that requirement at this time for the proposed Louisville project.
Okay. And are you aware, has anybody else provided any information suggesting that one or the other interpretation would be applied to it?
No.
Okay. Am I correct in reading through the work notes that were provided as part of, I think it was item 4 of one of the data requests here, which was the notes and the correspondence associated with the pipeline option in 1999, that the I-64 route option was some 65% complete in the design phase before the plug was pulled on it by Kentucky American?
I can tell you our design phase from Jefferson County Snyder Freeway to Highway 55 was 90% complete.
Okay.
I don't know the extent of the design or percentage of the design from the portion from Shelbyville over, and whether that percent that you're representing is the entire Louisville to Lexington or the reference to Kentucky American section.
Okay, so your section, at least as far as it went, is 90% complete?
It's about 90%.
And then you would have to then move it back out to up to exit 35 on I-64 now, right?
Or Highway 53, yes.
Which is the one and the same, right? That's the Commissioner, you had asked earlier which exit they were talking about. It's confusing because it's inverted, but it's Highway 53 is exit 35 on the interstate. Okay. I may actually, no, I'm almost done. Would you go to OAG exhibit number 4, which purports, and just to clarify the record, I don't have any doubts that this is in fact from the Division of Water.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that Mr. Spinard would try to pull a fast one on us.
No, and it's in the format that you typically find for the water withdrawal permits. If you would look at the very part of that page that Mr. Spinard first asked you to read, which is under low flow protection.
Yeah. Give me a second.
Yeah, you take it down.
A lot of documents up there. Well, somehow, I don't have that document.
You want 4?
Have you? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I sleep.
Okay, I have it.
Okay. Do you, reading that last sentence on the first page and carrying over to the second page, it indicates that the maximum average daily withdrawal is under a previously determined floor limit on withdrawals from Pool 3. Is that fair representation of what the sentence is?
As long as our average daily withdrawal does not exceed this limit, yes.
Okay, and on that second sentence, if the average daily withdrawal does exceed the limit, do you read that as indicating that potentially low flow conditions will be applied?
I don't know. I don't know the context.
Well, it indicates that 20 is under the previously determined floor limit, and it indicates that as long as they don't exceed that, there will be no low flow condition applied.
That's what it appears.
Okay. If they raise that above 20 MGD, is there anything you read in this permit that indicates that there's additional capacity available?
Not that I see.
On an average daily basis?
No.
To your knowledge, has anyone in this proceeding questioned, did you hear anyone question whether 20 MGD would be available, or that the Division of Water should not have issued that permit?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr. Talley?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hughes? Okay, Mr. Barbary? For the record, I think Mr. Bain is, yeah, he's left. Mr. Wusher, do you have a question?
I have a few, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll ask your question, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you, Your Honor. That
feel like
gives me
I've
an
been-
incentive.
Knocked upside the head with a business end of a number 4 coal shovel. I'll probably do too.
Good afternoon, Mr. Heinzman. How are you today? Let me start out with just some very basic questions. Mr. Ingram asked you earlier about planning for the facilities and whether in the timeline that you had, that the Louisville Water Company had submitted to the Commission, whether the Louisville Water Company had taken into account the certificate process that has to be done before the Public Service Commission. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I believe the answer that you gave was no. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I want some clarification on that. Is it the Louisville Water Company's position that if it builds the facilities, it will be required to apply to the Public Service Commission for Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity?
I guess it would depend on the entity that we're selling the water to. So certainly if it's Kentucky American and they are a participant in that arrangement, then I would envision that it is yes. I heard another scenario the other day in a proceeding that came up where you clarified the role of a Water Supply Commission. So I envisioned another scenario where a facility would be owned by a non-regulated entity, non-PSC regulated entity, that in a situation like that, if it's public ownership through a municipality or through a qualified regional water commission, then in a scenario like that, it may not require that request of the Certificate of Public Need and Necessity. So it really depends upon the particular entity in which we're in contract with.
All right, I'm not trying to in any way put words into your mouth, and so before I ask this question, I will give you the advice that if you do not feel that it's better one that's deferred to your counsel, it's perfectly acceptable. But is it the Louisville Water Company's position that if it's building facilities that will be used to provide service for a public utility that's currently regulated by the Commission, it has to obtain a certificate from the Public Service Commission?
Your Honor, before he answers the question, I don't have a problem with him answering it to the extent that he knows, but obviously in-house counsel and I would probably weigh in on that, and we'd be, I think, pleased to address the issue either in our brief or shortly after the hearing in some sort of a letter to the Commission.
Okay. Go ahead and answer if you know, Mr. Heisman. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I would defer to counsel, to our general counsel and expertise to provide that response so it's accurate and correct.
Okay, so it would be correct to say, based on your response here, that's an issue the Louisville Water Company hasn't really looked at this point, or you're uncertain of?
Yes.
Okay. Let's change now we're assuming, you would agree that if a Louisville Water Company builds the facilities up to the delivery point in Shelby County, to that point, it's a non-PSC jurisdictional matter, or would you?
Again, like earlier, it would depend on the entities in which we are contract with to purchase water from that facility. So as an example, if that facility is built to serve the city of Shelbyville, then it would, my understanding is it would not require a certificate from the Public Service Commission. But if there are other regulated entities involved, it may, and that's the portion that I would need advice from counsel on.
Okay. Well, let's take a leap of faith here. Let's assume for the moment that the Louisville Water Company is not required to obtain a certificate of public convenience and necessity. We go up to the delivery point. At the point where a pipeline is constructed from Shelby County to serve either Frankfort or to go beyond Frankfort, if Kentucky American is going to own the pipeline, would you agree that Kentucky American would be required to obtain a certificate of public convenience and necessity from the Public Service Commission?
Yes, that would be my understanding.
Okay. If instead of Kentucky American, it's the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, which has been declared by the General Assembly not to be a public utility and not subject to Public Service Commission regulation, would you agree that no certificate of public convenience and necessity would be required from the Public Service Commission?
That is my understanding. However, I'm not an expert on that particular legislation or statute, and therefore I would refer to council to review to validate that, but that is my understanding.
Okay. Well, let's go, as I understand it, one of the proposals is to build a section of a pipeline from Shelby County to connect with Frankfort.
Yes.
And at that point, Frankfort facilities would be used to, for lack of a better term, transport for water or displace certain water from Frankfort facilities that would then be available to go deeper into central Kentucky. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is there a plan at this point in terms of a pipeline that would be constructed from the delivery point where Frankfort delivers the water to, let's say, Kentucky American, as to whom would build that pipeline?
That, in our proposal, what we have assumed is it would be the benefactors of that pipeline. So it would be either some form or form of the Central Kentucky water providers in some percentage ownership, ranging from 0 to 100, depending on the entities that are involved.
Okay, so the Louisville Water Company would not, has there been any study of the Louisville Water Company owning the pipeline straight through from Shelby County all the way to the delivery point at the intersection Newtown Pike and Ironworks Pike?
We have not studied that. We have offered in the various presentations that we could consider evaluating that, but we have not proposed that before the Commission.
All right. Well, let's go back again with the warning that to the extent you do not know the answer, feel free to say so. Has there been any study as to the, or is it the position of the Louisville Water Company that were it deemed that option of owning the pipeline straight through from Shelby County through to the delivery point at Newtown Pike in Fayette County, that it could build and own the pipeline from Shelby County to the delivery point at Newtown Pike in Fayette County?
Yes, I do. My understanding is I do believe we have that ability to own that facility.
You would agree that the nature or the ownership of the pipeline or the various segments of the pipeline is going to have an impact on what regulatory permits are required?
Yes.
Okay. At least to the extent of PSC jurisdiction over the project?
Yes.
Let's talk about the actual path of the pipeline. At this point, has the Louisville Water Company run various scenarios on the path of the pipeline?
We have looked at what I call conceptual scenarios. We have not performed a route analysis between the proposed delivery point at Highway 53 to Newtown Pike. But we have ridden a number of different routes. I've had discussion with staff of the Frankfort Plant Board, some of the Shelby County water providers to conceptually look. And of course, we're aware of the routes in general that Kentucky American had evaluated nearly 10 years ago.
In the Louisville Water Company was asked in an interrogatory by Commission staff about any conversation or discussion or communication that it had had with the Department of Highways or the Department of Transportation. And I believe the response the Louisville Water Company gave was, at the time of answering the interrogatory, it stated that it had not had any discussions. Has that response changed?
Yes.
Okay, so discussions have been had with the Department of Highways or the Department of Transportation?
Yes, I have had discussions with the District 5 engineer and representatives from District 5 of the Transportation Cabinet.
And what has the response been from those officials regarding the use of the Interstate 64 corridor to lay a pipeline from Shelby County into central Kentucky?
Much like the earlier testimony of myself at questions of Mr. Ingram, they may be aware of the policies and procedures associated with the ability to install a utility within the right-of-way. And so I am now aware of the ability to install a utility within that right-of-way under specified conditions.
Okay, aside from informing you and other Louisville Water Company officials of what the existing policy is, has there been any other discussions?
No, the discussions that took place, first of all, we had the meeting to introduce my new chief engineer, Mr. Jim Bramall. So Jim Bramall and I went for that meeting to meet Mr. Bullock, who is also the new District 5, because we have many facilities that we have to coordinate and plan with all the road work that is planned in our service area. So that was the large portion of the discussion of the meeting. We also discussed the feasibility of this Interstate 64 corridor and the widening that is currently underway. So I was updated by Mr. Bullock of the plans to bid or let the actual construction of the interstate widening, validated that the right-of-way is not going to be widened. So essentially it was updating on what the plan to improve that corridor from Jefferson County to Franklin County. In that context, I advised him that we were planning and that our board has approved a project to install a transmission main parallel to Interstate 64. And in Jefferson County, that would be on the north side of the interstate. And we wanted to make sure that there was no apparent conflicts with future interchanges, et cetera. And he acknowledged that, and we discussed the engineers that are doing the roadway design work so we could coordinate that, essentially all the work of the proposed transmission main as well as the road work. In the context of that discussion, it also did come up that we have also proposed a pipeline transmission main to Lexington. And I did ask him under various conditions, could a permit be issued, and then we ensued under certain conditions, yes, that he advised me that it would require a formal request to the District 5 office. I did ask him what would he do with that request. He said that he would pass that forward to the Transportation Cabinet in Frankfort, ultimately for approval and consideration. And we also had discussions about the timing of this meeting, because this meeting occurred in November, and with pending changes in election, that it may be best to make that formal request after the first of the year.
So at this point, no formal request has been made?
Not by the Louisville Water Company.
Okay, does the Louisville Water Company intend to make a formal request after the beginning of the year?
The proposal and everything that we have, and all the costs and everything that we have put together, make an assumption that the pipeline will be installed in an easement on private property or in public right-of-way, not interstate right-of-way, but public rights-of-way between Louisville and Lexington. And what I would envision is if we go along that route, I mentioned earlier, that we run into a challenging area where, again, we have a cultural, archaeological, cultural, a historic situation, wetland situation, et cetera, that we may take advantage of that provision and then apply for a permit in order to be able to either A, expedite the project or further reduce the environmental impact to the area in which we need to lay that transmission facility. All that to say, is that if needed, we would be prepared to request that permit for short sections, which is the provisions that the guidelines provide for.
Well, pardon me if I look confused, although that's my normal state. Are you saying then that the Louisville Water Company has an alternate route, or at least is considering an alternate route that would not use the interstate corridor except under some exceptional circumstances?
I'd characterize it that all of our proposals are, the proposal is recommending the Interstate 64 corridor route. Right now, it is outside the interstate right-of-way, in easements or in existing state rights-of-way where they're available for crossings and parallel where feasible. I will say that in discussions with Frankfort, since this proposal has been submitted, we've been made aware of development that is occurring on the west side of the Kentucky River with Frankfort, that we may be able to take advantage of development to be able to go through that property in order to be able to secure a location. We're also now much better educated on where the Frankfort plant facility is located at the east-west connector crossing the Kentucky River, and a very attractive route. Looks like the water line would come down the interstate and either at Highway 420 or US 127 go north, go up to the east-west connector, go down either on the bridge, the state bridge, or underneath the river, tie into Frankfort's existing facilities. All that to say, without getting into a lot of detail, is there may be a variation from the Interstate 64 route that would even further have less environmental impact or impact on cultural or other habitat.
Are you saying that you're going to run or one possible route is to run the pipeline right up the street from the Public Service Commission?
Yes.
Something ironic in that, isn't there?
We'll have lots of water.
At least we won't go for lack of water.
Okay, so you said 427, when we changed it to 127.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned public and private partnership. Can we discuss that a second? When you're talking about that, are you talking about a joint effort where the pipeline would be jointly owned, or are you talking about instances where segments of the pipeline might be owned by a particular entity or group of utilities?
I think you have the flexibility for both. Obviously, Kentucky American is a private entity, so that's the context of the private being a participant, and then the public participation, again, could be through the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, a newly created commission, existing public water providers, whether water districts or municipalities, as well as city or county government.
Well, let's take an example. Let's assume for the moment that the city of Frankfort does enter into a contract with Louisville Water Company and a pipeline is constructed. The city of Frankfort is the entity that owns the pipeline from the delivery point in Shelby County to the Franklin County facilities. And then if there are other, under your proposal, after the water is transferred through the city of Frankfort, Kentucky American picks it up from there, or Kentucky American / Bluegrass Water Supply Commission takes it on into central Kentucky. Is the water that is going to be delivered by the Louisville Water Company, is that water going to be owned by the ultimate user all the way through the pipeline, or is the water going to be sold to whoever owns those particular segments of pipeline? Or is it at this point we're just conjecturing?
I would envision that we would have defined delivery points for accountability. So it would be entity A transfers the water at delivery point to entity B, B to C, C to D, et cetera. I realize there's other forms of arrangement that could be made that may be more complex. For example, ownership of the facility or the asset distinguished from ownership of the product. But we have not done any research as to that effect. But that certainly is a creative suggestion that you provided.
Would you agree that that type of public partnership in terms of analyzing the proposals before here would produce a number of different, perhaps endless variables for the commission to look at?
As with any, ready? As we think demonstrated through these past 3 days and through the months leading up to this, there are literally endless variables and assumptions that go into these. So I would agree that you would have a wide variety of assumptions and scenarios that could be evaluated.
Well, just going with that for a moment, the Louisville Water Company has in its proposal listed a price of, I believe it was, what, $171 per 1,000 gallons with certain escalator clauses built in, or
Yes.
annual readjustment clauses. If that is the price of a delivery point and various entities own the facilities, you're looking at, aren't you, additional charges being tacked on by the owners of the pipeline as the water passes through, or not?
I can't speak for those entities, but I would testified earlier today that it would make sense. You're going to have an increment of pumping charges. And you're going to have an increment of what I would call an appropriate depreciation charge for the use of facility. I'm sure similar to what Kentucky American is discussing with the Bluegrass Water Supply Commissions when water is wheeled through their system from one community to another. So I think it would be a similar analysis that we would have to perform, just like Kentucky American, in moving water from the Pool 3 plant through Kentucky American to Nicholasville, for example. So it would be a very similar process.
Well, if you're pushing that water through, I mean, Louisville Water Company's obligation is going to basically end at the Shelby County delivery point. Is that correct?
In the scenario you have proposed, yes.
Okay. And I'm using that only for illustrative purposes. In that instance, the rate that is being charged, assuming Frankfurt purchases the water and transports it forward, is a transaction between two municipal utilities, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. Louisville Water Company may be pushing more water through, but the actual Frankfurt is going to be the entity that then sells the water to the people on the east side of Frankfurt. Is that correct?
In your proposed scenario, yes.
Okay. So would you agree that there, given the current state of the Louisville Water Company's proposal, there are a number of possible jurisdictional outcomes where the rate that the Louisville Water Company is charging may or may not be subject to Public Service Commission jurisdiction?
Yes, I agree, and I think those various scenarios need to be looked at because certain ones may have financial benefits as well as PSC regulatory benefits going either way. So I think a brief look at those scenarios, because of the different governance structures and the different regulations of the state regarding regulations, is worth a look at to see what entity would it provide the maximum benefit to all parties involved, including the Shelby County providers, Frankfurt, the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission members, as well as Kentucky American. So I feel that that is certainly worth a look at to be able to determine what's best interest for all parties.
Let's move on a little bit in this same area. There was
Let's take a break, Mr. Lucher.
That would be fine.
All right. Let's come back at, let's take it 15 minutes. We'll come back at 25 till. What's everybody, hold on a second. What's everybody's pleasure about finishing tonight? I know what Mr. Ingram's pleasure is. Mr. Swint?
Can I speak to my...
Well, okay, let's everybody talk to who you need to, and let's, before we go back on the record, when we come back in 15 minutes, let's have a strategy in terms of trying to finish this case up one way or the other. We'll be off the record for 15 minutes.
Number 2007-134, let the record reflect that all parties are present and represented by counsel. Gentlemen, what have you talked about an exit strategy here?
I think it would be the Louisville Water Company preference to certainly finish Mr. Heitzman today. And, you know, provided we're not going to go forever this evening, but if we start Mr. Wetzel, we'd like to finish Mr. Wetzel.
Yeah, I understand that. I would too. I presume that Prince, you wouldn't have much at all for him, even on redirect, I wouldn't think.
It would be, I do have 2 lines of inquiry, but I don't think it'll take very long.
Okay. Mr. Ingram, how long do you have any idea about Mr. Weitzel in terms of how long your examination might take?
If I can get precise, concise answers to my questions, I think 30 to 40 minutes max.
Okay. All right. Mr. Howard?
The Attorney General, perhaps 10 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Fitzgerald?
I can turn mine into a data request, 5 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Barbary? Mr. Talley, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Woocher?
Your Honor, we'd like to question him all day and night, but we'll go ahead and not ask any questions.
Your Honor?
I'll slip your $20 bill when we get outside.
Then I want a $50 bill for what I'm getting ready to say, because I am very flexible.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting tonight, finishing tonight, come back Friday. I'm not going to whine regardless of the ruling.
I appreciate that.
I might.
How are you feeling, Connie? You want to go? I mean, could you go till 7:30? I mean, we might be able to get the thing finished.
What they said, you got that little paper there.
Not an affidavit,
One
are
said
you?
5 minutes and one said, if you write that down.
No, it's on the tape. I've got a button right here that I can put them right up on the screen over there, right up on the wall. Okay. Well, let's see where we are in terms of, we don't have Mr. Heisman finished yet. Let's get him finished, and we'll see where we are.
That'll probably be 7 minutes.
Well, no, I think we're on the downhill leg of that one. I do need to go off the record for about 2 minutes so the folks back in the back can change. We've gone so long that the main tape is about to run out, so I'm going to go off the record for a couple of minutes. Everybody just wait right here. The record reflect that all parties are present, represented by counsel. We just changed the tape, and we're about to proceed again with Mr. Woocher's examination. Mr. Heitzman, go ahead, Mr. Woocher.
Mr. Heitzman, let me go ahead and switch gears very quickly. I believe during the AG's cross-examination of you, they mentioned a venerable organization known as NOPE and asked if you had heard from them. Are you aware that NOPE has been inactive under the terms of the Secretary of State's office for the last 4 years?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. So would you expect to be hearing from them while they're in that status?
If they are inactive, as you say, I would not expect.
Okay. Let's get back very quickly to the Kentucky River Authority. Under the contract proposal that was made by the Louisville Water Company, there's no mention made of extraneous or, surcharges or other types of charges that might be imposed by governmental authorities. You had mentioned in response to one of Mr. Ingram's questions that the Louisville Water Company was prepared to negotiate with the River Authority regarding some type of payment, if necessary, to reflect a withdrawal fee for water that was being brought into the Kentucky River Basin as a result of a pipeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that if that was the case, that some type of fee might be tacked on to the charge that the Louisville Water Company is assessing to those customers purchasing at the Shelby County delivery point.
That's one option, one alternative. Yes.
Okay. Am I correct then in saying that that would modify the proposal that the Louisville Water Company has made, that there would be some type of provision for governmental taxes?
Certainly the proposal would have to be modified and ultimately reflected in the contract for that particular add-on. Yes.
just out of curiosity, if it is unclear, in fact, I believe that most recent minutes of the minutes of the most recent meeting of the Kentucky River Authority suggest that the authority itself is not clear, but it has the authority to assess a fee for transfers coming into the Kentucky River Authority and is considering asking for that statutory authority. Why would the Louisville Water Company go ahead and negotiate a payment for that if it's not required or it's not clear that it is required by statute?
From my perspective, we'd be open to that negotiation and take into consideration what the Kentucky River Authority's desire is with their legislation, as well as respecting the continued need to make improvements on the Kentucky River locks and dams, as we've heard about over the last several days.
Okay, and would you agree that if such an arrangement existed and there was a contract for sale between the Louisville Water Company and Kentucky American Water Company, that the Louisville Water Company's right to assess that fee onto Kentucky American or to other public utilities would be subject to PSC jurisdiction?
Then again, I would have to refer to counsel, but I would assume it would be with Kentucky American.
In the rate proposal, there's a, I guess I would call it an automatic adjustment feature, where the rates will jump from the rate that's initially being charged. There will be an increase on January 1 of 2016 based on the cumulative change in the Consumer Price Index. Is it the position of the Louisville Water Company that the Consumer Price Index would reflect the cost of operating a water utility, or the cost of the operations and other expenses related to providing water service?
Maybe find a reference here.
I'm looking at page 6 of your rebuttal testimony.
That's what I want to get a copy of. I'll read from it.
Okay.
The water rate will be adjusted by the cumulative change in the Consumer Price Index dash all urban consumers. And in our review, we felt that that would be the best indicator, independent indicator of reflection of what our cost of operations would be adjusted or change over time.
Are you aware that the Commission has, in at least a few cases involving municipal wholesale rates, objected or stricken provisions that provide for escalation based on the Consumer Price Index on the grounds that there's been no showing made that that index accurately reflects the cost of providing utility service by a water utility?
I was not aware of that, and I'll state that if there's another appropriate index that would more appropriately reflect that cost, we would be open to considering that.
Now, as I read the proposal, basically the Louisville Water Company is going to adjust its rates annually every year of a contract after 2015. Is that correct?
That is our plan and proposal, yes.
Okay. And is it the company's position that that rate will not require any type of review by the Public Service Commission?
It refers back to our earlier testimony. Depends on the entity in which we enter into contract with. And
well, let's assume for the moment that it's a public utility, so that there's not a question of in those gray shadows. Since we have the Simpson County decision out there, and that's, at least right now, the current state of the law is a municipal selling to a public utility has to have its rates on file with the Public Service Commission and has to give the Commission notice and follow the procedures any other or any public utility would follow for a rate adjustment. It's not the Louisville Water Company's position that these are automatic rate increases based on this formula, that it's going to be at least 2% a year.
That is correct. And under that scenario, I would assume that the Public Service Commission would have to approve either the rate increase methodology or the actual rate. And further, line 29 of that page, the rates are subject to any approvals of the commission.
Now, the Louisville Water Company's made frequent filing with the commission over the last few years regarding its wholesale rates, has it not?
Yes.
There's not really been any objection to those rates by its wholesale customers, is that correct?
Yes.
So there's not been any extended review of, well, let me rephrase that. There's not been any formal proceeding reviewing the Louisville Water Company's wholesale rates, is that correct?
That is correct.
The rates have been allowed to go into effect after the required notice was provided to the commission.
That is correct.
In drafting its proposal, did the Louisville Water Company give any consideration to the possibility of extended rate proceedings, such as those that Kentucky American seems to always experience?
That was a shot, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Rowe and others.
I would hope they would not be as lengthy. However, I recognize that that may be the case. I would add in, I'm going back to 1998 when we had in a contract with Kentucky American that the rate methodology was spelled out. And so if a contract can clearly spell out the rate methodology subject to the approval of the Public Service Commission, that I would envision that both parties would be bound by that contract. Therefore, there would not be differences between the two entities coming before the commission. Therefore, I would expect that that time would be reduced significantly as a result of that rate methodology adjustment agreed upon by the two parties.
That raises an interesting issue, and that is, are you aware of PSC proceedings involving municipal utilities seeking to adjust their wholesale rates, the rate increases being much larger than permitted by the wholesale contract between the wholesale utility and the public utility?
I'm not sure what you said, but I think no.
Okay, well, let me rephrase it then. Are you aware of any PSC proceedings where a municipal utility, although it was limited by the terms of its contract with the public utility as far as the rate it could charge, applied to the commission for a much larger rate than the contract would permit?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Are you aware, or has the Louisville Water Company considered those provisions has it considered or reviewed the court decisions which have held that the PSC is not bound by the terms of a contract between a customer and a public utility and is required to set a rate that is fair, just, and reasonable regardless of the contract terms?
I have not personally reviewed. I'd have to refer that to legal counsel if our counsel has reviewed those cases.
All right. Well, accept my representation to it for a moment. Do you foresee any situation where, as a result of the contract that has been entered to by Kentucky American and the Louisville Water Company, there could become a discrepancy in the rates such that Louisville Water Company's retail customers or non-regulated wholesale transactions are subsidizing the regulated wholesale transactions, and the management or the shareholders of the Louisville Water Company would seek to gain redress from those contract terms by asking the Public Service Commission to set a fair, just, and reasonable rate that's outside the parameters of the contract?
Essentially, that's a hypothetical situation.
Well, since
I'll assume it is.
Yes.
Under that scenario, I guess that is, my perspective is that would be possible.
Would you agree it would be irresponsible for a company official in a situation where a sizable portion of his shareholders are subsidizing a non-shareholder, that it would be irresponsible for that corporate official to perhaps seek some type of administrative ruling to break the terms of the contract?
Yes, I would agree with that, and that's going back to where there has to be clear provisions in any contract on how those issues or disputes would be resolved.
In discussions earlier with Mr. Ingram, there was a brief discussion about system development charges. Just so we can clarify for the record, because staff may have misunderstood one of your answers. System development charges are not being proposed, or not part of a proposal that's being made here today. Is that correct?
Yes, our proposal waives the system development charge. That's shown on page 7, line 9 and 10.
Okay. Now, the Louisville Water Company performs a cost of service study annually. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know if the demand factors that are used in that study are adjusted annually?
I would need to refer to Mr. Miller.
Okay.
I know they're reviewed annually. I do not know if they are adjusted each year.
Okay. I would just make a data request if the Louisville Water Company could provide that information. I believe that's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Select, redirect.
I have a little bit, Your Honor. Your Honor, with your permission, I'm going to put that map back up there.
Okay.
If I could.
It's all right. You go ahead. You don't have to turn it this way. Make sure the witness sees it.
Can you see the map all right?
Yes.
Mr. Heitzman, this map depicts the route, I believe, approximately of the Kentucky American proposal.
Yes.
It does not depict the route of the Louisville pipeline proposal that you set forth in your testimony, does it?
Mr. Slint, we're not getting we're getting your audio, but we're not getting the map on the recording. Do you want it on the recording?
I don't think I really need it.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Tip, do you remember what exhibit this is? This is our exhibit.
That's exhibit 1.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, with this speaking over there, will that pick up on the microphone? Because with the transcript coming in at the 11th hour, it may be necessary for us to make sure that we can actually hear him.
I don't know if it...
I can sit down and move over here.
I mean, I don't want to interfere with the examination. I just want to make sure that this is on the video so that when we're listening to it for our briefing, we'll...
Why don't you do this? Why don't you just move it over there next to Mr. Ingram? There's a microphone right there. That'll pick you up. Yeah. Just take the easel over and...
Holding it too high for me, Lindsay.
I think you can fully expect that you'll receive a bill for these services.
I wish I had a camera. That's just all.
Oh, this is... I'm not criticizing it at all. I'll take help from whatever source I can get it, and especially from Mr. Ingram. Okay, so this map shows the approximate location of the Kentucky American facilities that are proposed in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't show the approximate location of the Louisville pipeline, does it?
It does not.
Okay. But that Louisville pipeline, as I understand it, would run through Shelby County and into Franklin County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it correct that the Franklin Plant Board has recently passed a resolution with respect to the Louisville proposal in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. And do Can you tell me briefly your understanding of that resolution?
My understanding of the resolution is that the Frankfurt Plant Board has directed their staff to pursue a connection to the Ohio River through the Louisville Water Company and work with partners, other utility providers in Shelby County on a partnership approach with regard to that pipeline supply from Louisville.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I could ask, I believe the Frankfurt Plant Board has provided the Commission by letter with a copy of that resolution certified by the custodian of that of the records of that public entity. I wonder if I could ask the Commission to take official or administrative notice of that document.
I think we can.
Okay, now, can you, that little background that I've laid there, can you describe for me or how you might see a situation developing in terms of the ownership of the pipeline that we've just been talking about, the Louisville proposal? How can you describe that for me?
What I would envision with the information from Frankfurt is I would best characterize this project previously proposed 2 phases, the Louisville to Shelbyville phase and the Shelbyville phase to Lexington phase, called Section 1 and Section 2. And I'd now characterize it as essentially 3 sections. Section 1, which would go from Jefferson County to Shelbyville, a second section that would go from Shelbyville to Frankfurt, and then a third section that would go from Frankfurt to Lexington.
Is there any situation that you can imagine, can you describe what you might envision to be the ownership of that pipeline? And I'm sorry to put this in front of you.
I would envision the ownership at this point would be ownership to Shelbyville as proposed by the Louisville Water Company, and from Shelbyville to Frankfurt because of the Shelby County providers and the Frankfurt and the Frankfurt Plant Board interest that they in partnership could own this section between Shelbyville and Frankfurt. And then I would envision Kentucky American and or the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission could own this section from Frankfurt to Newtown Pike in Fayette County.
From your review of the Kentucky American proposal, would it be simple enough for them to angle their pipeline from an 11 o'clock to a 9 o'clock position that they proposed in this proceeding in order to connect with the pipeline that you just described?
I think in certainly in one scenario that we could utilize a portion of that design that Kentucky American has in place for the portion in Fayette County that could connect to the Frankfurt system.
So under the scenario you and I just discussed, thank you, Mr. Bernard, there might be, can you describe what might be the ownership percentages? Would it be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3?
I would need to measure the distances, but I think 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 approach may be close.
Do you have any doubt that the Louisville Water Company can deliver the required water to the Kentucky American Water Company or the Central Kentucky region by 2010?
Yes, I believe we can meet the commitment that we've outlined in the proposal that I've testified to be able to meet that delivery of 6 million gallons a day by July of 2010, working with the Frankfurt Plant Board. And then subsequent, as is in my testimony and proposal, to be able to deliver the full 25 MGD supply by July of 2012.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Mr. Lindsay asked you some questions, and he used the phrase whether or not the Louisville Water Company is carving out 2 times the average day demand for the Kentucky American Water Company. Can you is the Louisville Water Company carving out 2 times the average daily demand for the Kentucky American Water Company in its proposal? Can you address that issue?
I don't feel comfortable with the term carving out for the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission. what we've got to recognize is currently the Louisville Water Company has 35 million gallons a day of reserve capacity. We have plans in our budget beginning in 2009, 2010 to expand the capacity.
Excuse me, Mr. Heisman. I know we've heard this at least half a dozen times since 1 o'clock.
I think we have too. If the answer you give, Mr. Heisman, could be something other than what we've already heard, that's fine. If it's the same, then let's move on. Because I think we have heard this 2 or 3 times.
Okay. I have nothing further to add.
Okay.
By the time Kentucky American needs 25 or 20 million gallons daily, is it correct that current projects of the Louisville Water Company already budgeted will have been completed, upgrading the Louisville Water Company's plant capacity to 270 million gallons daily? You understand my question?
Yes.
Can you answer the question?
I believe I did, yes.
Did you? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Answer is yes.
Kentucky American has suggested that the Louisville Water Company has continuously changed its proposals over the years. Would you agree with that characterization of the Louisville Water Company's proposals to address the central Kentucky water needs over the years?
We've provided a number of proposals at the request of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, and if I recall correctly, in 2003, we had 2 separate requests for proposals that had various alternatives and options in them, and we were responsive to each of those. Then again, in 2005, we received a letter of request for proposals, and we're responsive there, and I think that I would judge that our number of proposals have been very responsive to meet the needs of the Bluegrass Water Supply Commission.
Your Honor, I have no further.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ingram. Any follow-up?
2 questions.
Okay.
Mr. Heitzman, in your testimony, written and today, you've used the phrase I-64 corridor. What do you mean?
My definition of the I-64 corridor is a transmission main that would be installed in that corridor either north or south of the interstate, either outside or within the existing interstate right-of-way, adjacent, and include adjacency to that right-of-way within a half a mile or so.
A second question is, do you know how many scenarios of routing and ownership that we've heard this afternoon that are not mentioned anywhere in your testimony?
I did not count them as we went along.
Thank you.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions.
Mr. Talley?
Yes, may I have a seat at the table?
Yes, I'll vacate.
Mr. Heitzman, do you have a copy of your pre-filed rebuttal testimony dated October 1st, 2001?
Yes.
Would you turn to the map that's identified as Exhibit 1 or attached as Exhibit 1 to this?
Yes.
Do you have that? At 6:02 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, on November the 28th, 2007, on Jerry Woocher's birthday, I believe I heard you say that your proposal has been changed, and am I correct in assuming that you are now withdrawing this proposal that shows 2 sections of pipe, or 2 sections of pipeline in Exhibit 1, and have converted that to 3 sections of pipe? Section number 1 from Louisville to Shelbyville would still be owned by Louisville Water Company, correct?
That is correct.
Now, the second section of pipe, which you mentioned, is not shown on my map. My map has a green color that Louisville Water Company would own and a blue color that some group of entities would own called Section 2, leading from Kentucky 53 all the way to Newtown Pike and I-64. Is that correct?
Yes, in the current exhibit.
And what color pipe for the section that Frankfurt would own from Kentucky 53 to somewhere in Frankfurt, how would you categorize that?
Let me, I want to correct a statement you made that I was offering an alternative proposal, or a different proposal and retracting. I'm not retracting the proposal that we have of record. What I am saying is that in light of the subsequent information that has been provided by the Frankfurt Plant Board, that is an alternative that could be considered.
So when you were asked by your attorney at 6:02 p.m. this afternoon about, and I wrote down 3 sections of pipeline, was I mistaken?
No, I did reference 3 sections of pipeline.
And so now you're not saying that the 3rd section is a different proposal, but it is another alternative.
It's another variation of our base proposal that is part of my testimony.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Hughes, Mr. Fitzgerald.
6:10 in the evening on Jerry Winch's birthday. I have no questions.
It's a heck of a way to spend a birthday. I didn't know it was his birthday. We'll sing to you, Jerry, before we go off the record. Mr. Barber, do you have questions? Okay. Do you have anything further, birthday boy?
Only to request that the commission not order anyone to sing.
Okay.
I've got a couple of questions.
Take that under advisement. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to have a couple of questions. To follow up on Mr. Ingram's question on the corridor, you all currently have a pipeline to Shelby County, Shelbyville, from Snyder Freeway.
We currently have a pipeline, a 16-inch pipeline in what's called Aiken Road in Jefferson County that supplies water to the West Shelby Water District and the North Shelby Water District in Aiken Road in US 60 at the county line, but not in the Interstate 64 corridor at this time.
Okay. What road was that?
Aiken Road and also a separate parallel road, US 60.
A-K-I-N?
A-I-K-E-N.
So you currently don't have anything going down the 64 corridor?
No, it is in design.
Okay.
Currently.
On follow-up on Mr. Talley's question about the 3rd alternative that you presented during this hearing, do you have board approval for that proposal, or are you just making
it? No, I do not have board approval with that scenario, okay. But it is it's very consistent with what is presented in the existing testimony with respect to the round.
Okay. In your testimony all afternoon on Mr. Wucher's birthday, you've talked about our proposal or the proposal to the commission or the proposal in my testimony. Do you believe that Louisville Water Company has a proposal before the commission?
I believe that the Louisville Water Company has a proposal as part of my testimony before the commission. Yes.
Thank you.
I've got a question or two I want to ask you. Mr. Heisman, the standard that this commission must employ in considering Kentucky American's application is, first of all, whether or not there is a need for the plant, the plant in its entirety that Kentucky American is proposing, and whether or not the construction of that entire utility plant, both the water treatment plant, the intakes, the booster stations, and the pipe, would provide a wasteful duplication of services. And that includes a review of whether or not, from an economic standpoint, the application that's the certificate that's the subject of the application is efficient or is cost effective. First of all, let me ask you if, in your opinion or in the opinion of the Louisville Water Company, there is a need for the provision of additional water to the Kentucky American / Bluegrass Water Supply Commission area?
My opinion is I clearly believe that there is a need of water for Central Kentucky. I think there is discussion as to what is that appropriate level of need. But I clearly agree that there is a water supply deficit and a need that must be resolved quickly.
All right, let's turn then to the second prong of the test, and that is wasteful duplication or economic efficiency or cost effectiveness, or however you want to characterize it. Tell me whether or not you believe, first of all, that the Kentucky American application is reasonable in its scope. Then I'm going to ask you whether or not the Louisville Water Company's proposal is reasonable in its scope. But let's start with Kentucky American.
I'm thinking of the definition of reasonable and in which context is it reasonable. I think in its totality. I believe the Kentucky American Pool 3 project is a reasonable alternative to consider to be able to solve the water supply needs in Central Kentucky.
All right. Can I also assume that you believe that the Louisville Water Company, quote unquote, proposal is reasonable in its totality?
I would agree that it is also a reasonable alternative to consider.
Do you believe that the Kentucky American, does Louisville Water Company believe that the Kentucky American proposal is cost effective or cost efficient?
In order to render an opinion related to cost effective, I need something to compare it to.
Okay.
And so, to my knowledge, the short list of two alternatives that are being deliberated is a proposal from the Louisville Water Company and a proposal to build a plant on Pool 3. And it is my belief from all the deliberations and the evaluations that we and others have performed is that the Louisville Water Company proposal is the least cost solution.
And I didn't say least cost solution.
Okay.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if if you believed that the Kentucky American proposal, which is the only proposal that has been applied for in this docket, whether or not you believe that proposal is cost effective or cost efficient.
And I would respond by saying that that proposal needs to be compared to another alternative for me to render an opinion of cost effectiveness. And when I compare that alternative to the Louisville pipeline alternative, my belief is the Louisville pipeline alternative is more cost effective.
All right. And tell me, if you can, tell me specifically why you believe that is the case.
From the analysis that has been performed by R.W. Beck.
All right. Well, I mean, are you able to besides just relying on the report, I mean, can you articulate for me precisely what in that report you believe makes the Kentucky American proposal non-cost effective or non-cost efficient?
Well, I think one thing we'll all agree on is that the pipeline capital cost from Shelbyville to Fayette County is a lower cost than building a pipeline and a treatment plant that is in the Pool 3 proposal by Kentucky American. And so that is one basis. The upfront capital cost is lower, essentially pipeline versus pipeline and treatment plant. So that is one basis. And then subsequent to that is the fairly complex analysis that needs to be performed related to the operating costs, of which we've had a number of experts testify to a wide variety of assumptions that have gone into those scenarios. So we have a Kentucky American expert who says that their proposal is the most cost effective. We essentially have an AG's expert that says it's roughly cost neutral, and we have a Louisville Water Company expert that has come in and and will testify after me, that the proposal from Louisville is the most cost-effective when you look at the entire capital. The entire capital and operating costs. So I think what is really a debate is all the assumptions associated with what I'll call the operating costs of that facility, including the rates from the Louisville Water Company, the operating costs of Kentucky American for the plant over that 20-year planning period.
One of the things that continues to concern me, quite frankly, about the Louisville Water Company proposal is the lack of any type of route study or any type of specific study or review concerning a precise route or a virtually precise route in terms of the length of time it's going to take to secure the property, the time it's going to take to design and construct the line, and those sorts of things. You talked about going down the I-64 corridor, either inside or outside the right-of-way. And you talked about, well, we may be able to put some of it on public. We may be able to avail ourselves of public easements. We'll have to get private easements. We may have to go under the river. We may have to put pipe on the bridge. There seem to me to be quite a few unknowns in the Louisville Water Company proposal, and I wish you would address those for me in terms of cost and in terms of timeliness.
We laid out the schedule in our proposal in response to rebuttal testimony that would allow us over the next 6 to 9 months to be able to perform that route analysis and essentially look at what is the best route that would be the most expeditious as well as the most cost effective. So that evaluation would have to be performed as part of our proposal.
Okay. Anything further? Thank you. Any further, this witness?
No, sir.
All right, so you may step aside. Okay, Mr. Salint, you want to call Dr. Wetzel?
Dr. Wetzel.
Go ahead and get you some water there.
Okay, thank you.
I'll see you. Solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Hey, Mr. Slint, go ahead and qualify your witness.
Dr. Wetzel, would you state your name, please?
Edward D. Wetzel,
And who is your employer?
R.W. Beck Incorporated.
Have you caused pre-filed rebuttal testimony to be filed in this case?
Pre-filed testimony?
Testimony,
Yes,
yes. You have. Okay, do you have any changes, deletions, or modifications to that testimony?
I do.
Would you please tell us where it is in your testimony?
Yes, sir. It is on page 4, beginning on line 19. The sentence that begins on a 20-year, that sentence should read, on a 20-year or 40-year time frame, I'm sorry, yes, on a 20-year or 40-year time frame, the Louisville pipeline has a present worth cost advantage of approximately 25 to 40%. End of sentence.
Did that change to your testimony necessitate a change to the report which was attached to your testimony when pre-filed?
Yes.
Okay. Before I go there, if I were to ask you today the questions set forth in your pre-filed testimony with the change you just noted, would your answers today be the same as they were when the testimony was pre-filed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In order to reflect the change that you've described in your pre-filed testimony, did you update the report that is attached as an exhibit to your pre-filed testimony?
We did.
Okay. And did we cause that report to be filed with the Commission on or about November 20th, 2007? If you know.
November 16th was the date of the report. I don't know what date it was filed.
You don't know what date it was filed. Okay.
I don't know that I worded.
And so the new report is dated November 16th, 2007. That was changed to reflect the change in your testimony. And the letter, which constitutes the second page of the report, describes the changes in the report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, we would move the admission of Dr. Wetzel's testimony and his report as he testified it was modified.
All right. It's already a record. Mr. Ingram, do you wish to cross-examine?
I do, Dr. Wetzel. Good evening.
Good evening.
I believe page 2 of your testimony describes the R.W. Beck Company as a group of technically based individuals supplying engineering solutions to the energy, water, and solid waste industries. Am I correct?
Yes.
You are an Executive Vice President of R.W. Beck,
Yes, I am.
holding a B.S. degree in Civil Engineering,
Yes, sir.
a Master's degree in Civil and Sanitary Engineering,
Yes.
and to appropriately top it off, a Ph.D. degree in Sanitary Engineering.
Yes, sir.
Who first contacted you at Louisville Water Company about providing the engineering services that you have done in your testimony and spreadsheets?
I believe we got a call from, I don't recall whether it was Mr. Heitzman or it might have been Mr. Hayes at Metro Government, who was the first one that contacted us.
Are you licensed to practice engineering by the Board of Licensure for Engineers and Surveyors in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
No, sir.
Are you aware of one of the sanctions of practicing engineering in Kentucky without a license to do so is incarceration?
I am, but we did not practice engineering. I do not consider this an engineering report.
But you just told me it was an engineering report.
I didn't. I don't think I told you that. I told you we are an engineering company.
I thought you told me that you had provided engineering services to Louisville Water Company.
I don't recall saying that. If I did, I'm sorry. Our report was a financial comparison between two alternatives.
I want to show you a letter which has been filed in the production by Louisville Water Company in this case. This is your response to Mr. Jim Smith of Louisville Water Company, or your letter to him dated July 2nd, 2007, is it not?
Yes.
Did various people at Louisville Water Company give you information about the history of the relationship between Louisville Water Company and Kentucky American Water Company?
Some information, yes.
And to the extent that you have reflected any information about the history of Louisville Water Company and its relationship with Kentucky American, you would have obtained that from individuals at Louisville Water Company, wouldn't you?
Yes, that's correct. We had an initial meeting with the representatives of the Louisville Water Company prior to the production of this proposal.
Would you look at the document attached to your letter, please, that you call background, and make certain that I read the last sentence in that first paragraph correctly? A purchase and sale agreement was executed between KAWC and LWC, but public opposition to the pipeline resulted in cancellation of the project. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't know where you're reading from.
Well,
What page?
the document attached to your letter of July 2nd, 2007.
Okay.
The first page, you see a background?
Yes.
I read the last sentence in the first paragraph. Did I correct?
I see it now, yes.
Did I read it correctly, or you want me to read it again?
I assume you read it correctly. I can read it here.
So somebody at Louisville Water Company told you that the agreement between Kentucky American and Louisville Water Company had been canceled, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Cheryl?
Yes.
I'm going to object. This indicates that the project was canceled, not that the agreement was canceled. I'd just like to be accurate for testifying as to what the document, I think it speaks for itself, but it clearly says resulted in cancellation of the project.
The noun in the sentence is a purchase and sale agreement, but it does speak for itself. Fitz, let's not quibble.
The agreement was executed, the project was canceled.
And that's what,
Make that clarification.
yeah, that's what the sentence says. The document will speak for itself. Thank you.
The first iteration of your work was the final report filed in this case on October 1, 2007, was it not?
Yes.
And then you forwarded a letter dated October 22nd, 2007, indicating that there's been an error in the municipal interest rate that you had used in your analysis. Am I correct?
That's correct.
That letter was in turn forwarded to the parties, counsel for Louisville Water Company, 7 days later on October the 29th, 2007. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Third iteration of your work was a letter you dated November the 9th, 2007, was it not, where you gave multiple scenarios of 5 financing alternatives that you envision?
Yes.
I would like to show you Exhibit 1 of that letter.
These all on the record.
Yes.
Is that the letter of November 9?
Yes. Sorry. Now, Dr. Wetzel, it is with some trepidation that I'm going to take you down a road of some accounting, I guess, math. But I think I'm accurate here and have been pretty careful. Your scenario B analysis assumes the sale by Louisville Water Company of 6 million gallons of water a day to an ultimate purchaser, be it Kentucky American by itself or Kentucky American and BWSC, doesn't it?
Well, Kentucky American, no, we're not specific about who we're selling the water to. It is a series of alternatives based on some percentage of public versus private ownership.
Nevertheless, you envision or you model a constant 6 million gallons per day of sales, right?
That was one of the scenarios.
Scenario B.
I don't know which one you're referring to as B. But they're well labeled as either 6 MGD flat or 6 MGD with a 0.5 MGD per year increase.
Now, do you understand from the testimony in this case that Mr. Heitzman has said that if the purchasers want to reserve pipeline capacity of 25 million gallons of water a day, they have to take or pay for half of that quantity of water.
That's not relevant to what we looked at. I've not had any involvement with any contractual discussions or negotiations relative to reservation of capacity. Our analysis was strictly based on two differing scenarios, one in which the flow would be 6 MGD constant for the full duration of the analysis, and the second was one in which there would be an increasing flow starting from 6 MGD up to some ultimate capacity.
Have you done an analysis assuming 12.5 million gallons of flow per day?
We have not.
Let me see if I can help you do it. 6.5 million gallons a day at a rate of $1.71 a day, $1.71 a thousand, for 365 days times 21 years in your analysis would be a total cost over the 21 years of $85,196,475, wouldn't it?
Well, that doesn't, of course, discount it back to current dollars, but, and I trust your math. Without a calculator, I don't have that number.
If the price of $1.71 is inflated on average 4.7% a year for the 21 years, and you are discounting each one of those years back by the same percentage of 4.7, then we can disregard both the inflation cost and the discount cost, can we not?
Well, I'm not the financial analyst, but it's I understand what you're saying. I don't know if it comes out exactly the same.
I thought this was a financial analysis that you did, or is it an engineering analysis?
It is a financial analysis.
You don't agree with me that an inflation factor of 4.7% a year discounted back at the same rate cancels out?
Not necessarily.
Well, if I am correct, and we add $85 million to your analysis shown on Exhibit 1, particularly in the scenario where we have 100% private ownership with Kentucky American's cost of $303 million and Louisville Water Company's 42-inch pipeline with 6 MGD flat, then we have offset your difference completely, have we not?
If you only change the flow in the Louisville pipeline?
Yes.
Oh, sure. It'll make a big difference.
Yeah. Okay.
But you haven't changed the flow in the Kentucky American project at the same time.
Flow in the 6.5 MGD out of the Kentucky American plant would only cost the additional fuel, power, and chemicals, would it not?
Generally, that's right.
Which would be significantly less than $1.71 per thousand.
There's no question that if you were to put 12.5 MGD through this pipeline in this analysis, it makes a difference.
Next, on November the 13th, 2007, you wrote a letter indicating that by the end of the week you would provide an analysis dealing with the error in your original work of double counting the ultraviolet cost, did you not?
Yes.
And while I don't understand this, that letter of yours was forwarded to counsel in this case by a letter from Louisville Water Company's lawyers dated November the 9th, 2007.
I'm not aware of that letter.
Subsequent thereto, on November the 14th, 2007, you provided an analysis that eliminated one of your line items of UV cost, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that that analysis of yours was forwarded to counsel in this case 6 days later, on November the 20th, 2007?
The letter that we sent with the results of the revised analysis was sent on November 14th. I am not aware of when it would have been sent to counsel.
Did I understand you to say earlier in your testimony here today that your last iteration of your work was dated November the 16th, 2007?
Two pieces. The letter that represents the alternative financing proposals plus reflects the wholesale rate as proposed by Mr. Heitzman was presented on November 14th. The revised report was finalized and presented on November 16th.
Are you aware that that revision, that report of yours was distributed to council on November the 21st and 2 omitted pages subsequently on November the 23rd?
I have no knowledge of that.
Yes, give out copies of yours. For the convenience of the parties, Dr. Wetzel, I'm going to have distributed a copy of your, what I understand to be your last iteration.
Of which document?
Your
final report?
Yes, the one I understand to be your last one.
Thank you.
That's the one we got, isn't it?
Now, if I am correct, the second page from the back, which is unnumbered, represents your Appendix B, the Louisville Water Company option. Am I correct?
Yes.
And do you have a line item anywhere on there for property taxes?
Are you looking at the Pool 3 option or the LWC option?
I'm looking at the LWC option.
No, I believe we don't.
Would you turn a little bit forward in your study and look at Appendix B1, which is the Pool 3 option in the second page? You do have a line item for property taxes, do you not?
Yes, we do.
With a footnote, and honestly, I can't read that footnote, but I think it's footnote 15 that says Linda Bridwell testimony, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Can I infer from the 2.4% under basis that you have inflated the property taxes by 2.4% per year?
Yes, we have.
And what property tax number did you begin to inflate?
I believe that number came from, in that particular case, I think it came from Table 4.
Do you recall or have access to the number?
Find it. Yeah, I'm looking for Table 4.
We'll get you one.
The location was one of the pre-filed documents that showed property taxes for the treatment plant site.
Let us lend you a copy.
Want to say first, John? Oh, your handle. Oh, of the data request.
This is the table with Ms. Bridwell's testimony.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not sure exactly where it was located.
Yeah.
I've got Table 4, but I'm looking for the location of the property.
Okay, well, fine. I will tell you it was attached to Ms. Bridwell's testimony.
Okay.
Doesn't Table 4 show that the total taxes are $1,156,649.
Yes, it does.
Is that not the number that you inflated 2 years at 2.4% to get to 2010?
Most likely.
Yes. And does the table likewise show you that Kentucky Americans' 80% share of those taxes are $925,319?
It does on Table 4.
And the theory being that the ownership interest of Bluegrass Water Supply Commission would not be taxable?
Yes.
But yet you had taxed the entire amount, or you put the entire amount in your analysis, didn't you?
That may be. That could have been a mistake. I should tell you that the preparation of this model was done by our senior financial analyst, and so he did this under my direction. I was the project manager and principal in charge in this project. So there are certain elements. I'm very comfortable with this model, but I am not the modeler. So some of the specifics or the equations or the assumptions, the basic assumptions I'm familiar with, but a lot of the basic equations and the movements of this model I am not as familiar with, because that was done by senior financial analysts.
Well, why are you telling me that? Do you want to disclaim the model?
No, not at all. I am here as a representative of the company and as the project manager for this assignment.
Are you telling me that you anticipate me asking you some questions that you can't answer?
I just want to be full disclosure.
Okay, thank you. Whoever prepared this model began to tax the water treatment plant, transmission line, intake, pump station, and booster station before it was placed in service, didn't they?
Say that again?
Sure.
To my knowledge, the only taxes, are you talking about property taxes?
Yes,
or
yes, property
some other
taxes.
kind of taxes?
That was what we were talking about. Yes, sir.
We simply took the line item for property taxes and inflated it over the course of the project. And I should point out that that is a very small piece of the overall cost. When you're talking about a $300 million present worth cost, this is a very small piece of it.
What was the basis for the assumption that the property taxes were going to be inflated at 2.4% a year?
We inflated all of the fixed costs by the rate of inflation.
Do you have any history of the inflation or deflation of Kentucky Americans' property taxes?
No.
Do you understand that the Department of Revenue of the Commonwealth of Kentucky assesses Kentucky Americans' rate base annually for tax purposes?
I do not.
Do you understand the Kentucky Americans' rate base represents the depreciated value of its assets?
Yes.
And that as this water treatment plant transmission line decreases in value over time, the taxes would go down instead of increasing?
The property taxes?
Yes.
Well, once again, the property taxes are a very small piece of the total cost of this model.
Would you accept, subject to check, that the present value of the difference between your calculation and the four eras that you and I have just talked about are in the range of $5 million?
I don't know.
Would you look at the line item on the same page we're talking about called labor, please?
On the Pool 3 option?
Yes. That includes 7 new employees, does it not?
I believe that's 7 new employees.
Only 7?
Well, whatever is included in Ms. Bridwell's testimony.
Well, Ms. Bridwell testified in her testimony and in her Table 3 that 3 individuals, water quality, maintenance, administrative support, would come from current KEW operations. It would not represent any increase to Kentucky Americans' customers. And she has a labor cost of $523,182 on her schedule. My question to you is, how did you get $650,518 on your schedule?
Table 4 indicates a total of $620,000.
No, sir. Table 3 of Ms. Bridwell's.
I'm looking at Table 4 of Ms. Bridwell's attachment, and the total labor cost is $620,382. And these are the numbers I used in our model.
Well, how did you get to $650,518?
We inflated those costs to the year 2010.
Well, the employees are not going to be working until 2010, are they?
Correct.
And how did you arrive at your inflation factor of 2.4%?
How did we arrive at the inflation factor of 2.4%? That's the inflation factor we used throughout the entire study.
Well, you included
And that's from the Blue Chip Economic Indicator 10-year projection.
You included the 3 people that Ms. Bridwell says are already being recovered in Kentucky Americans' rates, didn't you?
We included everybody that was listed on Table 4 as a cost to the operation of this plant.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about the wholesale water rate that somebody else at R.W. Beck used in this analysis. Am I correct that Mr. Heitzman's idea is that he's going to sell water in this pipeline at $1.71 per 1,000 gallons from now until the end of the year 2015? Did you understand him?
In his current proposal.
Yes. And that at the end, beginning 2016, he's going to adjust that price of $1.71 by the compound cumulative effect of the raises in the wholesale rate of Louisville Water Company between now and then. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Beginning in 2016, the price of $1.71 is going to be adjusted by the cumulative compound effect of the raises in that rate from now until the end of 2015.
We actually included in our analysis that increase would be from 2010 until 2015.
You included a rate of, yes, and you assumed an increase of how much per year?
Well, again, it depends on which analysis you're talking about. In the basic report that you distributed, we increased the wholesale rate from $1.71 by 3% a year through the end of the analysis in the report.
Beginning in the year 2007, didn't you?
Beginning in the year 2010.
Well,
then, on the November 14th letter, where we performed the additional analyses as requested by the data request, in this analysis, we looked at 2 different things that we hadn't done in our original report. The first was that we looked at multiple ownership scenarios between public and private, as was requested. And the second thing we looked at was a modified wholesale rate increase as given to us by Mr. Heitzman. And in that particular case, the rate is held constant through 2015 at $1.71. It is then increased to $1.93 in 2016 to reflect the increases over the previous 5 years, and then it goes up by the amount of inflation plus 2% in our model, which was the upper limit to what Mr. Heitzman had given us in his proposal.
Your model assumes a charge for 2 8-inch meters, does it not?
No, our model at the point of connection?
Yes.
For the Louisville pipeline? We were actually given a fixed dollar amount to put into the model by Louisville Water Company.
Did you make any inquiries to whether or not that fixed dollar amount, which is incidentally $16,950, isn't it?
Yes.
Did you do any math to determine that really represents the charge for 2 8-inch meters at $706.25 a month?
We did not. Again, we were given that fixed amount by the company.
Do you agree with me that you cannot get 25 million gallons of water a day through 2 8-inch meters?
Yes.
Would you agree with me, subject to check, that if you recompute your line item for meter charge using 5 8-inch meters, that you have a present value difference using 4.7% of over $9 million?
You're assuming that the 25 MGD would be needed right at the beginning? that the $15,000 meter charge is in year one. The flow in year one under either scenario we modeled is 6 MGD. And I'm comfortable we can get 6 MGD through 2 8-inch meters.
Let's digress a moment. You understand that the Pool 3 water treatment plant is designed to drought-proof Central Kentucky, do you not?
To drought-proof Central Kentucky?
Yes.
Well, it's an interesting question. When we first read the various information that was available here, I wasn't clear on what the purpose of the Pool 3 plant was.
Well, would you accept, subject to whatever you want to do, that the water treatment plant proposed by Kentucky American Water Company in this case is capable of producing 20 million gallons of water a day, or if Bluegrass Water Supply Commission, as we hope they do, buys into the plant 25 million gallons of water a day?
Yes.
You understand that the drought of record recurs in Central Kentucky. Kentucky American Water Company will need 25 million gallons of water a day from this treatment plant?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Would you accept that?
Sure.
Okay. That's what I call drought proofing. Okay? 6 million gallons of water a day from Louisville Water Company will not drought proof Central Kentucky, will it?
But the $6 million a day is on an average day basis. It's the amount of water that gets sold every day, 365 days a year. It doesn't represent what might happen on any kind of a peak day scenario.
Did you run any scenario where Kentucky American Water Company would be required to buy 20 or 25 million gallons of water a day from Louisville Water Company for 6 months?
It's not relevant to our analysis. Our analysis was trying to look at a cost on an annual basis of what the cost of the water would be by the two alternatives, and what we're looking at there is an average flow basis, not a peak flow basis.
Am I correct that you have first-year electricity cost in your model of Louisville Water Company of $172,266?
Under which model? Louisville Water?
Yes. Would be the charge to the purchasers of the water, the cost?
That's correct.
And that is for your base flow of 6 million gallons of water?
It is.
Now, is it reasonable for me to assume that if it costs $172,000 to move 6 million gallons of water, it would probably cost about twice that to move 12.5 million gallons of water?
It would cost more.
About twice?
Not necessarily.
Could be less, right?
Well, it's actually a function of the velocity squared. It's to overcome the head loss, and so the head loss is not a straight line proportion to the flow rate.
Did you read Mr. Heitzman's testimony where he talked about the number of pump stations and storage facilities that would be required for the entire length of the line that he proposes?
I did.
How many pump stations and storage tanks did you include in your analysis?
For the 42-inch pipeline, we included one.
Do you recall his testimony that 2 would be required?
Yes, and I'm not clear where those 2 pump stations would be and what the basis of that analysis is. The basis of our analysis was that the 30-mile pipeline from Pool 3 to roughly the same location required 1 pump station and 1 storage tank. We said we're basically the same distance. In our case, we're not starting from a flat pool of water, but rather are starting from a connection point where the water would be energized, and therefore we said it was a fair assumption to assume, again, 1 pump station, 1 storage tank, similar to what was on the Pool 3 option.
You modified Mr. Heitzman's proposal?
No, we did this independent of whatever Mr. Heitzman did.
You modified his proposal.
I didn't even see his proposal when we did this. This was later testimony that he provided. This was not what we put in our model.
Would you provide me with a copy of your engineering analysis demonstrating to your satisfaction that only 1 booster pump and 1 storage tank is required?
We did no engineering analysis, as I've said before. What we did is we looked at what was on the 30-mile pipeline from Pool 3 to the termination point of the transmission main, and in that case, Kentucky American and Gannett Fleming had included 1 booster pump station and 1 storage tank. We put the same booster pump station and the same storage tank. More importantly, we applied the same cost for the booster pump station and storage tank to our model as was in the transmission main for the Pool 3 option.
Why in your table 5.1 in your testimony do you have a 10% cost for contingencies? In your engineering, in your engineering, legal, and administrative costs, a 15% contingency.
Well, Section 5 deals with a different scenario.
Than what you've dealt with in Table 3?
Yes.
And what is the justification for your changes in the contingency cost?
Well, let me explain. Section 5 was an alternative pipeline proposal looking at a 36-inch pipeline rather than the 42-inch pipeline that we'd had in the baseline analysis.
Why did you change the contingency percentage?
What we were looking at was, at the request of our client, they said, could we do a 36-inch pipeline? Would it be a reasonable alternative to a 42-inch pipeline to deliver essentially the same amount of water that was required, the 25 MGD, over the life of this pipeline, and what would be the costs associated with that? One of the things we looked at was the engineering costs of pipelines and the contingencies associated with pipelines, and determined that, in fact, we could get away with using a lower contingency and a lower engineering cost for pipeline work, which is more typical of the industry and consistent with the kind of engineering costs and contingencies that Louisville Water, for example, uses on their pipeline projects. So we reduced the contingency and we reduced the engineering cost for the 36-inch option only. For the 42-inch option, where we were doing the comparison between Pool 3 and the Louisville pipeline, we kept the same contingency cost.
Would you look at the Appendix B, the Pool 3 option? You have a line item there that is what I call return on capital, do you not? It is renewal and replacement fund.
Which one, are you looking at renewal and replacement, or?
Yeah, the line that has the entry of $16,836,675.
Cost of capital, okay?
What percent did you use to determine the cost of capital?
7.75%.
Didn't you adjust that for taxes?
We did.
And I could find out the number percentage you used, could I not? By dividing your 16 million number by the plant value you used, $167,419,416 times 80%?
Yes.
And I get a figure of 12.57%. Is that correct?
Say that again?
Sure. $16,836,675 is 12.57% of 80% of $167,419,416.
I'm not following your math. If you'd like, I'd be happy to explain how we got to that number.
I'm not interested in that. I want to know the percentage you used to multiply by the investment to get the capital cost of $16,836,675.
Right, I'm happy to explain that. We took the weighted average cost of capital authorized for the company of 7.75%. We multiplied that times the rate base. Now, that is actually the utility plant, and we subtracted the depreciation prior to that. We multiplied that times 7.75%, which gets to a number which we'll call the utility operating income, and then we grossed that up for taxes at a gross-up factor of 1.65. Now, I should point out that that methodology was derived from Mr. Rowe's response to first data request, item 13, where he says that their overall rate of return of 7.75% on rate base as approved in case number 2004-00103, and attached to that was a spreadsheet, a methodology, and it was this methodology that we used identically in deriving the cost of capital for the Pool 3 project.
Well, I'm going to suggest that that's not the way you go about doing it, because what you've done, Dr. Wetzel, is it not? You have grossed up Kentucky American's return embedded in the 7.75% overall rate of return for debt by a tax component.
Well, my understanding is the debt and equity components are already built into the weighted average cost of capital. And again, I go back to Mr. Rowe's testimony in the methodology where he says, by going through that exact methodology, he articulates the revenue requirement to achieve this rate of return.
Do you agree with me that the only components of the overall rate of return of 7.75% that should be grossed up for taxes are those attributable to common equity and preferred stock?
No, I don't. I'm going back to the methodology as shown in this. If this is the incorrect methodology, then it would seem to me that the weighted average cost of capital is something less than 7.75%, and therefore, if that's the right number, we could use a lower weighted average cost of capital. But this is what we used in our analysis.
I think our misunderstanding is the 7.75 is the overall rate of return awarded to Kentucky American Water Company. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Chairman. May I have a minute? Yes, sir.
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Spinard? Good evening. We have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Talley?
No questions.
Mr. Hughes? Mr. Fitzgerald? Okay. Mr.
Actually,
Barber?
I do have a data request. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. I can do it standing up. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Tom Fitzgerald, representing the Intervenors Citizens for Alternative Water Solutions. In Mr. Walker's pre-filed testimony, and then also in his testimony here today in response to questions, he indicated that there were a number of areas, 6 to be precise, in the base assumptions that RWBEC made with which he disagreed. And he enumerated on page 8 of his pre-filed testimony those changes that he believed were necessary.
Yes.
In addition, he identified 11 areas which cumulatively resulted from the overstatement and understatement, if you'll trust my math, of some $226 million that he believed that the RWBEC report was off. What I would like to request, if council has no objection, is the same data request that I posed to Mr. Walker, which is if Louisville Water Company would identify the basis for the assumptions that the numbers used for the various categories where there is a disagreement as to the reasonableness of those assumptions. So for the 6 disputed base assumptions that Mr. Walker has identified and the 11 additional ones that he mentioned here, what I'd like to request is that the basis for those assumptions be identified.
Mr. Salam?
In prose.
We'll, in prose.
In prose.
We will.
Not in iambic pentameter, but in prose.
We'll respond to that data request as quickly as possible.
Then I have no question.
May I ask a question?
One second. Is Dr. Wetzel going to be the gentleman that responds to it?
We'll be working with him to do that in the Louisville Water Company. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir, Dr. Wetzel.
Just a clarification.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that there were 6 areas of dispute based on his assumptions. And then these are assumptions that he put in his pre-file testimony.
Right.
Then he indicated 11 areas today, but those were not assumptions. They were simply dollar amounts he gave for specific categories. So they're not assumptions. So I don't know the basis under which he came up with those numbers.
And I think that's a valid point. And they are going to produce the basis for their belief that you overstated or that RWBEC overstated or understated. And what I'm looking for is from Louisville Water Company's standpoint, the basis that you used in assuming those values that are in dispute.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that more clear?
All right.
Chairman, thank you.
Yes,
With
sir.
that, I have no questions.
Mr. Marbury, do you have questions? Mr. Woocher?
No questions.
Redirect?
I take just a moment.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rubin, Mr. Rubin. It's been a long day. Dr. Wetzel.
Rubin, Wetzel, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Dr. Wetzel. Does your model assume a 12 million gallon daily every day for the 20-year planning horizon?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
We have 2 scenarios. One scenario is a 6 million gallon per day constant flow throughout the planning horizon, and that is based on the base flow as articulated by Kentucky American for the Pool 3 plant. We've mimicked that for the Louisville pipeline option. The second is a scenario where the flows increase to what we believe is the ultimate capacity of the treatment facility at Pool 3 over the planning horizon.
Given what you've just said, would you tell me whether or not it would be reasonable to assume that a meter charge for the base flow is appropriate and then apply the additional meter charges when they are active to supply the water needed during drought demand conditions?
That would make sense to me.
Now, you were asked a number of questions by Mr. Lindsay. Mr. Ingram. It has been a long day, and I'm sorry.
What happens when you go late at night?
Yes. You were asked a number of questions by Mr. Ingram, and let me ask it this way. You were retained by the Louisville Water Company to do a present cost value of the Kentucky American proposals before the Commission and the Louisville pipeline proposal that was set forth in Mr. Heitzman's testimony. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've been asked a number of questions by Mr. Ingram that deal with factors affecting that analysis, as for example, employee cost, metering cost, electricity cost, contingency cost. You're even asking questions about flow, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the factors that Mr. Ingram asked you about address the principal factors that affect most significantly the present cost value of the two options that you were comparing?
No, and let me put it in perspective. The entire operating cost for the Pool 3 project is something on the order of $1 per 1,000 gallons. The total first-year cost to the customers for that plant is something on the order of $12 per 1,000 gallons. So we're talking about all of the operating expenses, power, chemicals, labor, all those things rolled in are less than 10% of the total cost for the operation of that plant in the first year.
What factors most significantly affected your comparison of the present cost value of the two proposals?
Well, let me answer the question two ways. First of all, relative to the other people that did present worth analyses.
Okay.
Mr. Walker did that, and as I look at Mr. Walker's numbers and some of the comparisons he made, there were two very significant differences.
And what were those?
The one is the use of 12.5 million gallons a day through the Louisville pipeline and 6 million gallons a day for the Pool 3 plant. And as you've articulated, that's a big price difference. I don't know exactly what that number is, but it's significant. And the second is the cost of capital, where we use something of about 12.5% pre-tax, and I think Mr. Walker's number came out to something like 10.5% pre-tax. So those are the two big differences between our analysis and Mr. Walker's analysis, and I think if you add those together, they come up to a very significant difference, and they dramatically flip it from something that would be favorable to the Pool 3 option in his case to the Louisville pipeline option in our analysis. The second expert that testified to this extent was Mr. Rubin, and Mr. Rubin also used a different weighted average cost of capital. But the other thing about Mr. Rubin's testimony, there were two issues about his that we had a problem with, and one is that he used this debt service coverage factor as a cost of the project to the ratepayers. And that's absolutely wrong to do that. Coverage is a test of the financial health of a utility. It is not money that the ratepayers will ever pay for the cost of the project. I believe in the testimony given yesterday or the day before, I forget which day it was now, you used the example of the mortgage, that a coverage factor is much like the test of the income of the person that gets the mortgage. It is not what goes into the principal interest for the payment for the house. And that's the difference between a debt service coverage factor and the actual cost of the project. And then using a 1.5 debt service coverage factor, in my mind, is just way out of bounds. Typical coverage factors would be in the 1.1 to 1.2 range. If you believe they were part of the cost, they certainly aren't that high. And by the way, our R&R fund already gets us to a coverage factor of about 1.1. So we've got buffer built into this because we put an R&R factor into this model. The other problem I have with Mr. Rubin's testimony is his assumption that you can, if the flows are greater than the half MGD per year, that those costs go up. And that's true. That the two, if you look in our analysis where we look at the unit cost and the curves between the Pool 3 option and the Louisville option, eventually the cost lines cross. The more flow that goes through those plants, the faster they cross. But the problem with Mr. Rubin's analysis is he runs out of capacity at some point, and that begs the question, then what do you do? Once that 25 MGD plant runs out of capacity, now you have to build more capacity, and that's more cost.
Are you at this time able to put a number? Are you at this time able to put a number to the differences that you've just described?
Well, I will use Mr. Rubin's numbers, because he articulated those numbers, that the difference on the pre-tax cost of capital is $27 million. The difference on debt service coverage would be $40 million. And the difference of using one MGD versus a half MGD would be a net of $37 million. When you add those up, it comes up to over $100 million in difference just in those three assumptions. So again, we can talk about operating expenses and power and everything else, but at the end of the day, it's kind of those basic assumptions that really swing the model one way or the other. It's not whether, we add another employee or two to the treatment plants.
I don't think we have any further questions right now, Dr. Wilson.
Mr. Spinard, Mr. Fitzgerald, et al., do you all have any other questions? Mr. Ingram? Butcher? I think Mr. Spinard wants to ask.
What I would like for you to do is I would like you to go through again item by item that differences that you just mentioned with regard to
Mr. Rubin?
Mr. Rubin's testimony.
Yes, sir.
And proceed when you're ready.
The pre-tax cost of capital, $27 million. Debt service coverage requirement, $40 million. And the amount of water, and I believe his numbers were based on one MGD versus a half MGD.
We would like for the witness to supply the Office of the Attorney General with a schedule that reconciles or otherwise explains the difference for each of these between Mr. Rubin's testimony and what he just said. Basically, we're trying to get a mapping of how he arrives from what Mr. Rubin's position is to what his current position is, or his adjustment to Mr. Rubin's testimony.
Well, I thought Dr. Wetzel filed that rebuttal testimony. Is that not right? Is that not contained in his rebuttal testimony?
Not really, Your Honor.
All right. Well, if it's
no, I never filed rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, his was direct testimony. I call it rebuttal because it was filed. It's really direct testimony. It's the first time he filed testimony. We'd be glad to file that reconciliation.
And these numbers came from Mr. Rubin's testimony, so I'd be happy to highlight where in the testimony they appear.
Well, then we'll do this. We'll withdraw the request and talk to counsel after the hearing and make those arrangements without the formal request.
We'll provide, I think, whatever.
Okay. Well, the testimony that I've got of Dr. Wetzel says pre-file rebuttal testimony.
It was.
Anyhow, that's, I guess.
Which order is that, Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Sure. Since it's not going to be a formal request, I just asked that.
We'll serve everyone a record.
Thanks.
Well, okay, he'll get them. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
No other questions?
All right, Mr. Wucher.
Just a couple, Your Honor. Dr. Wetzel, what is your experience in terms of establishing rates for public utilities? Have you been involved in calculating revenue requirement for any public utilities?
And public, you mean municipally owned or investor owned?
No, I'm talking about utilities that are regulated by a public utilities
The
commission.
company has experience with that. I do not have personal experience with rate making for investor-owned utilities.
Okay. When you say the company, you're talking about the various accountants and financial analysts that are employed by R.W. Beck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any experience for establishing revenue requirements, say, for example, for water districts?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
And what type of methodology is normally used to set the revenue requirement?
Well, again, I'm not the financial analyst, but generally you have to do some kind of a cost of service study, and then the outcome of that cost of service study will dictate what the revenue requirements will be, and then that revenue has to be spread among the various classes of customers. And but I'm not the rate analyst. I participate in those kinds of studies.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand in terms of the determination of the revenue requirements for. You made a remark earlier where you said the debt service coverage did not have an impact on the establishment of revenue requirements. Did I understand that correctly?
What I said was the debt service coverage was not relevant to determining the cost of the project. If you're trying to do a comparison of what does the project cost, debt service coverage is not relevant to that. It's a test of the financial strength of the borrower. And so that money never gets spent for the project. You may have bondholders that require the borrower to have extra money in reserve to meet their coverage requirement, but the amount of money that sits there to meet that coverage requirement never gets spent on the project.
That's all we have. Thank you.
Anything further, Dr. Wetzel? All right, Dr. Wetzel, thank you. Next
Thank you.
episode. Any further witnesses?
No.
All right. All right, gentlemen, before we talk about transcripts and briefs and submission dates, are there any outstanding motions or any issues that the commission needs to consider? Yes, sir.
I committed to providing information clarifying the Kentucky River Authority with respect to the allocation of funds for Pool 3. I have the document that they submitted to the Finance Administration Academy. I'm not going to describe any more than to say that it speaks for itself. And I think that council has looked at it, and if they want to look at it again to just make sure they're comfortable, just submitting it for background information.
Not as an exhibit.
It is. It's a matter of. It's a public record, and
okay.
But it does provide.
Thank you.
Some detail concerning the.
Is that the reallocation from Pool 9 to Pool 3?
Yes.
Or Dam 9 to Dam 3?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
So if there's not objection, we'll just include that into the record.
It's Exhibit 1.
It's Exhibit 1. Absolutely.
Well, let's go ahead then and. Is there any objection to this going into the record? No. All right, let's make this cause Exhibit number 2 then.
We got 2 already.
It's 2.
No, I'm sorry.
The one for ID.
Yeah, okay, right.
No, this is cause Exhibit 2. All right, thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Wooster.
Your Honor, Commission staff has 2 post-hearing requests. One I've already discussed with counsel for Kentucky American. During the testimony this morning, and I forget the witness's name, but our first witness today who discussed some of the environmental concerns. There were a number of reports that were mentioned in his testimony, and Commission staff would like to obtain a copy of some of those reports. Counsel for Kentucky American has agreed that once Commission staff has identified those reports that are not in the record, that it would supply those. And what we would do is we would identify those and email all counsel of record to let them know what we're requesting and ask that a copy be provided for the Commission, and I assume for any parties of record that want to obtain those.
Yes. In that same vein, we had mentioned the cultural resources assessment that was done and the 404 application and supporting materials.
I think that's an area of our concern also.
Mr. Whitson.
Yes. And secondly, we would like to make a post-hearing data request to the Louisville Water Company and ask that it provide a copy of the most recent bond resolution of the Louisville Water Company at least one the most recent that includes the rate covenants and level of revenues required for those rates.
We can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Madam Reporter, when can you get us a transcript? I'm sorry?
21st of December, and that's pushing.
We
got an extra day in by going at night. We've got 4 days of hearing.
We can work around that, Your Honor, and the order provides, the scheduling order for simultaneous briefs in this case to be submitted on December 21st. It is critically important that we adhere to that schedule. Kentucky American has bids that expire in early February, and we need to be in a position to accept or reject those bids.
Mm-hmm. What does the other council say about briefs? Briefs by the 21st, when the transcript's going to be?
I would very
I mean,
much.
do you have to have a transcript to write your brief?
It's very helpful to me to have a transcript. I prefer to have a transcript. Much prefer.
It will be on the entire proceeding will be on the PSC's website, I'm guessing Monday.
It'll be posted, soon, but that's a video.
That's the
video.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
from our
Fisher.
standpoint, I was under the assumption that we would have a written transcript, and I've not been flagging and timing, nor did we have access to to be able to flag, so we'd have to watch, all of and make notations by using the video. But there are parts of the brief, a number of the preliminaries that we could work on in the absence of a transcript. So I don't know that we'd need an extensive period of time after the transcript is filed.
Mr.
But I
Barber.
think it would be helpful to have a transcript and a little bit of time after that, maybe 7 days to finish writing and serving the briefs. We could serve them electronically simultaneously, and just maybe roll the time frame back just very short, maybe 7 days.
Okay, Mr. Barbary.
Whatever you want. Done by the first of the year.
Mr. Howard.
Our position is that we're comfortable going with the 21st, but of course we'd like to make sure that all the parties are comfortable with this. We understand the importance of Kentucky American and get this out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm trying not to ruin everybody's Christmas.
Not mine.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, 7 more days would give us a chance to get the brief and to file a brief that I think would be much more helpful.
Well,
Your Honor, it's always possible to take the video, download it, and take it to somebody who can transcribe it in 48 hours. I mean, that's an option.
Yeah. Well,
for every one of us.
Mr. Chairman, it's certainly not an option for my clients.
Well, I'll provide you with a copy.
If Kentucky American wants to provide a copy earlier of a transcript we could work from, then I can meet the 21st.
Do I get a donation?
Well, I understand. I understand Kentucky Americans' desire and need to have a decision from this commission as expeditiously as possible, and I understand. Part of the reason that we're just now holding the hearing here on the 28th of November is that we sustained Louisville Water Company's motion to intervene, and there were subsequent discovery issues, and we're going to endeavor to get a decision out in this case just as soon as possible, and I understand Kentucky American's concern with regard to its bids. I do not think that a week's time will make that much difference. Certainly the staff, beginning immediately, can start thinking about a decision memo, obviously in consultation with the commission, and we can begin our work. And certainly the briefs are something that we definitely want to see, and there's a whole lot of things that we need to go back and look at. Quite frankly, gentlemen, with the with the Christmas holidays, I mean, if this thing is submitted on the 21st, I would be really surprised. That's a Friday, the Friday before Christmas. I would be really surprised if there's much done on the 22nd, which is Saturday, the 23rd, which is Sunday, the 24th, which is Christmas Eve, and the 25th, which is Christmas Day anyway, in terms of the commission's work. And so that really, you're really just talking, if you consider that, 3 extra days. And so we're going to amend the procedural schedule just a little bit. Everybody says they can live within a 7-day extension. We're going to require that the simultaneous briefs be submitted no later than the close of business, December 28, 2007, and at that point the case will stand submitted for decision. The Commission will then endeavor, just as soon as the first of the year comes and we all get back to work, to try to get the parties a decision. I really still want to try to get a decision out in this case in mid-January if possible, and I don't know that that's doable, but we will do our very best. We've already dropped some things to give this case a little extra attention because of its importance. And so we will expect that your briefs will be filed on the 28th, and then we'll just go from there.
Your Honor, does that likewise extend the time period for public comment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, that would. I think we indicated that we would continue to receive public comment up to the date that the case is submitted for decision, and I think you're right, Mr. Barbary. If we extend it to the 28th, then we need to allow for an extra 7 days worth of public comment as well. So we'll receive public comment up to the close of business on the 28th.
So are you saying the only thing holding up this decision is when I turn this transcript in, y'all can make a decision the next day?
No, ma'am. No, they need the transcript to do their. No, they need the transcript to do their briefs. And so, no, that's not what we're saying at all. We wouldn't be prepared to issue a decision on the 22nd anyway. So we're going to grant the extra 7 days. All right. Is there anything further than to take up? All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for.
Chairman?
Yes, sir. They all thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll be adjourned.
Mr. Chairman, can I
Yes,
just
sir.
say one thing?
Yes, sir.
My client has asked me to thank the Commission for the amenities that's been made available to it. We very much appreciate
Very
it.
well.
John, tell us nice.